sorts. Reminds me that I still live. I will burn my dread. I once ran away from the god of fear, and he chained me to despair. Burn my dread. I will break the chain and run till I see the sunlight again. I lift my face and run to the sunlight. Voiceless town, tapping feet. I clench my fist in pockets tight. Far and mist, a tower waits like a merciless tomb, devouring moonlight. Clockwork maze and unknown. In frozen time, a staircase stands. Shadows crawl on blood-stained floor. I rush straight ahead with a sword in hands. Cold touch of my trembling gun. I close my eyes to hear you breathe. I will burn my dread. This time I'll grapple down that god of fear and throw him into hell's fire. Burn my dread. I'll shrug my pain and run till I see the sunlight again. Oh, I will run, burning all regret and dread. And I will face the sun with the pride of the living.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Sunday? Monday. Ooh. June 30th, 2025. I get so confused between two time zones, chat. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the town in Persona 3. We were live, or at least that's how it feels to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. What's going on? He voted for two ballers. He loves them to death. What? This is Senator Kennedy, the Republican guy. Might be as well be standing around sucking on our teeth. Also, John Kennedy on the Senate floor. How does the Ethan Klein drama never seems to end? Wait, that never seems to end less ridiculous than what's going on the Senate. I don't know. The Senate kind of smells like old balls, doesn't it? Like old ball sack skin. It's just like there's something really scrotumnal about the Senate. Anybody else get that? It scares me. It's like church, chat. It's a lot like church. Church is just like the smell of old balls. He voted for 2 ballers. He loves them to death. Wait, so what's going on with Senator Kennedy and calling... He called someone a baller? Is that correct? Have I got that right? It's like what I imagine a sarcophagus to smell like. Yeah, kind of. Are we talking about Pisco today? I don't know. Better question is, are we talking to Pisco today? That's kind of up to Pisco. You're paying your student loans. Again, nice joke, SM. Nice joke. It's a little too rich for my blood, paying off student loans. I don't know. He voted for 2 ballers. He loves them for death. Wait, what? Trying to dual wield those comes with a lot of penalties. Wait, dual wield balls? Maybe a gun wouldn't be trembling if you put your sword down. The gun is trembling, obviously, chat, because in Persona 3 there is a very particular way of activating your persona. Right? It's a strange way that almost I'm surprised did not get a bunch of parents in uproar. Everything about Persona, you know, the Persona series, I'm surprised there have not been. I mean, like, there is one video. I saw one video saying that basically Persona 5 was the door to Satanism, showing the demon Mara with its attack Penetrate. And yeah, Mara is indeed a large green penis and balls on a carriage. Yeah. I mean, you know who Mara is, right, chat? Like kind of like the anti-Buddha or something. My hair looks nice, thank you. I thought Pisco broke away from being a Destiny orbiter. I would like to know that. I asked Pisco that, or I gave Pisco the chance to answer that question, and he hasn't taken me up on that yet. So I'd love to get an update on where Pisco finds himself now. But yeah, you know, he was on another DGGers stream last night, so I don't, if he's broken away from Destiny, he hasn't gone far. But that's okay, chat. I mean, I've you know, we've all made mistakes. There's one right there. We've all made mistake. MTG farts fill up the house. Oh my god. Well, you know, it's because she's on those supplements, right, Davy? She's eating too much. She's drinking those collagen shakes, right? After CrossFit. Do you think she still does CrossFit? I don't know how busy the life of a sitting Congress member is, but I imagine that, I don't know. What are CrossFit? Like, isn't it like you go in for like 2 hours and do the WOD? Wait, maybe not. It's all about the WOD, right? That's what we know about CrossFitters, always shooting their WODs. Even more broken than usual day, longtime legislative reporters and researchers are describing it as if parts are trying to run backwards. It's just endless DOA motions and send to committee. Like 10 people in the West bought P3 in the 2000s, and I was one of them. So they don't know about the evokers. They don't know about the special extracurricular execution squad, chat, which we're all gonna sign up for. Look, I'm drafting you all into C's. Do you want to be C's? Here's your evoker. Here's your evoker, soldier. You better get ready to use it, and no, you aren't aiming it at the enemy. You are aiming it directly at your head in order to summon your persona, because in P3, summoning your persona, I think, is about getting over your fear of death. I think that's what it is, because the other option is it's like a Sudoku, kind of like listening to Sewer Slut while playing Sudoku would be the other option for what the meaning of the gun to the head to awaken your persona is trying to mean. Screenshots of how you activate your persona in 3 is why I want to start there. Okay. I mean, look, I was, you know, I was a little bit of a scene kid myself. I can appreciate that. Labubus are a pagan trap to the seven deadly sins. What the anime Seven Deadly Sins? Did you check out P3 City Pop playlist? Wait. There's a playlist, Moni. This is Iridium Beats, and if you haven't already subscribed, if you like what you're hearing here, right? This is Iridium Beats. What they do is they take video games with good soundtracks, and they turn them into city pop, which is pretty amazing. I want to talk to, if we could ever get Iridium Beats on. Iridium Beats, if you ever come across my stream, you got an open invitation to be a guest on my program, because I would love to talk to you about your production of this amazing music. How the fuck are Denims and the other, wait, how fucked are Denims and the other two? Pretty 50-50, chonk. 50-50. Like, look, Pisco thinks that it's an open and shut case. I listened to his analysis. I agree with him on part of it. There's just like, there's a piece of the logic, and Pisco, if you end up hearing this, this is my issue with what you said. You're like the underwear gnomes, all right? You got a question mark in your theses, right? You know, it's all logically sound up until the question mark, and the question mark is, was Denims reaction transformative, right? And you haven't watched Denims transformation, Denims magical girl transformation. No, you haven't watched Denims Denims reaction to the content nuke, and neither have I. All right, so in full disclosure, I'm not saying that Pisco's wrong. I'm saying that he's acting like he's got all the logic nailed down, and there's a very big and obvious piece of logic that he could solve with a 5-hour. You just have to react to 5 hours of Denims, Pisco. But also notice that it is 5 hours, and that tells me that maybe Denims content is a little bit more transformative. Yeah, let's transform that before I accidentally called Denims transphobic. That's not what I was trying to do. It's a little bit more transformative than you may be willing to grant. And like, I gotta call it out. I gotta call it out as I see it. There is a lot of fucking misogyny at work. I'm not talking about the misogyny where you think in your head, fuck femoids, right? No. I'm talking about the worst kind of misogyny, the implicit misogyny, the misogyny that you do without even thinking about it, right? And it's not just Pisco. Well, I don't even know if it's Pisco. Like I said, he might have had experiences with Denims particularly, because they were both in the same orbit for a while. But yeah, if anybody knows more about Pisco and his relationship to Destiny and DGG, I would love to hear that. I am not trying to misrepresent anything about Pisco. Pisco was a friend of mine. He's somebody I obviously don't agree with him on everything. But you know, he's somebody that, you know, I found his takes worthwhile. C's or C's? It's SEES, special extracurricular. Yeah, it should be CCS, shouldn't it? It should be extracurricular, CCS, but no, it's the armbands say C's, and they are armbands, but yeah, you. Am I going to get a C or a C? If John Fetterman has that much free time, MTG definitely has plenty of time. Wait, Fetterman's a senator though. Is it different? How about summoning your fursona? We got to figure out what my fursona is, chat. I think obviously it's got to be a fox, right? Just based on statistics for one, right? Would tell me that I'm probably a fox. And yeah, the red hair is a good clue as well, but I don't know, chat. How do you find your fursona? I love how thematically layered and cryptically referential Japanese RPGs can be. I do too. He's so bothered he even completed a whole sentence to express his grievance. Wait, what is Fetterman upset about? He missed his oh, yeah, okay, so he had to stay behind and, he had to stay behind and do something. He had to stay what am I trying to say? You're definitely a fox and a butterfly. Wait, could you be a butterfly? It's a weasel. There we go. It's a weasel. Wait, I didn't put the, I'm sorry. I thought I linked you the Iridium Beats already. We're listening to Iridium Beats right now before anybody asks. That is the YouTuber that makes this wonderful city pop. There's city pop remixes of your favorite video game. If you're me, if you're somebody else, then but I don't know. Look, Iridium Beats does not act on my behest. All right, I tried to give an order to get the next project that Iridium Beats would put out would be a Twooey, The World Ends With You soundtrack, a Twooey city pop soundtrack, and instead we got a Persona 3, and I'm not mad. Just like I wasn't mad at my hairdresser when I asked her to dye my hair, to give me strawberry blonde highlights, and instead she gave me strawberry hair. Strawberry Fields Forever, child. That's what my hair is. I'm not mad at it. She's an artist, and she's got a vision, and she knows me better than I know myself, and that's what I appreciate in a hairdresser. Also, the fact that I can talk about her on stream, much to the consternation of people watching the VOD. And if you're watching the VOD, I'm sorry. This is the part of the stream where I talk to the chat, which you can't see because anyway, just trust me, the chat is there. I'm talking to them. And if you tune into the live stream live, I'll be talking to you too. You can ask me a question. It'll be less boring that way. Trust me. If you're bored now, just wait until we get into the debate. My friend who is TYT brained doesn't understand why Fetterman hasn't supported Zoran, and I almost broke down laughing. Wow. Do they just not pay attention to anything? Wait, Carter seems to think Japan is leading the world in making music. That's wrong. It's Thailand. It's Thailand, chat. Thailand's doing it. Thailand just booked Tomorrowland for 2026. Oh my god, why is my hair wet? God damn it. Why is Thailand so hot? No, that's okay. I'm not really complaining. It's better than if Thailand was cold. I don't think I'd like it then. I just need like I'll get it later, chat. I just need like a hairband or something to keep because it's like on my back and my back is sweating and it's not good. Insidious, instinctual, brainwashy misogyny. Pisco is and was an orbiter. He's always been the most reasonable in my opinion. That's why we were friends back in the day, right? That's why I brought him onto Bird Brains probably more than any other person in the. I can't think like who would have. The only person I can think that I probably brought on more than Pisco would be like Ask Vera. Treating Denims like Sniper Wolf because she's pretty and has nice boobs is silly and misogynist, I would wager. Yeah, no, the femoid is bad by her very nature. That's the whole thing. That's Denim's problem. Of course she's not adding transformative commentary because she's a femoid, and femoids aren't smart enough to do that. Hot Weasel, like in the painting, that was a fierce Weasel. Waluigi persona? If anything needs a great JRPG, another Eden, The Cat Beyond Space and Time, is amazing, free, also done by the creators of Chrono Trigger. Fetterman is a big-ass baby. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. I'm sorry I ever advocated for him. I mean, he was running against Dr. Oz. I guess you can be forgiven, Dareful. He had to work, Irene. That was his complaint. He doesn't like his job. So he needs to quit. He needs to quit his damn job. Is that asshole gonna vote for the big beautiful bill? I swear to God, he votes for every Trumpy thing that's in front of his nose. He's like, delicious. Let me rationalize this. Nobody wants to work anymore. Yeah, John Fetterman is quiet quitting.
chilling on my bed, I'm minding my biz, so mind your own biz. Whatever life gives, we gon' flow it. He said, hey, 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 fueling the fire with the burning desire. Every day we're inspired.
Okay, that's the one drawback to doing a remake of Persona 3 is you probably can't pull Lotus Juice yet. But Iridium Beats, just keep on. Just keep on keeping on. Eventually, you will pull Lotus Juice and Digimo. You will pull all of the famous Japanese rappers that I know, which is Lotus Juice and Digimo. Anyway, chat, you can tell where my knowledge of Japanese hip-hop comes from.
Put the boogie in your body, work that body, make sure you don't hurt nobody. I say, hey, 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 fueling the fire with the burning desire. You get up.
Furries was Bloody Roar an important game for your kind? I was the half beast, Yoriko, the half beast, with her little cheat move that just like it's so good, chat. Wait, I actually almost know what that is in Muay Thai. There's something we do that's I'm trying to remember what it's called, but it's like when you throw a left hook, but as you throw it, you kind of you kind of scoot like out of the way, you know, because you're anticipating somebody to hit you with a cross, and you're just kind of like you throw that hook and you and it's not as hard of a hook as it could be, but it's like a more anyway. I think that's what she was doing, because yeah, she's a little strike, little cat paw, and then she'd kind of pivot, right? There's collabs with Persona, Octopath, and a few other. Wait, collabs? Wait, were there like combined video games? That's it. Only a cup women are allowed. Only a couple women are allowed to react to videos, so that it can be transformative content. Yeah, you have to be Pearl. He's held the party line today, at least. Yeah, and honestly, they don't need a Democrat. I mean, the way that things are going, it doesn't seem like they need a Democrat. A lot of the Republicans that are talking about voting against the big bad bill are like, you know, they're all talk. They seem to be voting for the procedural things to get it through. Wait, this sounds like Lotus Juice. Destruction. Yeah. Da 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 da. Ooh. They shifted it. Baby, baby. Lotus Juice is in his terrible rap. Oh my god. Opinion. This is an opinion that might get you in trouble, Davi. I know the song from Yu Yu Hakusho and the rapper that collabed with... Oh, that's what you're talking about. A rapper that collabed with Megan Thee Stallion. Is it a feint? No, a feint is like like a feint is like wait, what is the one that I use? It's something like, I shouldn't tell you this, right? In case I ever have to fight any of you. It's like you throw your jab for real, and then you kind of pop out your cross, and you immediately pull it back. And you like see the torque goes from like here to here. And so what happens is essentially you're throwing, you know, you're throwing a basic 1, 2, 3, right? Jab, cross, hook, right? But instead of, you don't actually throw the jab, you pull the jab back and you throw the hook early, right? So they're ready to cover up for the cross, and instead they should be, wait, yeah, they should, wait, I'm sorry, I can't, I'm standing up against myself. Yeah, they should be covering up like that, and they're covering up like that instead, right? Mike Tyson was the master of the hook you described. Wait, are you talking about a Gazelle punch, right? Rooster Rick. That's what you're talking about, right? You're talking about the gazelle punch. That's the one where you actually jump a little bit during the hook. But I think it does have something to do with that. Da 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 da, baby, baby, da 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 da. Persona collab, they get characters and stories from the whole map area. There's Joker, Morgana, and a couple of others. Wait, in Octopath? Wait, what? Wait, that's like a Square Atlas combo. What about the run like hell technique? That's the JoJo part 2. Yeah, that's Joseph Joestar's special move. He uses his legs, Smokey. He uses his legs. A feint hook used to fight. Wait, but then what's the gazelle punch? Mike Tyson is more famous. Like the one that Mike Tyson made famous, I thought was like. Yeah, it's like you jump and as you land, you throw the hook, right? There's another name for it in Muay Thai. That's the only reason I'm hung up on it. In Another Eden is also an Octopath collab too. What is this? The baseline goes so hard. Yeah. So yeah, we got another debate. I don't think we've watched a debate, have we? We watched Queeman debate his chat a little bit. We watched Pisco debate his chat. Gazelle Punch is awesome, but no, I mean, he would cut angles with the compact hooks inside. Yeah, jumping forward like a Superman punch? I've never thought about it that way, but... Yeah, because the Superman punch, you're kicking back at the same time. Your energy for the punch actually comes from your foot kicking backwards. You were a Thai boxer and a kickboxer. Nice. Did you ever train in Thailand? We watched Hassan debate Ethan. That was a lot. Oh, that was a while ago. But, no, what we're noticing, chat, is that there's a little bit of a split in Sloptube, right? And by Sloptube, I just mean the general commentary community that is generally just playing team sports. You know, if you're, they'll pretend that they have, like, some kind of moral consistency, right? Because it's very similar to, not in Thailand, but in Australia. A few gyms would train in Pattaya. Oh, gym mates would train in Pattaya. Yeah. I have not been to Pattaya yet, but I am a fan of the art of 8 limbs. Which I need to go see some fights at some point. I did look, though, chat, like, the fights are actually kind of expensive to go to. Maybe it's because my friend was trying to get us good seats. But, yeah, he always kept on trying to take us to a fight. And he'd say how much it cost, and I was just like... Because the whole thing is, if it's expensive to me, then it's really expensive to a Thai person. And that's not fair that going to a fight would be that pricey. Did you beat up Andrew Tate? Yeah, I did when I was shadowboxed. I shadowboxed him. I shadowboxed him into oblivion. But yeah, this is the guy, do you remember Hutch? This is the guy that I think we've watched Vadim debate him before. Depends on the stadium.
On a Sunday morning, I touched the sky. Next morning, I touched your heart.
Yeah, what is up with this? I feel like Pisco is Pisco's kind of going hard on thumbs, right? Tom was a thumb, and Hutch is definitely a thumb. Hutch is a parody of liberalism. Yeah, he is. Well, look, a lot of these guys are. A lot of these guys are just followers, right? A lot of these guys are just like Destiny fanboys. That's why I called him that. You know, this is really what he is, right? He should stick to Call of Duty, assuming he's even good at that, which is a big leap considering how bad he is at debating. 33. Wait, what just happened? Oh my god, I'm so confused, chat. I'm like Kaceytron here, and I haven't even smoked. I haven't even smoked yet. When does neoliberalism become neoliberalism? Ezra Klein. Ezra motherfucking Klein. I got called out by Hutch during their Lib and Learn stream. Is Lib and Learn the one that is it when they bring like other libs on? He was trying to attribute it, Ma'am Danis? When? Mom Donnie, sorry. Ma'am Danis, yes. Zoran Ma'am Danis. That feller's a communist what won New York City's mayoral race.
Which makes me want to talk like Esquire. I don't want no partial, want the entire. Buy any jewels from gold to sapphire. Crack some jokes, sometimes sad.
They've got two rappers. One of them does kind of sound like Lotus Juice. It's not this guy.
When we have a baby, we'll be in a triad. That's what makes me most inspired. I hope the same.
That's a weird thing to say. Sorry, a triad means something different to me, but that's probably because I grew up with an uncle who was really into Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. Triad, chat, is a song that David Crosby wrote while he was in the Byrds about being within a relationship with two women at once. He was poly before it was cool. David Crosby, that crusty old dude. He looks like Ron Jeremy, chat. You know, he's this old hippie guy. And he looks like Ron Jeremy, and he's just like, and yeah, he was writing songs about polyamory back in the 60s, and the Byrds were like, whoa, dude, that's not the we're trying to maintain a family-friendly image here. Like, what? You just smoked with your dad? Did he put on Crosby, Stills, and Nash?
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.
Yo!
Fredo Hunter Zorro Mamdanasis.
Shots fired already. Shots fired already. Thank you for the super chat, Davy. Oh my god. Why is everything slow today? Sorry, I'm yelling at my computer. I shouldn't do that. You should love your computer, chat. He's the sperm donor for Melissa Etheridge's kids? That's kind of amazing. That's kind of cool, actually. I mean, that's some old sperm. But it's probably strong sperm. Unlike Hutch's sperm, which I would assume to not be strong at all in any way. All right, chat, if you're looking for a sperm donor, don't go with a new male soy bugman like Hutch, all right? Just my advice. Chat, I hate to say this, but liberals piss me off. And I don't want to be like that, but there's something about their like way of. I was watching. Okay, this came to me when I was watching Tommy Vitor, you know, on Pod Save America. You know, you guys know Tommy Vitor. Here, let me pull him up for you. Let me show you who I'm talking about, right? But yeah, I just started to get pissed off, and I realized it wasn't just what he was saying, although it was partially what he was saying. Vitor. American spokesman? He's a spokesman? He's a political commentator and a podcaster. That makes more sense. Let's find a good picture of Tommy Vitor here. Okay. But yeah, having like weirdly like quasi eugenicist feelings about about like liberal podcast hosts is just not, it's not the way that I want to be, right? And I'm obviously joking about the eugenics part. We should not eugenicize liberals, chat. That's not what I'm saying here. We got a nice JPEG there in pictures. Let me open this up for you. Let's see, is this my picture of Tommy Vitor here? Oh no, chat, it's Skulls Unlimited! Oh shit, chat, I wasn't supposed to show you that. Oh no! Chat, I opened the wrong folder. Oh my god, chat, don't tell Ethan. Don't tell It was me, Klein. It was me. I did it. I did it. It was me. It was me. It was me the whole time. Oh my god, chat, no, that was a mistake. Okay, let's try it. Let's try that again. See if we can do better this time. Here we go. There he is. Tommy Vitor. This is what he looks like. This is who we're dealing with here, right? This is Tommy Vitor of PodSave. Can you imagine dating this guy? I can't. All right. Yeah, that was my special taxes folder. You're lucky it wasn't the taxes folder. What would be in the taxes folder? Probably pictures of fruit. Probably pictures of like of jackfruit and durian that I can't afford. You know, eugenics, sometimes bald royalty come with bald complex complications. Hey, I'm not, my problem isn't that Hutch is bald, all right, for the record, all right? It's not, it's that he embodies, I don't know what it is. There's something about liberals that pisses me off. And it's like, I react to it like, I am hateful of their weakness, right? Which is not, it's not an emotion I'm used to having. Right? I hate people for a lot of reasons. Weakness is generally not one of them. But when they are purportedly on my side or like allies against a very, existentially dangerous enemy, yeah, I get these feelings and I don't know what to do with it, right? Liberals actually piss me off way more because bad, untrustworthy allies are more dangerous than strong enemies. I believe Martin Luther King wrote something once to that effect. You got to keep that pimp ham strong with liberals, otherwise they think they're correct. Damn, I mean that's so true. This was what I learned in Twitch poll, right? I was in Twitch poll, so yeah, the start of my career chat.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. I need to hear this Bugman's foreplay, dirty talk.
I don't know. I'm a little late to the game as far as the Bugmen. All right. I don't even know. As far as I know, this was something that came up during the drama of oh my god, what is card posting versus Alec Gunter, right? And Alec Gunter, card posting is just this dude from Australia. He's an activist, like an actual activist, like an IRL activist, right? He's not very online. He makes videos from his shed. He's got this shed where he does works on little projects and stuff and buries body. No, just kidding. He doesn't bury bodies, but he works in the shed and he, and he occasionally makes videos. And right, some of these videos are like, educating naive liberals about right-wing dog whistles that they definitely don't know about. Cause wait, it's weird. Like he's not very online, but yet he knows all these weird right-wing Chan related dog whistles. I don't know, chat. Card posting is an interesting guy, for sure. But anyway, when he was debating Alec Gunter, so card posting is talking about the friends meme. So if you know FRENS, right? It's sometimes just a cutesy way to say friends. That's true. But sometimes it is a way that like, you know, certain like a certain section of right-wing 4chan culture, let's just say like signals to itself, right? You know, if you see, so the idea is that like they're in a mixed space and they'll, you know, use little dog whistles like calling each other friends in order to help identify it. And you know, card posting makes the point that it's like, this isn't a be all end all. If somebody says friends, that doesn't mean they're a right-winger. That doesn't mean that at all, right? But that along with other things can give you the context clue that somebody is, yeah, doing, you know, kind of dog whistles, trying to sort of lay low. That was a Vosh moment. That definitely was a Vosh moment for me. What is Peter Thiel doing? The end of the world, SM, apparently. Apparently, Peter Thiel is the Antichrist. And I thought it was Donald Trump. I mean, wait, isn't the Antichrist and this is like according to like preachers and stuff. I feel like the Antichrist was supposed to be something where he appears to be dead, but he's not. Right? That's literally something that I've heard from preachers when they're talking about the book of Revelations. Right? Is that like, and he will appear to be dead, but he will not be dead. And this feat of, you know, which is kind of like a parallel to Jesus, I guess, you know, like Jesus raised from the dead. So it's like he does a fake rise from the dead. And that actually really fits with Trump, but no, apparently we were all wrong, and it's actually Peter Thiel, because he just admitted it. They asked him, he's on there with Ross Dota. What is the guy's name, chat? New York Times columnist. Chapo loves this guy. He might have a sexual attraction to William F. Buckley. Ross doubt that? Oh my god, this coffee is so good. What is it about black sesame seed that this was the element that was missing from coffee all my life. It takes crappy freeze-dried coffee and turns it into like a chocolatey, yummy, this almost tastes like peanut butter. Text folder is what calls his porn folder, right? Yeah, no, it was that, okay. So, for anybody who missed it, I should have done a better video of it to just make it more digestible and stuff, and shorter, most of all, shorter. Yeah, Vosh was on stream. He was, showing off some clothes, some expensive clothes, some high fashion clothes that he wants to get. And sort of, you know, like, I mean, that's his new thing. It's like for years and years and years, he wore like a ringlet and just, you know, a man bun, and he didn't really care. You know, Vosh wasn't trying at all, right? Especially when he didn't have money. He was not trying. He was just a sweaty dude with chest hair and a tank top, right? And then at some point, yeah, I think it's when he started to lose weight. Then he was like, oh, what if I dress better? I can afford to dress better now. Why not do it? So anyway, he's looking at outfits that he wants to buy and be like, oh, look at the texture on that. Look at that's wonderful. No, I gotta have that, right? I'm gonna save that. Here, let me click right, as he clicks to save it, he doesn't realize that the folder that he's got open is I think it's just his downloads folder or something. Yeah, because it's got taxes. Right, that's a subfolder in there. So we see taxes, and then we see like MILFs.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Ross Douthat isn't the Buckley lover. Rod Dreher is the one who was mentored.
Oh, thank you. God, you're right. You're right. It was Rod Dreher. In Rod We Trust. Yeah. Thank you for correcting me. Yeah, see, that's how easy it is, Pisco. If I get anything wrong, you can just correct me. And if you're right, why belabor the point? Maybe Liver King is the Antichrist. Liver King definitely does want to eat all of our livers. That's true. Antichrist is likely Netanyahu by the Bible logic, but maybe I misinterpreted it. It's been a while since I read the Book of Rev, but it's one of my favorite books in the Bible, honestly. He looks like the people in the Matrix, right? When you rip them out of the pod. Yeah, yeah. He is using Yarvan speak to troll him. Part of Yarvan speak apparently is like pretending that you are a villain. You are a comic book villain. And by that logic, chat, Ethan Klein is a Yarvanite as well. But yeah, so Vosh opens his folder, and yeah, so the first folder is taxes. I think the second folder is like XXX MILFs. The third folder is like XXX Korean, or I don't remember what all was in there. I don't want to misspeak, right? But there's a lot of different variety of XXX. Let's just say there's a lot of folders marked XXX something or other, right? And then you get to like these thumbnails and these folders that when people like looked at them closer, they found it was Loli. Like Vosh had Lolicon in his folder, and it's just undisputable, right? He tried to cope and be like, I thought they were short stack goblins. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, are those lolis? Oh no, I was downloading them thinking that they were of age women that had a very stocky short stack kind of frame, which I go for. I like a short stack queen, right? Oh, is that Lolly? And it was just so pathetic. It was just so pathetic. I mean, this was kind of like Vosh's jump the shark moment. Jump the horse moment. Oh yeah, and there was Loli's pleasuring horses. Pleasuring horses, chat. Am I doing a Nick Fuentes here? Is this a Nick Fuentes? Am I doing a Nick? Where did that come from? I hate that guy. When I have to describe Vosh, this was the hardest thing about covering the Vosh folders incident is like, I'm like, I don't want to say this on stream. I don't want to talk about, Pedialyte and the like, PDF files on Adobe Acrobat. I don't want to talk about that shit. This is gross. And so I'm just like, the whole time I'm like, where did I pick that up? It's not from Nick. I swear.
Super chatted $9.99. Yarvan is so annoying because he took all the worst, most annoying traits about libs like thinking everything is Hogwarts, but then adding racism. His high elf versus dark elf stuff makes me want.
Oh no, I haven't seen this. What is the high elf versus doll? Oh my god. Oh my god, chat. Like I kind of kept myself from like looking super into Curtis Yarvan because I just know that I'm gonna be disgusted by the guy. But yeah, he's super influential in the right wing, in almost every sphere of the right wing. IP stealing bitches. They did the same with Lord of the Rings. Oh, Teal did. Well, Ethan Klein should sue them for the good of the commentary community. But yeah, Tommy Vitor, chat, my co-host now. But yeah, I don't know. It was just this was what I felt bad about, right? Is that I wasn't like mad at Tommy Vitor or disgusted by Tommy Vitor for any like rational reason. It's literally just like the way he acts, the way he talks, the way he vibes. Like, I'm not rocking with that. Not at all. Not at all. And it was just this weird moment because like in general, chat, I believe in a kind of tactical nudity. I believe in a tactical nudity. I believe in a tactical unity in general. I find a tactical unity with libs to be useful when it comes to things like, Trump, right? You would hope that you could forge some kind of tactical unity there. And yet I kind of know that, yeah, dude, turn your back on a liberal is a great way if you want to collect a knife in your back, right? Just turn your back on a liberal and Twitch poll, right? I was nice to them. I tried to keep the disagreements that I had with them to a minimum. I, tried to focus on, the common goal of defeating Trump and Trumpism. And yeah, these people are fucking snakes. And it's not just Elizabeth Warren. It's very Elizabeth Warren though. The way that Elizabeth Warren backstabbed Bernie is the way that I felt backstabbed by the Dylan Burns and the the Twitch poll goons. He looks like the people in the Matrix, right? When you, yeah. He's not the most social human, but he cares, I think. Wait, are we talking about the Book of Revelation? It's singular? All right, Book of Rev. Wait, there's only one revelation though? Like, I feel like that's what a waste. What a waste. You could have so many different revelations in one book, and yet, like, I'm like Satan out there, chat, being like to Jesus, you know, you could have all the revelations you want. You could have all the revelations you want. You could, you know, you could jump off of this building and have the angels catch you on the way down. You could do whatever you want, Jesus. You can have multiple revelations. What does Satan want him to do? What is the thing that Satan's trying to get him to do? Just perform miracles or something? I'd love to have a workshop shed someday. I know, right? We all need a workshop shed. I'd get more work done that way. Is the Antichrist supposed to look dead? Oh my god, the Antichrist is Rudy Giuliani! Musk does kind of tend to look like a bloated cadaver these days. Maybe the Liver King. Yeah, it could be the Antichrist. Where's the dragon showing up? The dragon from the Revelations. Well, I don't know, but when I see that sucker, I'm gonna ride it. I'm gonna hop on that dragon. I'm gonna get my saddle. Like it. What do you feed a dragon, chat, to ride it? In Minecraft. Revelations 14:69, and his mouth will be stained with the blue from chugging industrial dye. Liver King Antichrist confirmed, or RFK, or RFK. He's just blonde. He didn't shave his eyebrows. Oh, what? Tommy Vitor? Oh, yeah, and then he tried to hide behind trans people. I forgot about that, Lady Badass. Thanks for reminding me. There was, like, tactical nudity. That's right, Morbert. Also, I've mentioned my horse fetish many times. It's your fault for not believing me. Yo! I feel like the horse fetish now is the least offensive thing about Vosh. That's a weird thing to say. The fact that he put lizards on his dick is, like, the least offensive thing about him compared to, like, you know, him having an impure interest in like, underage anime women. By which I mean not yet women. Their IP, yeah, this is, thinking of the meme where a white horse gets drawn at varying quality to rank entries in a series? Oh, I don't know that meme. Vosh had no business dragging us short stack goblins into it, right? Yeah, shouts out to all the short stack goblins in chat. You are awesome. And just because Vosh is attracted to you doesn't mean that you're not attractive, okay? You're very attractive. There are many good short stack goblin appreciators that are actual. Yeah, he doesn't even like short stack goblins. It was an excuse. He's faking. It's stolen valor, chat. He's not a short stack goblin enjoyer. He is a fucking lolicon enjoyer. He's basically Nux Taku. He's a liberal Nux Taku, is what Vosh is. All right. Tactical nudes is what BB and Trump talk about last night. It's not gay if you use military language. Yeah, it's not gay if you're on top either. Liberals are like the more mainstream version of tankies. There is something just kind of like, I don't know, like they I hate to say this, but they like don't belong in this world, right? All they do is feed the right, like they're feeders. They're feeders. Like in LOL, like in League of Legends, they're feeding. And that's the worst sin that you can commit in Overwatch or LOL is feeding, right? Is that the worst one? I have one real simple rule. I don't trust guys with weird looking phalluses. Those guys have always committed the worst crimes. Wow. I can't imagine insulting some dude's dick though. Like, especially to its face, right? Like that's gotta hurt. I mean, yeah, I will agree. Yeah, there's definitely weird dicks out there, right? But you don't have to say it. Have some right ideas, super reaction and position. Wait, yeah. Oh, they have some of the right ideas. Yeah. Joe Rogan believes in dragons, and they always just go about the fight with the extreme right in the wrong way.
Super chatted $9.99. Riding the dragon of the apocalypse is very Zoroastrian of you. Ride the Ahura Mazda.
That. Mm-hmm. I'd do that. Mm-hmm. I'd do that. Shouts out to Stormy Daniels. Did she describe like Trump's? God, she's the one that compared his thingy to like a sewer hose or something, right? It's not a child, it's a 3,000-year-old dragon spirit that looks like a child. Oh yeah, short stack goblin enjoyers to Vosh. My culture is not your costume. At the end of the day, liberals and Republicans support capitalism. I was about to read cannibalism. They support both, actually, capitalism and cannibalism. They are on the same team, Team Cannibal. That's right. At the end of the day, they endorse cannibalism. Peterson also believes in dragons. Yo, yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. Oh my God, that was one of my favorite reactions. Wait, we're at 55? Is that right? Authentic Jesus was tempted to turn rocks into bread. Yeah, so he's trying to get him to do magic tricks. He's like, yo, Jesus, use your special powers as the Son of God. Use them to do cheap parlor tricks. And Jesus is like, nah. Nah. Libs are aliens. Time to see who's cool or not. Cock check lineup. Oh my God. Oh my God, chat. I'm gonna have to rate cocks before this internet career is done with. We could do that though. Like have a lineup of cocks and like I wouldn't show them on stream obviously, right? But it's like if somehow we distributed the pictures and they were numbered and I was like, I kind of like number 1 because of its, it's a very turgid, very full looking phallus and whereas number 2, yeah, I mean, it's bent in an interesting direction, and I could imagine that would feel good. I don't know. I'd just be like the hog whisperer. Oh no. They're like nervous chihuahuas that run to the dog catcher when they see another dog. It doesn't make sense. They are. You stare at the dick right in the eye. You tell it how you feel. Oh my God. See, I don't know. I feel like if I complained about some dude's dick, I would like destroy him forever. And I'm not trying to do that. Guys are like, what is the word for it? Neurotic enough, right? Without them being more concerned with how their dick looks. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. It's like them thinking that like that's the wildest thing, chat, when you get that picture in your DMs and it's just like, you think that's what's gonna impress me? It's not like, it's not who you are. It's not what you say. It's not what kind of person you are. It's not even how you look. No, it's how you're. It's how you're. That's how we decide. Is that what you think? That we're just like, yeah, he was great, but his cock was not. Could have been better. I don't know. No, we don't. No, God damn it, we don't think about that. We have so many other things to think about. Kermit voiced my daughter is the dragon of chaos. She almost got me killed multiple times. Yeah, maybe Michaela. Maybe Michaela is the dragon of chaos. Is the dragon of chaos tells you not to make your bed. Oh my God, chat, I need to make my bed. OnlyFans stream win. That's right. I think Thai Tapwater agrees with your skin and hair. Okay, so I want to tell you something. There's definitely something in Thailand that very much agrees with my skin and hair. That you're right about. It's not Thai Tapwater, however. Because from what I've been told, you should never drink Thai tap water. Wait, do I even have? What do I have? Nothing. I have no. Drank all of my. Oh my god, chat. I'm gonna have to go get water in a second. Irene, be careful with this train of thought. People will get ideas. But yeah, tap water in Thailand is not something that anybody. I've been told you shouldn't drink it. I'm not sure. I have never tried, so I don't know if something bad happens if you do. Oh my god, chat. I feel like I'm not seeing everybody's chat. Like, what are we on? Let me switch from. Oh yeah, switch from top chat to live chat or whatever. If you haven't already, it's just my advice. You don't, but you'll miss some people's chats as I just did. Because I see somebody replying to a chatter, but I do not see that chatter in the stream. What the fuck? I don't get it. Am I seeing people talking to ghosts? Like I feel like I see people talking to chatters that aren't here, but that just may be that they're not showing up for me. Oh, Jordan Peterson. Thank you. God damn it. Jordan Peterson, I guess, would have a heart attack with How to Train Your Dragon. Yeah, I thought you were talking to a chatter named JP for a second there. Any close-up of genitals is, yeah, it's gotta be weird. Catfish, the TV show, was a giant PSA about how no one wants your dick pics. No one. I mean, I'm sure someone out there. I'm sure somebody out there is like, gotta catch them all. Like, look, chat. I'm more like Team Rocket, okay? I'm gonna catch your Pikachu. I'm gonna catch your Pikachu and I'm gonna tell it Thundershock. Tell a guy his penis has bad aura. It worked on Grindr in 2018. Humidity is great for your skin and hair. Probably so. Yeah, that's a possibility. But yeah, you're right, Jerry, that something out here is good. I think it's the food. Right? Speaking of food, chat, what do I have in my bag of treats today? Aw. Guava. I haven't tried this for a hot minute, right? This is guava. Wait, no, is it guava? Yeah, it is guava, right? It's like a combination of a turmeric mango and a green apple. And the really cool thing to do with guava is when you take this stuff, right? Which is a mixture of salt, sugar, and hot pepper. This is how you eat guava like a pro. Okay, and I am a pro. All right, here we go. We're gonna take the... We're gonna take the guava and we're gonna dip it in the powder. Sugar, salt, and hot pepper flakes. I want to say mai, like in an anime, but in Thailand that means not. So I think what I should be saying is aroy. Thai tap water sounds like a single drink that will black you out instantly. Do not drink it. It will make you sick. I mean, I've heard people say, yeah, not to drink it. I do shower and wash my hair with it. Yeah, that's true. Don't even brush your teeth with. Are you serious? Do people do the? Should I be brushing my teeth with sparkling water? Should I be washing my face with sparkling? Chat, I'm gonna become one of those like 3 a.m. Like grind set streamers, right? I'm gonna start stream way early, and it's gonna be me standing in front of a bathroom mirror, with a bowl full of a sparkling ice water, like washing my face and brushing my teeth with it. And I don't know. Don't assume that every country has clean tap water. I've heard other people. It's a Thai version of tahini. Guavas are as big as avocados there. Yeah, they're pretty big. Maybe bigger. Although our avocados are bigger too. Right? Let me see if I can find you a picture. The Thai avocados almost remind me of a gooey duck in their shape. And I actually haven't tried one yet. I mean, I think I've eaten stuff with, well, this is a Shopee link. Oh no, English please. I just want to see that. All right, so let me show you what I'm talking about before we get started. I should probably get a should be probably getting paid for showing you a Shopee page. But anyway, yeah, this is what they look like. Look at that. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? They look like squash. It's called a long neck avocado, and it is I think the most common variety here. Oh, look at that. The seed is long too. What? Look at that shit, chat. Oh my god. Do you see this? That is a real avocado. That is not just and it's not just a rarity. This is what most avocados look like here. Look at that. That's just beautiful. That is just beautiful. But yeah, you are right, Jerry. I do shower and wash my hair with it. So it is working with that. But Alino says don't even brush your teeth with it. I have been brushing my teeth with it. Maybe I shouldn't. You will get sick. It's also the HRT in Thailand. That's probably true as well. I have like access to. The State Department wants your dick pic. Well, they're a little late for that. I'm in a relationship, so I wouldn't know, but I do assume that the first question you get on Grindr is like, what is your... Oh, the Thai version of tahini because you dip stuff in it? Oh, interesting. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Irene is making me need snacks. I mean, I try to come to the stream with snacks, but I was like not good. One word I know in Thai is uwe, because you watch kickboxing. Yeah, uwe. Yeah. It's what you say, chat, when somebody does a good move. When somebody does like a high kick or something, or, you know, a knee or something that impresses you. You should not wash your mouth after brushing your teeth. Anyway, just spit out the toothpaste and wipe your mouth, like wipe the inside of my mouth with my... Can Mormons have sparkling water? I think so, but only if their Mormon church owns the brand. So they couldn't have the Singa sparkling water that I drink. I feel so sad the Thai restaurant across my street is closed down. Nathan Drake, an interesting thing about Thai restaurants, right? I don't know if any of you noticed, but, you know, assuming you're not like super young, there was a certain time in your life when Thai restaurants started to appear everywhere. And that wasn't by accident. Thailand was actually paying, you know, people that immigrated into other countries to open up Thai restaurants. And this is their soft power. I know it sounds silly. Oh, soft power is, you know, Tom Yum and Pad Thai. No, really, it really is. It really is. It really is. They have a wonderful soft power strategy here. That's why they invited that's why they're bringing music festivals in and stuff like that. They want to be the center for find xylitol toothpaste. Wait, are you telling me to brush my teeth with Xanderhal? Better. I think you're right. Xylitol is, yeah, I've read some studies on this. Xylitol is especially good for your teeth. Like really good for your teeth. Giraffe would Avo. Yeah, the giraffe of the Avo world, pretty much. Looks like it should be censored. Yeah, I was afraid they were gonna start stroking the avocado, but no, instead they cut it. That's a lot of avocado. That really is. I wonder how it tastes though. I've noticed sometimes, chat, that bigger avocados have like a less pronounced taste. So maybe maybe it's not that good. I'll have to try it sometime. They're kind of expensive though. Like I generally go for what's cheap, right? Like this right here. I think this was like 35 baht. This is $1. That's a dollar's worth of guava, right? Like $1. I can't go over that, right? So yeah, I don't know what $1 worth of avocado would be, but it would probably be a lot less. The seeds look like a dinosaur tooth. Yeah, kind of. I wish avocados didn't destroy my stomach. Oh, I'm sorry. We have some massive ones in Jamaica too. They're more round though. Just don't put the water in your mouth. Okay, well, look, I'm an influencer, chat. I'm a wealthy foreign influencer, digital nomad, and I should live like that, right? I should be washing my face every morning at 3 o'clock in the morning with sparkling water, and yeah, just live like the rich people, live like Andrew Tate. Okay, not with one major exception. Yeah, there's one thing that I can think that Andrew Tate does that I do not want to emulate, but it should not be a problem. If it hasn't made you sick, I don't know. I can't tell. Like I feel like my digestion could be slightly better, but I always wonder if maybe that's because I'm eating too much spicy food, you know? But I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it. Wait, who was it that told me not to use? Was it Alino? Or you're the one that's telling me not to use the water even to brush my teeth with. I'm gonna go off the. I'm gonna start using bottled water for that. It shouldn't be too hard. Water will make you sick if you use it to brush your teeth, but you must be one of the lucky ones. Or it's just making me slightly like it's making my maybe it's making my digestion slightly worse. I don't know. I'm gonna see what happens when I do it with when I use bottled water. When I went to Spain, we were told not to drink water or to use it to brush your teeth. Yeah, Thai restaurant sleeper cells. That's right. But yeah, the Thai government did this on purpose, like, right, sponsored, subsidized essentially Thai restaurants all around the world. And it was massively successful because you all know what Pad Thai is. Many of you know what satay or tom yum is what are some other Thai dishes, chat? What are some Thai dishes you know about? Just name them. I think everybody knows like green curry, red curry. I don't know who Xander Hall is, but if he's cute, I'd give it a shot. Oh my god. Well, it's hilarious because he's just a bug man on the corner of the stream the entire time. He's a bug man. Okay, that qualifies as a bug man. I'm starting to learn, chat. I'm starting to learn, right? Like, I didn't understand what Card Posting was talking about when he called Alec Gunter a new male soy bug man. But I guess the bug man part is that, like, you look like a liberal. The soy part is, like, you know, your expressions is in your expressions. New male. See, the new male part I object to, because, like, it sounds tradcore. Can't even get a green apple under $1 anymore? Damn. And green apples aren't even that good. I don't know. They can be good on the right day. I also heard a lot of Israelis go there before. Yeah. They have made themselves very unpopular here, though. Israelis, like, okay, so amongst tourists, Israeli is one of the more disliked nationalities, like amongst Thai people, right? There's just been too many Israelis involved, and it obviously not every Israeli, right? But there's been too many Israelis involved in too many incidents where they're either insulting, you know, like the nation in some circumstances, or you know, taking advantage of people that they might be able to get away with taking advantage of in Israel, but that Thailand will not like allow. Thai people don't like injustice, right? If they see something unfair going on, a lot of times they'll actually get involved, right? Which is great, because people sure as fuck don't, you know, get involved on your behalf in the U.S. $1 per avocado? Did you just price Thai avocados? Oh, wait. We did see there was a price there. Where is this? Okay, no, the price that I'm seeing is per kilogram, right? And it's $1.69, which is, it's almost $2. Yeah, it's like it's $1.85 or something, right? I think, right? So that's yeah, one of those big ass avocados I was showing you costs $1.85, and that's expensive here. That's an expensive fruit, right? Compared to this, which, chat, I got 2 kilograms of these mangosteens for like $1.25, right? 2 kilograms of these. 2 kilograms of rambutan for the same price. 2 kilograms of, oh wait, how much are lychee? Maybe lychee are more expensive. Who spoke about Jamaica? That's also on the list of options to immigrate. Really, I haven't looked into that. I can't emulate being British. Not always. Sparkling water is the worst for your teeth? Okay, I won't use sparkling water then. I thought the more expensive the water you used was the better. The one who took several minutes to dive into the pool? Yeah, that guy. I'll become the 3 in the morning grind set. Pad CU, yeah, that is Pad Grapao. Pad CU is a pretty common one. Green papaya salad, I love that. Samtam, yeah. That is one of my favorite things to eat first thing in the morning. I love, like, spicy salad of any kind, but specifically a Thai papaya salad is like one of my favorite things. Although they serve them with a lot of interesting stuff here. Like when you get them in Thailand, they'll come with like some long bean, some like raw long bean is in there, just soaking in the juice. And then sometimes raw Thai eggplant, which Thai eggplants are like round and green and small, right? They're very different than the eggplant, like a Japanese eggplant or a I don't know what the other kind is called. European eggplant. The soy part is that they are liberal. Yeah. Thai basil. Oh god, yeah. Cost an arm and a leg here? Oh my god, it's very cheap here. New male sounds like a homophobic slur from the 19th century. They have bans on Israelis in Thailand. I remember watching those Israelis ram a jet ski and refuse to pay for repairs. Yeah, I don't know what it is about. Look, I feel like, look, it's bad enough traveling around with an American passport. If somebody asks me here, like, where are you from? I say I'm from Canada. I say I'm from Vancouver, all right? Because I think that just starting off with I'm American, it's like a bad start, right? But yeah, I feel like if I was Israeli, I would be trying to keep a very low profile. If I was an Israeli vacationer, right, I would be trying to be very respectful and everything. I see a clip where Israeli was getting his ass kicked because he assaulted a ladyboy. That asshole, if it's the one I'm thinking, Nathan Drake, that asshole, yeah, made a deal. Like this was a sex worker, right? They negotiated a price, and that's a price for him. And then he brings like 4 of his friends in. And she's like, no, I didn't fucking agree to that. Like, what are you doing? And he tries to be like, oh no, we're doing this. We're doing this. You named a price. You're gonna, service us all for this price, right? And it's like, oh my God. You're not, like, you're probably not, like, chat, he probably wasn't paying her that much to begin with. Like, let's be real. Like, right? The, standard of
Okay.
What is going on? Oh, wonderful.
YouTube Music ที่คุณสามารถ
Thai ads. All right, well, the fact that I've run out of music tells me that I probably have edged you for way too long. Oh my God, chat, I keep on doing this thing with going on 2 hours. Mangosteen is gold prices in London? Really? Yeah, it's like it's like $1 for 2 kilograms here. And I'm sure I could get a better price if I really searched around. Chat is stun locking her again. Okay, well, we're good. We're good. Exhausted your social yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. All right. So what are we doing today? We're doing reactions. We're reacting to what? We're reacting to a debate. A debate between who? Between Pisco, who we saw yesterday, DGG's Lawtuber, and Hutch, DGG's thumb. And it's gonna go about as well as you think it would go. Yeah, Hutch is a Ethan Klein and Destiny fanboy. Oh yeah, I should remind you, we got a thread over on Blue Sky. That link is pinned both on Twitch and on YouTube. So if you want to help us out with that, that's how we get the word out to more people and bring more people into the stream. And all I want you to do is go over to the thread, like, and comment, right? If you want to like it, great. If you want to repost it, even better. But the main thing that we're trying to do, chat, is set up kind of a NCC BSKY, right? We're trying to cultivate the community over on Blue Sky, right? And also to get the stream announcement out to a wider audience so that more people that are potentially interested in the subject matter that I'm covering today will be able to come in and take a look and decide if they like the stream or not. So if you could help me out with that, I would massively appreciate that. Thanks as always to Thumb Gang. I appreciate you liking the stream. That also gets us out to a wider audience. And, if you think it doesn't help, like, you're wrong. It actually really does. One of our thumbs, you're right, not that much, just one person liking it. But if we get thumb after thumb after thumb after thumb, then we get to mega thumb, and we can wrestle the thumb wrestle the algorithm into submission and get it to put out my content to more people. So thank you to those of you who have liked the stream and those of you who are currently moving your cursor into position or your thumb into position to like the stream. I do appreciate you. I also appreciate everybody who's voted so far. 97 of you have voted. Of those 97 votes, 31% have chosen the Vanguard, going over the Destiny and Kyle Kalinske situation. I think Destiny posted something ignorant, and like Kyle ratioed. I think a few. Yeah, Fantano. Oh, I forgot about this, chat. Anthony Fantano ratioed Destiny. So we got Kyle, coming in on Destiny, elbow off the top rope. I think, did you call him a sex pest? I think Kyle might have called him a sex pest, which is kind of based. But that's in first place right now, so that's a cool little segment, and the Vanguard's covering that for us. Second place is a tie between Nick Deodorant and Dan Saltman, and yes, this is the Ethan Klein. This is Ela's favorite rape reviewer, right? Ela Klein is a big fan of the rape review, brought to you by Nicholas Deodorant, and he's a creep. He's a creepy commentary guy, and Ethan Klein dick rider, and he's gonna be talking to Dan Saltman, who, Landlord Dan. You know him, you love to hate him, Landlord Dan. So that's in third place right now. Second place is the kneecap and Bob Villain incident, that the BBC tried to get away from covering kneecaps political statement, and they end up cutting to Bob Villain and getting a much more spicy political statement instead. And in fourth place, we have the new Taylor Lorenz video. So that's where we're at. Those are the options. Again, we get a piece of bonus content if we get to 100. We're at 55 right now out of 100, and if this number gets to 100, I'll do one piece of reaction content, or I'll do one piece of extra content, bonus content. If it gets to 2, I'll do the top 2. If it gets to 3, so on, right? So, and the way that it goes up is every time you do a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership to other people, right? Giving the gift of weasels, which I massively appreciate, because it means there'll be more weasels in chat. And as much as I'm emphasizing the super chat goal, just because that's a fun thing to do, and we can put a butterfly in my hair if we hit 4 more super chats in the next 2 hours or so. Oh, 1 hour and 24 minutes, damn. Time's a ticking. So you got 1 hour and 45 minutes to try to make the butterfly goal work in YouTube. That number goes up every time there's a teal chat or above. The threshold for that, I think, is $3 and some change. So that gets us to butterfly goal, and then this goal goes up every time, like I said, somebody does a super chat, super sticker. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, which right now I've got my the goal that I've got up there is for my Vietnam trip, which is going to take place in August. I'm going to need to leave the country to apply at a Thai embassy in Vietnam for my ED visa. This is my educational visa, a visa where I'll be studying Thai. We funded that, chat. That got funded. That got fully funded. So I've got, we funded the amount of money that I need to pay for my tuition for Thai language school in order to stay in the country. Now we're trying to fund a trip to Vietnam, which I think, in addition to, I gotta apply at the Thai embassy in Vietnam, because it's way cheaper than applying to the Thai embassy in Bangkok or whatever. But I'm hoping to kind of stay there a little while and maybe do some content about Vietnam, maybe learn some stuff, maybe share some stuff with chat, maybe do some phone streams outside or something. Could be fun. So if you want to help fund that, that's on throne.com/nocommentchick. Or if you sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, which you can do for free by using a Twitch Prime sub. If you got Prime, you can hook that sucker up to Twitch, and it'll give you a free sub to use on the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, then you get the emotes. You get the butterfly. Wait, do we have a we don't have a butterfly. How do we not have a butterfly emote? Okay, chat, we'll work on that one. We need a butterfly emote, but you'll get the jellyfish emote, the weasel emote, and yes, on Twitch they are animated, and all the rest. And you'll also support me at no cost to yourself, right? The Twitch Prime subs, they don't cost you anything, right? You're already paying for Prime, and Amazon gives you a free Twitch sub for that. So just use that and get the emotes if you want to. But yeah, any sort of support on Twitch, whether it's getting yourself a sub or gifting subs or gifting bits, right? Any of this stuff makes this number go up. If it gets to 100 by the end of the stream, we do the top number one of these the top of these the top vote getter on this list, which right now it looks like it's Vanguard going over the Destiny Kyle Kalinske Anthony Fantano situation. That's right, Anthony Fantano dunking on Destiny, right? And again, if it gets to 200, we cover the top 2, etc., etc. The other thing that you can do when you donate is that you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see as your bonus content, and I'll actually take your donation, turn it into a percentage, and add it right up here to the topic of your choice, and you will maybe help your favorite topic win. No butterfly emote, Vergonia. Vergonia indeed. How double check how long Thailand will let you stay out of the country based on the. Oh yeah, I mean that's good advice, Girly Bear. I'll always check on these things because there can be interesting rules there. It's not as much about how long Thailand will let me stay out of the country. It's how long Thailand will let me stay in the country, as I have a tourist visa at present, which ends every time I leave the country. Like, it's not a multiple entry visa, right? So yeah, I guess there is a little risk there. But yeah, that's how the bonus goal works, and the butterfly goal is even more simple. 10 super chats of the teal variety or higher will land a butterfly in my hair. We didn't get one yesterday. We were so close, chat. We were one away from the butterfly goal. I don't know how we missed it, but we did. We missed it yesterday. So if you want to see a butterfly land in my hair today, we are now only 4 teal super chats away from that, right? So with that explained, I will now thank my Patreon, because they are awesome. They are supporting me. This is probably the way, if you want more of your donation to count towards supporting the stream, Patreon is Patreon or honestly Throne are the way to go. But Patreon I really appreciate, because it's a monthly donation that gives me a certain base of support. It's not attached to a platform, so whereas YouTube and Twitch could be taken away from me, people get demonetized for no reason, people get banned for no reason. Patreon is a little bit more stable, so it gives me like it's like a little island for me to survive on if worse comes to worse. So thank you, those of you that are concerned with me surviving should worse come to worse, with a monthly donation to my Patreon. If you donate to my Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a fancy shout out at the beginning and ending of each stream. Let me do those now. Shouts out to Orals Ellipsis, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Moe Noape, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Hot Ham Radio, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zara Zerex, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. And with that, chat, let's get started. Let's find a way to get started. I wonder if Pisco's got a version of this on his, oh my god. I mean, we could just watch it on Hutch's. I love that I type in Pisco. Okay. Is there a Pisco version of this debate? I'm sure it exists in his live stream, but I don't really want to go. Yeah, it looks like he hasn't put it up. He's really doing Hutch a solid here by letting Hutch get all the views. Anyway, we'll just watch the Hutch version of the debate. Oh my god, chat. Look, this is... Look, chat, it's speed dating. Look at that. Look at that. Yum. What the fuck? Yeah, what's wrong with our men these days? What's wrong with young men? Why are young men so fucked up at present? I wonder why, chat. What is the deal? Like, right? Where are they getting all these ideas about women? Okay, anyway.
I want you and I to agree on that. I mean, in what respect do you think that he's gonna...
Chat, I never knew Galahad was Brazilian.
He's actually trying to protect the React community. How could you ever grant him that?
Think about it this way: like, if he did sue Asmongold and XQC for the kind of React that they do, it would chill the React community. Like, a lot of people would stop reacting to content.
So is this.
I don't think, no. This, like, when I saw this, like, once I saw the whole video, I didn't think to myself, well, maybe I don't want to do any kind of React content. That didn't make me, like, want to stop reacting to stuff.
Because you're a guy. Because you're a fucking guy. And Ethan Klein is going after women, and you know that if he went after you, that there would be people from the Destiny community that would fucking defend your worthless ass. Hutch. That's the only difference. That's the only thing that's making you feel comfortable. Just like Republicans feel comfortable because Trump portrays the victims of his ICE raids as being these evil, like, criminal migrants, right? And you're like, oh, my aunt's not like that. He would never take... Yeah, no, he's fucking taking your aunt. He's deporting your aunt too, right? This is why solidarity is important. This is why liberals suck. They have no solidarity. Right? Oh no, these are women. I'm not chilled by that. I'm not worried about that. No, he's just suing women right now. And femoids fucking deserve it. You fucking pathetic incel loser. God damn it, Hutch. God damn it. Already, right out the gate, we're 30 minutes into your fucking video and you've already pissed me off.
he would have gone after like XQC and Asmongold, then I might, yeah, probably, yeah. All the things that you're saying might be true.
Oh wow, Davi's supporting the Vox Populi. So that's endorsing the choice of you and chat. Your choice just got more weight towards it. Your the choice that you make, the thing that you're voting for in chat, just became more important because Davi just put a whole bunch of extra percentage on Vox Populi.
I'm offering an alternative perspective that there is a universe where he could care about.
You're offering the alternative perspective from inside Ethan's ass. All right, that's the alternative perspective. Well, up Ethan's ass, things sure look a lot different. I mean, these people did CPS and they mailed him skulls. Yes, every single one of Ethan's detractors, everybody that criticized Ethan did CPS, made him tell that fucked up story about his children slurping doggy diarrhea on the floor. All right. They all did that, and they all also mailed him a skull, right? That's right. They're all fucking responsible. Group punishment, chat. How fucking Zionist of him to choose group punishment. I'm sorry, chat. This trying to calm down
at the same time.
I'm down to fight. What do you think we disagree on? Let me think.
I mean,
what do you think about the Ethan thing? Is that what you were gonna fight on?
Well, I guess I was trying to understand what your position was.
So yeah, if you didn't watch this yesterday, Pisco had a fairly mild take, right? I still think he gave too much credit to Ethan. I think he took Ethan's word for it on too much, but he did say that, you know, the thing that doesn't wash for Pisco is the idea that Ethan did this legal action for some kind of noble purpose to protect the community. Pisco's a lawyer, all right? And if you've ever seen JCS kind of stuff, right, there's a certain kind of deduction that you use. If you want to prove that somebody's lying, you can't just ask them, are you lying, right? They're not going to be like, oh yeah, you got me, I guess I was lying, right? You know, you gotta ask them a bunch of questions and find the inconsistencies. And Pisco, in the process of watching Ethan's video talking about how he's suing these femoids, he found a lot of inconsistencies, right? He found a lot of things that just don't fucking make this cannot be true along with this, right? You're fucking lying. You're blowing smoke up my ass. And you know, as an attorney, he probably gets enough of that at work, honestly.
It's because you were
His name is Hutch, not Hunch. I mean, you can call him Hunch if you want to.
regarding like the Ethan lawsuit. You were, I think, tell me if I'm wrong, but I think your position was that he has standing. I don't know if I'm using that word right. I'm not a legal person, but I think what you're saying is that he has standing, but you didn't. He
didn't speak to the standing thing. Standing is if Ethan has received damages. So in other words, I can't sue. Like I see something bad happen to you where you're damaged by somebody's actions. I don't have. You know, I might be like real. You might be doing something bad that's a suable. You know, that somebody could seek damages for. But if you haven't damaged me, if I can't prove that, you know, that I was harmed by what you did, then I don't have standing. That's what standing means.
It's a good,
but you know, at least you tried, Hutch. At least you tried.
Case, but you didn't like the way he was positioning himself publicly. I think your issue was that he was framing it as like, I'm doing this for the greater good of like the YouTube ecosystem and all that, when really it was just about like a petty grudge that he has.
You basically got it. I take issue with him presenting himself as defending the reaction community. And I think that that's a completely bullshit rationale. And I think that the complaint is unhinged. Those were my 2 points, and people have completely lost it and started attacking me. And I think that that's just, it's on one sense funny. But I've said this entire time, I think he has a strong case. So yeah, that's my position.
Yeah, I don't know how much we disagree, but like, I think it can be both. Like I think what happened with him is like he you know, this whole thing really escalated to a new level, like once CPS was called. And so, like, if you put yourself in his shoes,
that's emotional logic. That's special pleading. All right. What you're saying is like, all right, I know that rationally, I don't have a fucking pot to piss in, right? Like, I don't have any excuse. I don't have anything to hang my hat on, right? Rationally, there's nothing there. But if we invoke the magic of CPS and group punishment and blaming every single critic of Ethan for, you know, the actions of who fucking knows who. Chat, nobody knows who called CPS. I'm going to blow your minds here. Nobody knows if Ethan called CPS on himself, all right? Probably didn't. Wouldn't make sense. Would be a pretty risky thing to do, but we don't fucking know that. We don't know anything. We don't know anything, and you're willing to blame every single person that criticizes Ethan. What you're doing, Hutch, is gunt guarding. You are sweeping for this man, all right? Based on this emotional argument, well, how would you feel if you got CPS called? Would you do some irrational shit? Would you be unhinged? Maybe so, but it doesn't make that okay, right? It doesn't make that okay. Like, you know, if they talk like they know. Well, no, they talk like it's everyone. They talk like once CPS was called, no one's allowed to criticize Ethan anymore, or else you're guilty for CPS getting called. And the only person that's guilty for CPS getting called is the guy that told the story about his kids munching dog shit on the floor. All right. Very funny story, Ethan. Probably not something that you as a public person should say, because it sounds like your kids are in danger. And if they're not in danger and you're embellishing the story for comedic effect, maybe you shouldn't be telling that story. But yeah, the fact we don't know who called CPS. But it doesn't matter to these guys. CPS is carte fucking blanche for Ethan to abuse anybody he chooses in any way he wants, right? That is some dog shit. There we go.
and just imagine what that
maybe Susan called CPS, yeah.
experience was like, to have the government show up at your house and
the government. Oh my God. What are you, a conservative all of a sudden? Now the government showing up at my house. They're telling me that I don't raise my kids right just because they're crawling on the floor, sucking poop out of my dog's ass. Who's the government to tell me that that's not a healthy diet? RFK Jr. proposes the hygiene hypothesis that maybe what's wrong with our kids, the reason they're coming on down with all these autoimmune reactions, is because they're living in a too hygienic of an environment. And back in the day, it was normal for kids to get a little dog shit in their mouth. And it was healthy. It was protective. It helps them build their immune system. And like, I don't know, what the fuck? You turn into a fucking Republican. And it doesn't take much. It doesn't take much at all, does it?
Yeah, you know, basically compel him and Gila to demonstrate to the state that they're capable of raising their own child. Like, I'm sure that probably kicked him into a new kind of gear. And I was telling my chat, like, I think it'd be one story if the CPS got called on his house and then like all the creators in the Hassan cinematic universe kind of all said to their own communities, like, okay, this is going too far. We need to take the temperature down a bit. That would have been one thing, but that's not what we saw happen. What we saw happen was, you know, number one, they denied that it came from their communities, which was kind of crazy to me. Number two, you know, they like.
Is it any crazier than all the denials of all the harassment that very likely came from Destiny's community that you dipshits have denied for years and years and years? Up to the point that the guy is revealed to having been like diddling half of you, like out extracurricularly, filming you, and then sharing his favorite highlights of his sexual encounters with orbiters like you, Hutch, right? Is it any more wild than that? You know what? Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. You just don't fucking know. It's not wild at all. Nobody knows. Nobody knows who did it. And if it's somebody from your community, it doesn't make you a bad person. It makes that person. Like, right? And that's assuming that the person was like, I know that Ethan Klein's kids aren't in any danger at all, but I want to fuck with him. I want to use CPS to fuck with him. You know, here's a story that I know is false. Somehow you know that Ethan is kidding. You know that Ethan is exaggerating the story for comedic effect, and you call CPS anyway. Yeah, that's kind of a scumbag thing to do. We don't know if that's what happened. What we do know is that Ethan told a story that's very, very, very concerning. That if it's anybody that you didn't have a parasocial relationship with, Hutch, you would question their fitness as parents. All right. Now, again, like I said, maybe Ethan exaggerated things. Maybe the kids are fine. Maybe they're not in any danger. Maybe he just, like, you know, embellished the fuck out of a story. But still, in that case, you know who called CPS on Ethan? Ethan Klein called CPS on himself by telling that fucked up story. Ethan Klein would not be dealing with CPS were it not for him thinking like that his kids eating dog shit is a funny joke, is a goof and a gaff, right? It's Ethan's fault. Any way you fucking slice it, it's Ethan's fault. And the only thing that's making you not see this, Hutch, is misogyny.
Like doubled, tripled, quadrupled down. So like instead of saying obviously it's way too far to call CPS, we saw a lot of these same.
So do you hear what he's saying? They were supposed to lay down. They were supposed to lay down and give in and kiss the ring. But once CPS is called, okay, we can't criticize Ethan anymore. Bullshit. All right, I will fight back. I will stand up against any kind of chilling effect against free speech, whether it's Ethan, and I will say abusing copyright law. I say that not because I don't think that Ethan has a case. I think that because Ethan is using the law for his personal petty vengeance.
Well, I don't know. I mean, he was talking about like dog poop, and you know, like I do think people have a right to be concerned about his kids and blah 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 blah. And I think like once they
Hutch, if you'd like to have a conversation with me, that can be arranged. But it will start with us viewing the clip in question and you explaining how somebody is supposed to hear this shit and not be concerned. All right?
did that, he probably resolved in that moment to like really fuck with them.
Yeah.
Narwhal underscore by super chatted $5. This is a but what were they wearing argument. Gross.
There's a lot of that. There's a lot of that shit. Is special pleading the right word? I think maybe I'm like, there's some phrase I'm looking for here, chat. Maybe it's not special pleading. But we are 7/10 of the way towards the butterfly goal, and 6/10 of the way towards the bonus content.
And you know,
I agree with that, but and listen, I don't know. I think that some of them condemned it or said that they wouldn't do it. Maybe you're right that some of them kind of played cutesy about it or whatever. Which is
Pisco, it's not cutesy. It's not cutesy, okay? They got no responsibility for that. Okay? None whatsoever.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with them calling it, and that's all cool. But you said something at the start, which I find to be the relevant part. Like, I don't.
Yeah, that's right, Smidge. Ethan abusing the legal system and leaving a snail trail of evidence behind him. True.
That's probably why.
Or is it a diarrhea trail?
He sued, had to do something with that or their previous grievances. That's my whole point. But you said it could be both. Yeah, it could be both, but it's not. I'm saying it's not. It's not both. It's one and it's not the other. It could. They're not necessarily mutually exclusive, but I'm saying it's not one. That's my point.
You don't think
that it.
You don't think that, for example, like you don't think that it's plausible for him to have seen their, like what, like surely you agree that the lengths that they went to, or the way that they went about reacting to his video was super malicious, right? Like I feel like we probably both agree on that.
If by malicious you mean they had a stated intention to steal money from him, then the answer is yes.
Yeah, they stated
they're malicious because they're Eve's daughters, and they relate to the temptation of Adam with the fruit of knowledge of good and evil. That's how you know they're malicious, chat. Just like Eve was malicious when she handed that fruit to her hapless hubby Adam, right? These femoids, they do be reacting, and they do be malicious.
Like they weren't even like coy about it. They weren't even subtle. They didn't try to use like code language. They just came out and said like, "Hey, watch it here so you don't give him a view."
I agree that they said that, and that would that would be a justifiable reason to go after them and not other people. On that I'm not disagreeing at all. That's not
right.
What but my point is he's not trying to defend the React community. That's my point, and he holds himself out as doing that. And you don't reject that, do you? He is holding himself.
Ethan doesn't have a daughter, right? I don't know. I don't know what Ethan's family. I haven't really. I know he's got at least one son. That's all I know.
As defending broadly the React community.
Well, I think he's like my position is like it's plausible that he's doing both. Like that he felt personally aggrieved by these people in their communities, like and then like the Snark subreddit.
Oh, did he feel aggrieved? Did he feel personally aggrieved? Oh, I feel so bad for. He felt personally aggrieved, so it's okay to go fucking sicko mode on people. It's okay to put the entire sphere of React content at risk, and then claim that you're some kind of moral. You're some kind of moral savior here to save us all from Sony and Disney. I mean, this is what Pisco rightly called out as utter bullshit.
Because they were fucking fully psychotic and unhinged as well with the lengths that they were going to fuck with Ethan. So I think like he was personally aggrieved by these people in that way, but also like it's not totally implausible in my mind that he saw that the way that they went about reacting to his content was actually something that was worth clarifying.
Okay, so this is the start of the mental gymnastics. We're gonna see, Hutch is gonna get a nice workout here with all these mental gymnastics. He is going to twist himself into fucking pretzels, chat. This guy is a yoga instructor in the flexibility, the logical flexibility that he displays here in his coping with like the very obvious bad faith nature that Ethan is entering into this legal arc with, right? How thin-skinned must you feel be to feel aggrieved by the three screamers with a combined 10% of your audience, right?
courts because it is
About that.
it is.
So we
Yeah, go ahead.
we agree on the one that the personal grievance stuff. We don't need to talk about it anymore because we agree that that's at least probably motivating, and I think it's plausible that that's motivated him for sure. So totally agree on that. The only question is he trying to protect the React community? That's the rationale that I take issue with.
Hutch looks like he's constipated. No, he's just lead poisoned from his vape.
And I guess the first question is, do you think
Or wait, maybe that's a side effect of the lead poisoning.
he's trying to give that as a stated rationale that this is about protecting the React community from an existential risk?
Well, did he say that it was about protecting the React community, or did he say it was about protecting like YouTubers' creations?
So this is what he said. I'm going to pull it up. What he said exactly, but in essence, actually, I'm just going to wait to actually pull it up. So H3, I am suing these creators.
To me, I felt like that the emphasis that he made was about like protecting content creators like himself and Lemino. Like, are you familiar with that situation? Like, there's this creator named Lemino who did I think like a 2-hour video on
Lupino's video on who killed JFK, telling us all about the what was it, the who's the figure that they show in the picture on the grassy knoll chat? Who's that like Herobrine guy? You know what I'm talking about in the JFK conspiracy theory? I'm just gonna try to sprinkle like all this salt and into here and maybe shake it up a little bit. Try to spread it around. There we go. You know, we want a nice salty, spicy guava. That's what we want. Are those chips? No, these are guava. This is a fruit, but it's a very like non-sweet fruit. And so that's why people here eat it with sugar and salt and red pepper flakes. Lee Harvey Oswald? No, it's the other dude, right? Was it Mustache Man or something? Do you remember, like, there's a famous picture that they show, I think, of the grassy knoll, and there's some kind of, like, there's like a cop there or something? Isn't there like a cop in the picture? Poppy Bush, he's very Herobrine light. Yeah, it's crunchy too. It's kind of like an apple. I don't know. It's got a skin on the outside that you can see. It's kind of like peeled off of it. And then the inside is this like kind of crunchy, not too sweet, but like flavorful. Is it zapruder, jackfruit, jillfruit? No, it's a guava. It does taste kind of like an apple though. It's got the same like texture.
Assassination of JFK, and the video was doing quite well, and then I think like tons of other creators like XQC, Hassan, and a bunch of other people re-uploaded reactions to that video within like a day or two, and there was very minimal commentary. They basically just like let the video play. I don't want to speak about Hassan because I'm not sure what he did, but I know when it came to XQC, he basically it was just like he was just kind of staring at the screen every once in a while going chat, right, oh my god, oh my god. And then I think also in the case of XQC, I don't want to like slander anybody, I think what his thumbnail person did was make the thumbnail very similar to like Lemino's thumbnail. So I like my sense when Ethan was talking about like protecting the ecosystem was more that he was like trying to protect the creators that make these videos that people are reacting to.
Like there's some kind of picture of I think it was the grassy knoll, and like I think you see like Oswald and you see but like if you look kind of into the distance, there's like a cop standing there, right? And people that have the like multiple bullet theory say that the cop was at the right angle, I think, to have be responsible for one of the bullets or something. I don't know, chat. I don't know if it's real. But Badgeman, it's called Badgeman. Yes, Badgeman. Let me show you Badgeman, chat. Oh my god. So, I mean, this is kind of all right, so let me show you the first picture here. All right, so um yeah, this is I think the infamous grassy knoll picture. There's a figure circled. You see that little red circle? That is Badge Man. He's called Badge Man, I think, because he's got a badge. All right, there's another version of it. I want to see, like, there's one version where they blow him up a little bit. Okay, anyway. But it's like a figure with a badge, right? That seems to be dressed as a police officer.
And not necessarily like he was posturing to be the savior of the React community. I could be wrong. You could.
This is the quote. Yeah. So the quote that I keep going back to is the following. Though theoretically I could sue a lot more creators and rake in millions of dollars, but the purpose of this is not financial gain. People like XQC and Asmongold may have watched the entire thing, but I would never sue them just for doing that. And I'll go to the next part, but right there, you agree he's acknowledging that XQC and Asmongold are infringing on his work, right? Because he's saying that he could rake in millions of dollars suing them, right?
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Okay. Then he says, but I would never sue them just for doing that. I don't want to chill the reaction community. That's broadly like the reaction. I don't want to chill the reaction community into fear. Actually, the opposite. What's the opposite?
All right, see that guy? There's something kind of shiny, almost like I don't know. Is he supposed to be taking a shot there? You see, there's a guy back there, right? It's very blurry. Again, this is like a little tiny portion of that picture of the grassy knoll, but it looks like a man with a badge. And some it's part of the JFK conspiracies. I don't know if it's real or not. But this is one of the things people obsess about in relation to JFK's assassination.
Instead of chilling the reaction community to fear, it's protecting the reaction community, right? It's to make them more willing and apt to do reactions, right? And instead of getting into fear, is encouraging.
Was sunlight shining off of a bottle?
The reaction community, right?
Couldn't you argue though? Couldn't you argue that his rationale could be that he's protecting them by setting, publicly setting having a set of standards that protect people that react from the.
Some people think there's no guy because there was a Coke bottle there in the other pit.
Content from litigation.
Yeah, that's where he's going to go, and that's where we're going to go next. He says, actually the opposite. I hope that we can all unite against this type of egregious behavior that not only makes us all look bad, but could destroy the commentary community as we know it. And then he references the potential of Sony and Disney suing. So he is saying that part of his reasoning, correct, is to protect the reaction community broadly, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
So because there are some people who are contesting.
Chat, I just put I gotta eat this all quick. I just put a little bit of salt on here, and it's making the guava is sweating already. Oh my god, it's like soft. I don't know what just happened, but you know how if you put salt on cabbage and kind of massage it, it's like how you make sauerkraut. You'll start to get a lot of water coming out of it. I think it's I think it must be just osmosis, but that's some fucking quick osmosis.
Whether or not he ever said that he wanted to protect the broader community. And this is what I take to be the disingenuousness. He says XQC and Asmongold should not be chilled. He doesn't want to chill XQC and Asmongold. Even though at the start of his own video, he says that it's an injustice when this happens, not just when it's intentional siphoning, but when XQC, one of the prime suspects, basically watches a whole video and gives no effort or no transformative anything into it. He calls that, quote, an injustice. Very famously, Ethan was having these massive debates with XQC saying, it's wrong what you do, XQC. Yeah,
so this was a few years ago with ReactGate. Wait, no, maybe I think this was a second ReactGate. And it was mainly XQC and Sniper Wolf that people were talking about. So at the time when Ethan debated XQC, XQC had a lot of heat, had a lot of negative heat on him, right? In that people saw XQC's reactions and they were like, he is stealing content. He's a bad man, right? So at that time, Ethan could go hard, as he did in the debate on XQC, right? Now that he brings it up again, he's like laundering the fact that he had a moral issue with XQC's content at the time and like shows, you know, just as an example. But I don't mind XQC. His reaction was great. His reaction was wonderful. Why the difference? Why the difference? Because now, chat, there's no heat on XQC. There's not a lot of negative attention focused on him for his reactions. And he has a big community. So were Ethan to also sue or even to criticize Asmongold and XQC, who are at the very least offenders on the same level, at the very least on the same level, if not a higher level of offense than Frogan, Denims, etc. He would Ethan he can't manage the PR, right? Then it would be like, oh, so you don't like. He doesn't want the heat. Like Ethan would get the heat now instead of XQC, right? He doesn't want that. So now he's changed. Oh, this was all just, well and good. This was fine, right? This is not egregious. But you know what is egregious? Fucking Frogan taking a piss during stream. How dare she? Kaceytron taking hits from the bong. How dare she? Denims saying thank you for watching this video here instead of giving Ethan views. How dare she? It's completely flipped. And that everything about Ethan, if you have any iota of critical thinking, should show you this dude is incredibly disingenuous. This is one of the worst human beings on the face of the planet.
Injustice, what you do. You ought not do that. And everyone knows that, right? So this is the problem. He cannot say, or he should not say, or it's inconsistent for him to say, I want to not chill. I want to protect the thing I say is an injustice.
Yeah, you're right, Funk Master Claw is 100% because XQC and Asmongold reacted to Ethan's video positively, right? And Ethan's only interest is chilling criticism of him. Now, back in the day, chat, a large YouTuber using any kind of copyright law or DMCA system on YouTube in order to silence their critics would have there would be a scandal. This would be like Illuminati, right? This would be like a big, they would make themselves the villain of the week, if not the villain of the month. And they would get fucking trashed, right? Ethan's channel would be seeing like just a torrent of hateful comments on every single video, just like Illuminati did. And his views would be going down and down and down and down and down, right? But because his victims in this case are women that are hated by legions of incels that now people can play team sports with it. Well, I think Denims is bad too. So I guess whatever he's doing to Denims must be okay. A little bit like, well, I think immigrants are bad too. So whatever Trump's doing, is he sending them to CCOT? Is he denying their due process? That's fine. Because they fucked around when they came into this country illegally. It's the same kind of logic. I swear to God, there's something so Trumpian about the H3 cult. There's something so Trumpian about it.
That's the inherent disingenuousness. He's saying that he doesn't want to chill what he calls an injustice. But of course, why would you not want to chill what you're calling an injustice? Why would you want to protect the thing that you say should not be done? That's doesn't pass the smell test.
Well, I think I'm just trying to read between the lines here, but like you could make the argument that like him going after these particularly egregious well, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know if I'm qualified to call it egregious. I mean, I did see a bunch of lawyers react to it. It seems to be a consensus among lawyers. You tell me if I'm wrong.
Hutch. Egregious just means really, really bad. It's not, correct me if I'm wrong, Davy. It's not a legal term. I think he's thinking of malicious, right? And in certain legal situations, yeah, the maliciousness affects the case. In this one, as Pisco explained, it's not about intent. It is 100% liability, right? In terms of copyright law, intent doesn't matter, and it doesn't matter in both ways, right? Somebody having hostile intent, wanting to, look like the example he gave was this, right? Let's say that they say, I want to take views from Ethan, and the video that they put out is fair use, right? They got a video on Ethan's video coming out at the same time, and they say, I want people to click on my video instead of Ethan's videos. I want his video to get less views. I want those views to go to me. No harm, no foul. You're fine if that content is actually transformative. If that content is fair use, you are fine, right? In the other direction, if let's say that Denims's reaction was not transformative, right? Her saying, hey, everybody, make sure to go follow Ethan. I'm disagreeing with him on this, but he does a lot of good content and he keeps us all entertained. Here's his channel link, right? That wouldn't save Denims. Intent doesn't matter, right? Even if Denims was out of her way, make sure that you watch the video on Ethan's channel. We're not trying to take any views from him. It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter. That does not affect the law at all. The law is 100% liability. That means, can Ethan prove that he lost money due to Denim's content acting as a market replacement for his, right? That's the totality of the question, right? Pisco did say that, yeah, you are going to mention the things that Denim said because it makes her look like a bad guy, right? So you're going to go ahead and mention that, but that's not what that's for coloring the perspective of the judge and jury. That is not something that the judge is going to be like, well, I would find this to be fair use, except for the fact that she states here she makes this malicious statement about wanting to take views from Ethan. On that, I will, I'm going to make the opposite determination. That's never going to happen. That is not a consideration. That is not how copyright law works.
That Ethan has a pretty strong case, but
yeah,
I could be wrong. I mean, I feel like there were
public middle school got sued to heck for doing a Shrek musical without permission. Was it original songs, Davy, or was it songs from Shrek?
A lot of pretty neutral legal YouTubers that were opining on this, saying that he has a really strong case. But
yeah,
I feel like
I've never disputed.
If Ethan succeeds at all, he will. Well, not at all. Look. Davy, can you is it if this goes, so as far as setting a precedent, right? Is it if it goes to an appeals court? Is it if an appeals court makes a decision on that? That's when a precedent gets set? Is that how it works? We don't know if it'll happen or not, right? But yeah, depending on the decision, and this is not just it's not settled law, right? So whatever judge decides these cases, I think is it at the appellate level? Could set down the precedent that will go forward, be how people operate. And if that judge decides that these React streamers, they've been living they're too brazen, right? So if it's, at the appellate level, that's when it becomes a precedent, right? And if the precedent that gets set is a very narrow or a very wide interpretation of what would it be, a more narrow interpretation of fair use, then yeah, that could make it so that there's a chilling effect on anyone reacting to virtually anything.
I feel like, if you're Ethan, you could look at this as a way to sort of steer reactors in a better direction. So through his lawsuit litigation with Denims and Frogan.
So you hear what he's saying now? It's well, he didn't sue XQC or Asmongold, but maybe even though the targets were Denims and Frogan and Kaceytron, the real target of behavioral modification, Ethan is playing 18-dimensional chess at this point, right? And he's subtly motivating the Asmongold's and the XUCs of the world to be less brazen in terms of their zero value reactions, right? Without having to actually sue them. And again, still, like, what are Frogan, Kaceytron, and Denims then? Are they just like do they deserve to be sacrificed? Is that what it is? Like, do you see what it is? This guy's got misogynistic brainworms, right? Where he's like, oh no, but they're fine. Like, so there's good people and there's bad people, right? Kaceytron, Denims, Frogan, bad people. You got smug femoid, you got Muslim femoid, and you got stoner femoid, and these are bad femoid archetypes, right? And so whatever they can be used as what is it called? Like a cautionary tale. They could be used as a object lesson, right? For the rest of us who do matter. We wouldn't want XQC to get sued. That would be wrong. We don't want Asmongold and we don't want Hutch to get sued. We don't want Destiny to get sued. That would be wrong. But these three, no, there's nothing is too bad for them. Yeah, it's fucking brainworms. Fucking brainworms. Pull him right out of his ear. Stab him with a little little fruit spear here and eat them raw, right, chat? They're a delicacy.
And them.
Brainworms.
Maybe this leads to people like Asmongold and XUC starting to adopt like certain standards themselves.
I would never sue them. He's saying I would never sue XUC and Asmongold.
No, he said he
change what they do.
No, he said he would never sue them for the kind of React content that they were doing, but that was separate from the kind of React content that.
Yeah. Only sue them for femoid reaction content, not the worm, not yo chat, ho chat, ho, and not based, right? No, those are good reacts. That's intellectual, that's meaningful, right? But the femoids, they're too stupid to even anything they say is not transformative, is not good enough, is not actual content, is not sensible, right? Because of the nature of their hysterical nature.
Rogan we're doing.
No, I acknowledge that, well, different in the sense that one has a stated malicious intent, the other doesn't. But he's literally saying, I would never sue XUC and Asmongold. I would never go after them, even though he acknowledges that what they're doing is an injustice. So why would you, at the start of the video, he says it's an injustice and that XQC is one of the quote prime suspects. And he's on record saying that what XQC does is wrong. And so why would he say something like, oh, I wouldn't want to chill them. I wouldn't want to change their content. He's trying to say, I don't want to change what XQC and Asmongold are doing. Part of his rationale isn't to change what XQC and Asmongold are doing. It's to preserve and protect what XQC and Asmongold are doing. That's not how I interpreted what he said.
He didn't say he would literally never sue them. He was saying,
he says literally, I would never sue them.
No.
For doing that, for watching my whole video without giving any commentary.
Yeah, but that's in a separate category.
I would never sue them.
Yeah, but that's in a separate category from what Denims and Frogan were doing. If
delineate this fucker. Delineate this, or I'm going to assume that the separate category has to do with the genitalia between their legs.
So like if XQC and Asmongold did what Denims and Frogan and the other people did, then I assume he would probably sue them.
I agree that they're not, that there's a difference in what they did. I'm not arguing that there isn't a difference. Okay, I want to be clear. I'm not arguing that there's a difference between what XQC does and what that there's no difference between what XQC does and what Denim's saying. I want to repeat it one more time, just for not for you, for the audience. I am not saying that there is no difference between what XQC did and what Frogan et al. Did. I am not saying that. All I'm saying is one of the stated intent here by saying I would never sue these people is because he doesn't want to chill these kinds of people. He wants to the opposite. He wants to protect them. And what doesn't make sense is the notion that you would want to protect that which you say shouldn't happen. Why would you want to? And the best analogy for this is the thief analogy. You would never say, would you, that like, okay, people might come to my house and steal my money, and there could be people who do it maliciously, that is to help themselves, but they don't really care about hurting me, and then people who steal from my house literally just to hurt me. And I will, you know, because it's so much worse to me when someone steals my money specifically to hurt me, I'm justified in going after those people as opposed to the non-malicious thieves. But you would never say, but let's say that you say it's an injustice when people steal from me no matter what.
Yeah, these people never This is the thing. They have a double standard, Spasibo. You're right on it. They never pirated software. They never pirated, you know, media. They never used Kaza or Pirate Bay. It's just like, really? And no, like every single one of these debate fucks that are coming down on Denims and Frogan and stuff like that, you could find an example of their content that is less transformative than what Denims, Frogan, and Kaceytron did. Every single one of these fucks are massive hypocrites.
You would never say something like this. Well, I'm going after the malicious thieves to protect the non-malicious thieves, who I say are an injustice. That's what doesn't make sense.
Well, I think he's not saying like he wants to protect non-malicious thieves. I think like a good faith interpretation.
No, he is saying that because he said that.
Yeah, you never used an ad blocker. You're stealing YouTube's content. Do you have ad blocker on your Chrome?
I would never sue XQC. I wouldn't want to chill them.
No, but I'm saying I think if we assume good faith for Ethan, like let's just assume.
Yeah, show me your extensions right now, Hutch. Show me your extensions. And if you've got fucking uBlock's Origin Lite on there, I am sorry, but I'm not taking your complaints about Frogan, Denims, and Kaceytron seriously at all.
For the sake of the argument that he's being genuine when he says he wants to protect the React community, I think the only way that the only conclusion you could come to as far as like his methods for trying to engineer change, basically like reform within the React community, is that by having this lawsuit clarify a few things, because my understanding is that the React stuff is still like very.
Wait, aren't lawyers supposed to be good at analogies and metaphors? Pisco's the lawyer. Hutch is the Call of Duty streamer.
Much in a gray area legally. Like
Yeah,
there was a decision when he sued. I think he was sued by someone, and the judge, from what I read, basically said that, you know, his ruling was not necessarily, he wasn't saying that all React content is fair use, and that it would have to be like up to the individual cases that come in the future. He was saying that specifically Ethan was fair use, but he didn't necessarily define what fair use was. Oh, she, yeah. And so like,
they're talking about the judge in the Matt Haas versus Ethan Klein or whatever case where Ethan reacted to the Bold Guy, a PUA parkour channel. I know that's a weird combination, but yeah, the early 2000 teens were a weird time, I guess. And yeah, he sued Ethan for reacting to his video and making fun of him. And Ethan, you know, defended himself. Like, so most cases get settled. Most cases, the defendant doesn't want the smoke. The plaintiff says something, like the defendant talks to the plaintiff says something like, well, you know, here's, you know, pay me $10,000 or, you know, take down the video, or, you know, whatever they want to redress that situation, and it never goes to court. In Ethan Klein's case, it did. And, you know, he said it was because he felt passionate about the issue. And, you know, he's fighting for people's right to, you know, for fair use, right? And this case against Denims, Kaceytron, and Frogan essentially shows him to be, you know, disingenuous, right? It was never about that. It was always about Ethan and his egos. It was never about, you know, fair use.
This process, we could get some kind of a decision or some kind of ruling that could set a precedent that could like give more clarity. Otherwise, the potential like really bad outcome that could happen is like if you sued someone like XQC or Asmongold, maybe you get a precedent that that ends up,
because their reactions are inherently better by the fact that they're not femoids. I get it, right? These are good reactions from good people. Whereas if you decide against the bad reactions from bad people, then only bad people get chilled, and bad people don't deserve freedom of speech. That's what you're saying, Hutch. That is some Trump bullshit right there that is emanating from your oral cavity.
In his words, like chilling the React community. It becomes like way too broad, and then people are just so way too scared of litigation to do any kind of React content. But by specifically focusing on the malicious actors, you could get a more sort of like precisely defined interpretation of the statutes.
So first off, even accepting that frame, which I don't accept, because I deny the predicate in the first place, and we'll talk about that. Even accepting that that's what he's saying, it would entail being delusional, because only a delusional person would think that they would be able to cabin whatever precedent comes out of this.
26 minutes left on the butterfly goal. All we lack is 3 teal super chats to put a butterfly in my hair. I've been pretty remiss in the last few days, just not letting you know when time is ticking away, but time is ticking away. There's like 26 minutes left on that goal. So if you want to see a butterfly in my hair, time's a ticking, time's are running out. Also, time's a ticking on the sub goal as well. We're at 60 out of 100. I will stick around to cover another topic if we get to 100. But again, when this debate ends, the stream ends.
And
if we haven't hit 100, then that is the end of the stream.
Be targeted to intentional siphoning, when intentional siphoning and intentionality isn't an element of fair use and isn't.
So you heard what he's saying? You could say anything about your intent. Like, I intend for this video to deprive Ethan's video of views, and it wouldn't matter either way. It doesn't make it, worse if you say, I want everybody to watch this video. Like, for instance, let's look at somebody like Ryan Beard. Chat, do you remember Ryan Beard? Not exactly my favorite content creator out there, kind of embarrassing, but he did put out, at the same time as Ethan was putting out his content nuke, Ryan Beard put out a content nuke on Destiny. It was called Content Nuke. Everybody was awaiting a content nuke. Ethan was late in putting out the content nuke, and along comes a piece of content with content nuke on it, right? If Ryan Beard were to have said, I'm putting this content, in which he wouldn't because he's a coward, if he had said, I'm putting this content nuke out to deprive Ethan of views, I think Ethan is a disingenuous scumbag, and I want to take his views away, right? That doesn't mean that Ethan can now sue Ryan Beard, right? That is the line of logic that Hutch is maybe unintentionally. If you don't know, chat, the Ryan Beard content nuke, it was just about Destiny. It was just about Destiny. It had nothing to do with Ethan Klein. It didn't have any of Ethan's content in it. It was just a, just an expose of everything, all the fucked up shit that Destiny's done, right? So because that is not an infringement, right? That's not an infringement. That's not Ethan Klein's property. That case has no merit, and it doesn't matter what Ryan Beard says. At the same time, if Denims had said, like I said, if Denims had given Ethan a shout out and said, make sure you watch the video on his channel, right? If what she did was infringement and it wasn't fair use, right? Her intentionality doesn't make it any better. Right, that's what Pisco is trying to get across. It's a very simple thing that all of DGG, all of these mental minions in DGG it's just going right over their head. It's going right over their little minion heads.
An element of copyright infringement. And so it would be bizarre, wrong, inappropriate to suggest that any kind of precedent that you would have the expectation that it would be limited to the kind of infringement that Ethan says that he wants to get rid of. Query, why wouldn't we want to get rid of all infringement, right? So Ethan seems to say that I want to protect some amount of infringement, right? He says that.
Well,
right?
no. I think
he's saying he wants to protect
fair use.
Well, no, he says
I love Hutch's I think he's saying versus what Ethan actually said. I find that hilarious. I think he said, I know he said this, but I think he means this is Trump shit. You'd hear this shit from a Trump fan, from a MAGA person. Like, well, no, Trump actually, he didn't mean that he was going to throw out like hardworking aunties and uncles and stuff like that. He meant that he was going to throw out, well, what did he say? He said mass deportations. He said illegal immigrants. He said everybody, right? But the Trump fan will tell you, and they will be convinced that he didn't mean the illegal immigrants they know and love. He meant the bad ones, right? Never mind what he said. I know what he meant. That's what Hutch is doing right now for Ethan. This is some sick shit, chat, that we're witnessing here. This is some blue MAGA.
I could sue more creators and rake in millions of dollars. So there are infringers that he could sue, but he doesn't want to chill them.
Because the potential outcome of, again, a potential outcome of suing someone like XQC or Asmongold could end up with an opinion that's like way more broad.
Oh, wait, and this couldn't?
I suppose, but
Bro really thinks that if you sue Asmongold and XQC, that people that dudes could get sued too. We don't want dudes getting sued. We only want these femoids that are freebooting our content, right? They should get sued. But if Ethan sues XQC and Asmongold, then we could have some guys getting sued, and that's just not okay. That's just not okay.
But I think there's less risk in this situation, though, right? Wouldn't you say?
Why?
Because of the particular egregious nature of their malice.
No, but that's not an
JF, they're all doing mental gymnastics, pretending Ethan is in any way genuine or consistent. Yeah, and I said that yesterday, that I think that Pisco falls victim to that in some places as well. But chat, he wasn't doing it egregiously, okay? So I'm not gonna sue him. I'm only suing Hutch because his was egregious.
element in the fair use analysis or in the test for infringement. You know, intentional siphoning is not an element, right? I could intend to siphon money from you, but give a fair use work, right? I could say, I really want to steal from Hutch, and I'm going to do this, but it turns out that my work is fair use, right? It's a strict liability offense. The infringement aspect of it, and the fair use is also strict liability. Now, I would still include those statements in the brief. I still think they're stupid statements, but there is absolutely no reason to think that the precedent coming out of this would at all be limited to what Ethan is claiming, I think disingenuously, that this is what it's about, which is it's going after people who are intentional siphoning. Because I stress again, it's not about purpose. It's not, intentionality. It is about purpose and character of the work, but it's from an objective perspective. It's not from your subjective intent to steal money or not steal money. That is not an element in the underlying fair use or in the underlying infringement. So that's what I'm saying, is that anyone who would expect that precedent in any kind of dispositive motion practice here would turn on this issue of quote unquote malice and intentional siphoning is deranged. It's deranged to think that it's just as likely to produce precedent that narrows the scope of what the status quo is this day and age. It's going to narrow the amount of reactions that can occur, because probably a lot more reactions are infringing than people think. And that's true because Ethan acknowledges that, because XQC and Asmongold, people who he says he wants to protect, he acknowledges that they're infringing. And that's what doesn't make sense to me, Hutch, this entire thing. Why would you say that you're trying to protect that what you call an injustice? He starts the video, I want to repeat, he starts the video by saying the people who do these long views of content, not just people who have a stated intentional malicious intent or whatever, it's people who watch this long thing without being transformative. He calls that theft, and he calls that an injustice, and he says that XQC is a prime suspect, and he talks about ReactGate. And you remember where Ethan Klein was during ReactGate, and during ReactGate, he was saying that this was wrong what XQC was doing. And so it doesn't make sense for us to think that what he's actually trying to do is protect XQC and Asmongold and these types. And that's one of the reasons why he's doing this, is to protect those guys, because he's been on record attacking them.
I don't think he was. I don't think he meant to say like, "Oh, I'm trying to protect specifically Asmongold and XQC." I think he was trying to say, "I'm trying to protect the larger community, because if it goes on the way that it's been going on with these like loose or no standards whatsoever, then the potential for something much more consequential becomes more likely down the line. The moment that we're in right now, I think with React stuff, is very similar to the moment that gaming content was in when I came up on.
Stop mispronouncing Hutch. Wait, am I mispronouncing Hutch? Please refer that thing as it, including the mold and Ethan. Wait, okay, so you're saying I'm using the wrong pronoun on Hutch. Is that it?
On YouTube back in 2008, 2009, people just started uploading gaming videos, and there were very, like, Nintendo was a company that, and they still might do it. They used to do a lot of like takedowns for any kind of gameplay whatsoever. And then a company named Machinima came along, and then all of a sudden we started monetizing like gaming content.
Now we're in Hutch's wheelhouse, right? This is he's changed the subject since he doesn't know what we're talking about, since he doesn't get the concept of strict liability. I'm not a lawyer, and I understand what we're talking about here, but apparently Hutch doesn't. He's got to turn the conversation to back in the Machinima days.
Even though we did not have the rights to like upload this content. And so there was like a bit of tension, I think, in the beginning.
Have the right to respond to criticisms of them and the context surrounding the criticism, 100%.
Between like gaming creators and the gaming studios that actually or the publishers that publish the games. But what ended up happening is, like, I still don't think there's any like legal clarity on that. It's just that the publishers came to the conclusion, I think correct conclusion, that having creators upload videos of their games actually benefits them, because it's like free advertising. So they just decide not.
But this is what, so Hutch doesn't understand that this also happened in terms of like MasterChef, for instance, right? Hassan didn't stop reacting to MasterChef because he thought he was going to get sued. MasterChef, I think, actually, recognized that he was making some of their old content like more interesting, and that it was a net positive for them
to enforce these rules. With the React stuff, I think it's a little bit different, because a lot of times with React stuff, you're reacting to I don't know.
Oh my God, chat. I think there's some kind of like, was it Kitchen Nightmares? I think there's some kind of like a chemical reaction going on with this guava. No way though. It smells a little bit like chlorine, right? And if you know what salt is, it's NaCl. Is something like pulling the chlorine out?
Why it's different, but like,
can we linearize a little bit? So let's
yeah.
linearize a little bit.
Okay.
So you agree that Ethan is presenting that there's an existential risk to the community. He is presenting that.
Yeah,
there's
with
existential risk, and that
when reactors don't make any kind of good faith effort whatsoever to have the work be transformative, but in the particular egregious case of like Denims and Frogan, took it even a step further and announced as their stated goal to like steal views for him.
Linearize. You agree that he says that there's an existential threat to the reaction community, right?
Yeah. Do you agree with that? I mean, do you agree with his assertion? Yeah.
Wait, okay. Well, I do think potentially there is, and there's one of the reasons that there's an existential threat to the React community is because a lot of React community is infringing. They're not fair use. It's infringement.
You mean not transformative?
It does. Transformative is one of the ways that
there's two standards, right? Look, it's a flow chart. All right. First, we have infringement, right? It's very easy to prove infringement if it is indeed your work, if your work is indeed creative, right? So, you can't like copyright something that's just not, you didn't do anything to it, right? You can't copyright something that's like totally generic, but assuming it's minimally creative, and you you own the rights to it, you created it, and that it is fixed to a location like a server or a website or whatever, right? Then and then you can show that somebody used your work. That's infringement. All right, chat. Shit can be infringement without being things can be infringement, and and you cannot get sued for them, right? If you the next step, so you show infringement, right? The next step is that Denims says, I say this is fair use. Okay, Denims, now you and your legal team prove why it fits under the rubric of fair use, why it qualifies at fair use, how it reaches the bar of fair use. And if you can do that, your infringement is not an actionable one, is not one that you can owe damages on, right? That's how the law works. Yeah, there's no, as chatters are commenting, strict liability. It's, you know, the burden of proof is on the defendant.
Can achieve fair use status, right? It can be transformative, or it could fulfill any of the other factors. Transformative is most associated with purpose and character of the work as one of the 4 factors of, but it's not the only thing you look to fair use. But all of what's going on in the reaction community, there's probably a shit ton of infringement going on there that's not fair use, right? And by definition, not fair use. And so I believe that there probably is a looming threat from rights holders with respect to a lot of the
11 minutes left on the butterfly goal
community, because a lot of the React community is infringing. And so I agree that he's setting that out. And he's saying that one of the reasons why I'm choosing to sue and establish a precedent on fair use of reaction content is actually to protect from Sony and Disney. That is so delusional as to be disingenuous. If you establish a precedent on fair use of reaction videos, it's going to be more narrow. It's going to be more narrow than what the content reaction community is doing right now. Almost certainly, it's not going to be on this line of people whose stated intent is to steal money. Imagine if that were the test, right? Imagine
science said that the guava broke the salt down at an elemental level, it would taste metallic, and chlorine would be in gas form.
Court said, "Oh, all of this is okay as long as you say as long as you don't say you want to steal money from these people." That is obviously not what's going to happen. Like, imagine if all it took for you to
it would taste metallic because it would just be sodium, and sodium is actually a metal. And yeah, it doesn't taste metallic. The chlorine would be in gas form. I mean, it is. I don't know if it's. I don't know if I'm really smelling chlorine or not. Spicy Boat, thank you for the super chat.
pass the fair use muster for whatever precedent is to start your video say no infringement intended,
right?
No infringement intended at all.
Yeah.
Like, that's not what the court's gonna fucking say, because that shit don't matter, and everyone knows it. If they look in their heart of hearts, they know that the court's not gonna be like, okay, what's really going to turn our precedent is whether or not the people individually have good intent or bad intent or want to steal or don't want to steal, because it's not an element, and it's not relevant if you say nothing intended. Please, if you link to the Disney Plus, if you link to the Sony video, that doesn't matter if you're trying to push your audience towards them. It's infringement, it's infringement, it's infringement. So it's not going to be the case that
Clouds Taste Metallic, is that an album? I feel like that's an album.
any kind of precedent that Ethan turns out is going to drive on this distinction. That's why he's lying about that, or at least he's so deluded that it's the equivalent of lying. He's lying about that, in my opinion, or being disingenuous about it. And what's really happening is he's trying to shield himself by being what he's presenting himself as, which is the defender of fair use, the defender of copyright. Which
shield himself from what?
From criticism, because he knows that the people who are like XQC and Asmongold are popular, and he doesn't want XQC and Asmongold or their communities to think that their creators are at risk. And so he wants his targets, that is the unpopular people, he wants everyone to be on board against them. And that's why he invents this bullshit rationale of this is about protecting the broader community, when the fact is any generated precedent is not going to be limited to the kind of bullshit non-element that he's pointed to, which is the stated intention. And also he's claiming to try to protect something that he says is an injustice, which is he calls what XQC.
Chat, I honestly think the answer is for everybody that Ethan's ever done content on to look into and see, the nature of his reaction, and the ones that find any kind of lacking in the, any doubt whether it's transformative, should file cases against him. We should be staring Ethan down with $1 million of potential liability, and everyone on board for that.
Underscore by super chatted $5. Poop. You lure.
Poop? You lure. Oh, popular. Yeah, that is popular. Popularity is subjective. You mean, yeah, on your side. Well, no. I mean, objectively speaking, Kaceytron, Denims, and Frogan have a lot of haters, right? Objectively speaking, XQC might have had a lot of haters, like, I don't know, 3 years ago during ReactGate. Asmongold had a lot of haters, like right after his statement about, about like Palestinian people having like a inferior culture, right? But since those controversies have kind of moved on, they are not currently unpopular. I think that's what he's referring to, right? He can get away with it, in other words, because there's enough people out there that just will assume the worst about Frogan, Denims, and Kaceytron.
He did an injustice even without the stated malicious intent.
But I think you're okay. I think you're taking him. I think you're misinterpreting what he's saying. Because like I think I've said it a couple times, but like I don't think he's saying, because I don't think he's saying I want to protect XQC and Asmongold's ability to keep doing what they're doing. That's not what he's saying. He wants to.
I would never sue them. Why would he say I would never sue them? It's because I wouldn't want to chill the reaction community. Why would he say that?
I think it's because the potential outcome of him going after like XQC and Asmon. Like, would you agree, for example, or like let's use the Sony example. Like, don't you think there's more of a risk of, and we'll call it like overcorrection, or don't you think there's more of a risk of a ruling that greatly limits the ability to react to the extent that people maybe don't even want to do it because they don't want to risk any kind of litigation? Like, don't you think that's more likely if the lawsuit comes from a company like Sony than an individual creator like Ethan?
No, I think an individual creator like Ethan is most likely to create bad precedent. And the reason I think that is because the big companies like Sony and Disney, when oftentimes they go after little fish, they they might sue, or they might just get a settlement, and they enforce their copyright by setting a precedent that they're going to start to sue, or they'll send you a cease and desist letter, or they'll use the DMCA, right? But it very rarely goes to any kind of opinion. But where we can get like one of the reasons why we're not getting clear precedent on these issues is because these big organizations, it never gets really to an actual merits opinion. But someone who's motivated by spite, not by money, and who really wants to make it hurt, we're more likely to get a merits opinion.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Most of these companies are motivated by, discouraging the use of their product. Oh, by the way, chat, 5 minutes left on the butterfly goal. We got 5 minutes to get 2 more super chats of the teal variety. I think that is like $3 and some change or more is what makes it teal. But I'm just letting you know, speak now or forever hold your super chats, because we do have a little, I mean, the video's got like an hour left in it. So I'll be on here for a little while, but
which is damaging from an Ethan Klein who doesn't care about money, doesn't care really about the underlying infringement, and just
the super chat goal will go away in 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Wants to make it hurt. Then someone like Sony or Disney who, you take down the content and the word spreads naturally, don't f with Sony, don't f with Disney, and it's very unlikely those cases go.
Right. So that's their motivation, right? Whereas Ethan's motivation, and that's why they don't necessarily take this stuff to trial. They're not trying to hurt someone. They're not trying to inflict pain and suffering on someone. Ethan, on the other hand, is.
Go actually to a merits opinion. And so I totally disagree. I think we're more likely to get bad precedent from someone acting out of spite and who's willing to go the distance than someone like Sony or Disney, where they haven't really shown that tendency.
I just don't think Ethan and his lawyers are going to argue the case in the way that might steer towards something like that.
Teal is 1 degree greener than blue.
Yeah, and the other thing too is like Ethan does react content. So like, I don't understand he obviously doesn't want to completely stifle his ability to do that himself. So yeah.
So I think that what he is doing is likely to result, if it were to go to kind of merits opinion on a dispositive motion to dismiss or on summary judgment, what would likely happen is you would have a narrowing of what's allowed under these kinds of React genre or whatever, and people are unlikely to sue Ethan because in general these people, like you said, the rights holders aren't as
But wait, what does this say? Put all of this on. Oh yeah, I forgot to say on Kyle. Okay, so Kyle is winning. I forgot to mention. Yeah, like Davi's got. Kyle has got. There it is, 5 to Kyle, and then what is this Vox Populi is like on 60? We're one away from the butterfly. Estrogen time. I should take some too.
As people expected. And so Ethan isn't seriously expecting a lawsuit from like Sony or Disney or any of these other content creators because they know that the litigation expenses is such a barrier that oftentimes people don't give a And so he he's not really worried about these other rights holders. He's worried about making these people hurt and protecting himself from criticism, and that's why he has to put in the savior.
When you say protecting himself from criticism, what
2 minutes and 30 seconds.
I mean,
Narwhal_by super chatted $5. I want to know if Nick wears deodorant.
I want to know that too. Yeah, I'm curious. Thank you for the super chat, Narwhal. And that is 10 out of 10. What is the last time? No, the last time I wore, wait, no. I think the last time I wore like the orange one, right? Let's do the pink one this time. Confetti time. Yes, it is. And it's also butterfly time. What do you think, Chet? The pink one? Although I haven't worn the blue one in a while. Oh. Ooh, yeah. I'm feeling this today. Is that a little too... Okay. You gotta place the butterfly just right. There we go. Ooh. I like it. I'm feeling this, chat. I'm feeling this. What do you think?
protecting himself from the Asmongold or XQC community, who might be fearful that what he's doing, if he didn't distinguish them, if he didn't come up with some bullshit pretext, that they'd be like, hey, hang on a second, we this is fair use. He wants those people on his side, and so he wants to be like, no, this is different, this is different, this is different. And it is different. I'll grant him, it is different, but it's not different in the sense of what the outcome will be for precedent. And it's not different in justifying a bullshit rationale, which is that he wants to protect people like XQC and Asmongold, or he wants to not chill them, when he himself says it's an injustice. What would be an appropriate rationale for him to provide is saying, I'm going after these people because they're the worst of the worst, that's why I'm going after them. If he just said that, fine, I wouldn't have a problem with that. But if he said, I'm going after these people because the worst of the worst, and because I want to protect you, I want to protect the reaction community, I want to protect people like XQC and Asmongold, and I want to protect all these reactors, that's what I have a problem with. Not him going after them because of the worst of the worst, but him going after them because I want to protect you. That is what I take to be disingenuous. And it's not, and I want you and I to agree on that. I mean, in what respect do you think that he's actually trying to protect the React community? How could you ever grant him that?
I could grant him that because he has a history of wanting to protect creators. He has an established history, like on the record, of saying that he thinks that the way that a lot of React stuff.
Hutch. That was back when Ethan was doing blackface and saying the N-word, right? If we're supposed to forgive Ethan Klein and agree that he's grown and he's changed since then, how is it that you're giving him credit for standing up to the bold guy? How is it that's still applicable? All the good stuff is still applicable, but the bad stuff, it's unfair to bring up. Also, the sexual harassment, that was 10 years ago too. Unfair to bring that up. Unfair to bring that up, Taylor Lorenz. Who am I sexually harassing now? And it's actually me and Denims, you know, Taylor could say, right? But yeah, this is wild. The degree of mental gymnastics from the DGG fanboys here is unbelievable.
Stuff happens is completely unfair to the creators, and then also the like, think about it this way: like, if he did sue Asmongold and XQC for the kind of React that they do, it would chill the React community. Like, a lot of people would stop reacting to content.
So is this.
I don't think no. This, like, when I saw this, I didn't think to myself, like, once I saw the whole
It doesn't taste metallic, but it does taste weird.
whole video, I didn't think to myself, well, maybe I don't want to do any kind of React content. Like, I can only speak to my experience, but what I did kind of immediately was just sort of like reevaluate. Like, I think I'm already like pretty decent about this stuff anyways, but there's just gonna be certain things that I do every single time from now on that maybe I didn't before, to sort of add that extra layer like of protection. But this action that he took against like Denims and Frogan, that didn't make me like want to stop reacting to stuff. If he would have gone after like XQC and Asmongold, then I might, probably. Because
no, this is why, Hutch, because he doesn't really care about the infringement. He doesn't really care about the statements. He cares about going after these people. That's why you don't feel any fear. You don't feel any fear because you don't have
because you're never gonna fucking criticize him. You're not allowed to, right? You'd get the same shit. You'd get the same treatment that Pisco's getting right now, and you're a fucking coward. You don't have the balls, Hutch, that Pisco has. That's why you feel safe. You're never going to be in Ethan's crosshairs.
a vendetta against Ethan. But if you did have a vendetta against Ethan, and let me tell you, people who don't have a good relationship or don't like H3 or don't have like a positive relationship with them, I'm sure they feel chilled. I'm sure, right? You would agree with that, right?
But we don't care about them. Remember, they're bad femoids, and they all called CPS, and they all mailed skulls to Ethan. That's right. They all oh my God, chat. They were all guilty. We have collective guilt, and when we have collective guilt, chat, we need collective punishment. That's what we need. Oh my God. Chat, we're all guilty for Skulls Unlimited. We are all guilty for CPS because we criticized Ethan Klein, and somebody could have seen us criticize Ethan Klein, and they could have criticized, you've seen us criticize Ethan Klein, and then that's why they decided to call what is it called again? Oh no, it's Skulls Unlimited, chat. Oh no, there it is. There's the proof. Oh no, chat, hide this, hide my shame. Oh my God, chat. Oh my God. Okay, wait, no.
The people who don't have like a positive relationship with Ethan, they're probably feeling chilled about reviewing his content.
No. Well,
I mean, Spicy Bo, I'm given to agree with you. Teal is bluey though. Yeah, I think there's of all the colors that, at least of super chats, like teal and blue are like the closest together, and the fact that they had those like in order, it does make it confusing.
First, let me clarify. Like the reason why I don't feel chilled is because I know that I have never done what Frogan and Denims and they did. I've never said like, "Hey guys, watch it here so we can take a video."
I've never said anything bad about Ethan in my whole life. I've never done anything bad. I would never call CPS. You would never order a skull, would you, chat? You would never call CPS, would you?
Away from the creator. Like I never took it to that extent. That's why I didn't feel any fear. Not because I felt like, not because he's maybe only going after them because of like personal grievance.
So when he planned the trap before they made those admissions, right? So he planned his quote unquote trap before he could have known that these people were giving admissions.
You would never download a skull, would you?
Right?
Yes.
Right. So how can we say that this whole thing was about this specific subset of infringement if he couldn't have known when he started this trap, right?
Oh my God, chat. I don't think I've ever eaten guava that fast. What happened is I sprinkled the salt on it, like this like salty, sugary mixture here that is like the best fucking condiment. God, this should just be in shakers everywhere. But yeah, I was getting tired of like dipping it, in and stuff, and so I was like, I'll just sprinkle it on, and all of a sudden the guava like started sweating. I've never seen a fruit sweat like that before. That's the power of osmosis, chat, and hopefully not the power of anything that would break up the Na from the Cl, other than just the aqueous nature of the solution.
Right,
the cytoplasm of the guava.
Registered with the Copyright Office before.
No, because they've been doing this. No, but this isn't the first time they've done this. They do this all the time with him specifically.
Wait, did they do what?
Ice cold guava drink? Yeah, MF Doom. That's the one thing I haven't tried with guava. I've heard it's really good as juice, but I can't find. I keep on finding like our freshly squeezed orange juice is really to eat. Like there's a ton of stands that'll just sell you freshly squeezed orange juice. Actually, freshly squeezed like passion fruit juice is pretty common too. But for some reason, and I've even seen oh my God, what is it called? Ginkgo biloba juice. It's Centella asiatica is the name of the plant. Is it ginkgo? Yeah, I think it's ginkgo. I'm mixing up my herbs, chat.
All the time.
They do the thing where they play it on their stream so you don't give him a view. They've openly done this kind of thing over and over and over again.
Where they've made the admission before?
Yeah. Yes.
I haven't seen that.
I
haven't
have.
seen where they made the admissions before. I've seen the admissions with respect to this content.
No, I have.
He couldn't have known.
Oh, biloba. Why did I say Bilboa? I'm saying like Bilbo. It's like the Bilbo Baggins of herbs.
No, but they've done it before. That's why he was able to predict that they were going to do it, because they have absolutely done this before.
So you actually do think that he was predicting that they were going to make these kinds of self-serving statements, and he planned from the start, Machiavellianly, that they would make these specific statements saying, "Watch it with me," so that we steal money from him.
That's what he claims after the fact. I honestly don't know if I even believe him that he set up a trap.
But it doesn't matter to you, does it? You know what team you're on. You know what you're supposed to say. You know how to squeeze that DGG donor teat. You know how to milk this shit. And that's what you're doing, Hutch. That's what you're doing. That's all you're good for. Right? You're not providing any real commentary on anything. You are reflecting the views of your echo chamber back at it and farming at the same time. You pathetic little worm. You pathetic little man.
You know,
I don't believe it. I don't.
Yeah.
Oh, so you think that he's probably lying about setting up a trap?
Maybe. Yeah, for content for the memes. I don't know if he actually set a trap, but I could be wrong.
So that's what I don't understand, right? Like, I'm much more willing to believe that he was actually registering his copyright, like with this.
Did he do that before he posted the video, or did he do it after the fact? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, he registered the whatever the stream is after, but he registered his nuke beforehand.
Okay, then I do believe him actually. Then I do believe.
Yeah, there's like a lot of smoothie places for some reason. I mean, which is maybe that's good. Maybe that's good. A smoothie's got the fiber in it, you know, at least it's
Yeah.
He was planning on suing, and he really couldn't have known that these people were going to issue these statements. And here's the question for you.
No, but you keep ignoring, but they've done it before. This is repeat behavior for them. This is not new for them. They're so malicious to Ethan, and they've been malicious for over a year now.
Where they specifically were going to say
DDG is like the APAC of SlopTube audiences.
that I want to siphon.
And chat, the thing that's blown my mind is that Destiny is still popular with these fucks, right? I don't think he's lost viewers. They all hemmed and hawed and acted like the shit that he did, you know, to Pixie, and the shit that he did to Cherry, and the recording that he did of that guy that he met from Grindr. Like, right, it's all, they were hemming and hawing and like, oh my God, I can't believe, well, I disavow. And they just wait until the heat dissipates and they come right back to daddy's teat. You got to get a suckle of that delicious Destiny milk.
And content from this specific video.
Yes, especially the snark. Yes, especially the snark. The snark for sure will link like mirror links, so that it doesn't give him a view. Like this, I know for a fact that the snark, the subreddit, they went out of their way to do this.
There's a lot of those mirror links, okay? There's a lot of Reddit that has like that kind of stuff, or websites that have that kind of stuff, or people that archive other people's stuff. If we're gonna start going after that shit, then there's gonna be, you know, hell to pay from a lot of people, right? It's gonna be the day of reckoning. If you really are, but you're only serious about this when it comes to Ethan's perceived enemies, who you want to group punish for the fact that somebody out there maybe called snark. It's called snark on him. They called snark on him. Chat. Snark came to his house. No, CPS on them.
Had been for a long time.
I'm talking about the principal infringement here, because you need an underlying infringement for the contributory theory, if you can even have the contributory theory at all. But for the underlying situation, if Denims had not said what she said about watch it with me and not with anyone else, do you think he would have sued her?
I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not.
That's what Denims said. She was like, "Watch it with me, chat, not with anyone else."
I really don't know though.
Or if Kaceytron had not said what she said, yeah, watch it with me, or whatever.
Come on, chat. You know you want to watch it with me.
Or she said, or Frogan, the same thing. Do you think they would have sued him? Do you think he would have sued them?
It's impossible to put myself in his head. I really don't know, but I think probably not. Like if I'm treating him in good faith, then probably not. Like
I kid, but that is kind of, you know, what's coloring how they're treating Denims.
Because if he would have think about that for a second, like game out that game plan though. Yeah. Like if he were originally intending just to sue anybody who reacted to the video, then that would have necessarily included people like XQC and Asmongold. And then like I think he knows.
Are we just beating around the bush for days and days and days? The really obvious answer is he wants to silence his critics. All right. So here's the deal. Does Ethan have a claim of copyright? And my answer is maybe. In fact, fairly likely he has, you know, a case that a judge will decide in his favor if it goes to court, if it goes to trial. I'm just, you know, telling you my analysis of it. Now, does that make Ethan right? No. He's a bad guy for using litigation to come after people who are critical of him. He's a bad guy, a thin-skinned scumfuck for, you know, for essentially creating a chilling effect around criticizing any of his content. He's a scumbag. And I can say that, right? And that is the punishment for what Ethan did. It's not a legal punishment, like, right? The law probably, in all likelihood, the law may very well back him up on this, right? But it doesn't mean that he's not a thin-skinned, petty tyrant bitch, all right? Because he is all of those things and more. And in the words of Vadim, he's also a pussy. Sounds weird with me saying it, but anyway.
Is that
I thought I'd give it a try, chat. I can say pussy. I usually don't say it as a pejorative. It's
that would not have been publicly supported because it potentially would have transformed React content to the extent that maybe people didn't even do it anymore. So
why? So I think that, for example,
why? What do you mean?
Well, imagine that Hassan just did what Frogan did. Do you think he wouldn't have sued Hassan?
Ask that question again. I didn't understand what you said.
So imagine that Hassan did what Frogan did, but never said, "I'm trying to steal money from Ethan." Do you think he would have? Do you think he would have sued Hassan? I think the answer is obviously he would have. He was planning this to sue, and he could not have relied on his targets in the specific instances making these kinds of admissions. He couldn't have relied on it. His plan was much greater than that, and the fact that he was saying "watch it," I think lends more to the.
Look, we don't know what his original plan is. My best guess is that the initial plan was that Hassan would react to it, and he'd sue Hassan. Hassan did not react to it, smelled something fishy, and stayed away from it, right? Smartly so. And then he decided, well, I'll go after people that Hassan cares about instead.
Notion that this was a trap and that he was being honest.
I mean, listen to the way that he talks about Hassan possibly donating to them, possibly, funding their legal defense, right? He is... if you want to talk about malicious, right? What's more malicious than Ethan, salivating at the prospect of taking money from Hassan because he's a stand-up guy?
About it being a trap. What he's being dishonest about it, this was a Machiavellian strategy to actually help protect the community from Sony and Disney. That my intention, my motivation was to protect the reaction community when I set this trap, because it would require him knowing in advance or having planned that these people were going to make these damning admissions.
But you're dismissing the fact that they had already done this kind of stuff before. I can't speak to each individual creator, but I know for a fact that the Snark subreddit, which is
Hassan did eventually react to it, but only after Ethan got mad and why is Hassan not reacting to this? Is he scared to react to it? Why will Hassan not react to it? Hassan hasn't reacted to it. Hassan has reacted to it, and until he literally invited him, he gave Hassan permission essentially, right? At that point, maybe the legal case gets harder, but yeah, Hassan reacted to a portion of the content nuke. He spent, I believe, 9 hours reacting to an hour or less of Ethan's video.
Much kind of overlaps with all these communities. The Snark subreddit was absolutely regularly doing this exact thing. And so maybe
doing this exact thing, it was doing what other subreddits do, putting up clips of content creators that they're talking about, right? Good or bad. That's what subreddits do. All right. Something occurs in a podcast. You want to show somebody that? You want to make a thread. Hey, did you notice on this episode of this podcast that, this content creator said this? Here, instead of being let me just link it to you and give you a timestamp, let me just clip it out. And that's a normal thing, and nobody freaks out about that. It's an understood thing that, okay, you're using this to show, you're not transforming it, right? You're just clipping it. So that's their content that you are stealing or whatever. But Hutch, you can't make an argument that Snark is stealing views from Ethan by clipping out the worst of his content. That is just ridiculous fucking cope that you are spewing.
Maybe he originally was intending to target the Snark, which there's history there. He has.
There would need to be an underlying infringement. There would need to be an underlying infringement that he goes after.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Is that they had done it over and over again. They do the mirror links with the message on the top of the post on Reddit. So don't give Ethan a view. Watch it here.
Gun to your head, everything the same about Frogan's reaction, everything the same about the Snark, but Frogan doesn't make those statements. But you still have all the Snark. Do you think that he would have sued Frogan?
No, I don't.
I think that's crazy. I think that's completely.
Wait, why would you think that's crazy? Because everybody who sued so far took it to that extent, though.
No, you're right, Narwhal. Yeah, he could have been a 15-minute video, and it wouldn't have mattered. Oh, because he couldn't shut about because he was send me clips of Hassan, And then he goes through them, finds the ones that he thinks are the most damning, clips them in a way to decontextualize them, and then, you know, writes a little, has ChatGPT write a script for him, right? That's why it ended up as longer. Like, I think he would have liked to make it shorter. There's like a sweet spot, chat, maybe 45 minutes or something like that for content, because content benefits from overall watch time. It also benefits from watch percentage. It also benefits from click through. But if you make a video that's like longer than 45 minutes, then you're gonna get a lower percentage. You might get a higher watch time, right? So yeah, it's but yeah, in terms of the law, in terms of copyright infringement and fair use, like the consideration is the proportion of the work, right? So Narwhal would be right about this, that a 15-minute video would be much more effective for what Ethan is trying to do, in that, you know, Hassan could easily watch a 15-minute video, and somebody watching the totality of the work cuts against them, right? Somebody watching a 30-second portion of the work probably is you know, in their favor. Although technically speaking, chat, in standard practice, the threshold is actually 4 seconds. The threshold of what is you know, the like if you're inserting something for like a line from a movie or something, right? Then you try to stay under 4 seconds. But that's unofficial. It's not in the law. It's just, you know, how people do things. Chud Logic USA version, is that what Hutch is? I don't know. I feel like I got to give Chud a little credit as being, you know, he's a foul person. He's called me insane. He's called me a cockroach, I believe. He said some really awful stuff about me. He's kind of afraid of me, so he doesn't say that much about me. He definitely, you know, he had a chance to, you know, have a conversation with me, but he blew that. So, you know, he definitely doesn't want to have me on stream. But I do think that Chud has a little bit of a moral compass, a little bit of moral consistency. His morals aren't good, but they are consistent. And, you know, he doesn't abide a hypocrite like Ethan Klein. We can look at this, chat. I'm not sure because I haven't watched it yet, but I've only seen one clip of Chud Logic, and yeah, he was fucking making fun of all the people sweeping for Ethan, and calling them out as hypocrites, saying that if this was anybody else that you were sweeping for, you would be the object of ridicule in the commentary community. Because this is team sports, though, you know, we're allowed to stand a lolcow like Ethan Klein with no consequences.
The notion that he's actually trying to enforce this standard on the community that is turning on an issue that's not relevant or not even one of the elements of the underlying infringement, and that it's all about this particular kind of infringement, is all a pretext. It's all obviously a sham. The notion that he's trying to protect infringement at all. Why would he try to protect infringement? Why would you protect infringement?
He's trying to protect fair use reacts, though. He's not trying to protect infringement.
He's trying to protect infringement. No, he says, right, I could go after a lot of people, but I wouldn't want to chill them.
No, I think he is hoping that through this.
You don't understand. You don't understand, Pisco. When a person is a male, then their reaction is legitimate. It's just the femoids that don't have real reactions because they're not smart enough that their reactions don't count. Right? They can't claim fair use. That's what he's fucking saying.
This action, it causes people like XQC and Hassan and Asmongold to adopt better standards.
Why doesn't he DMCA XQC
then? Because again, I think you're ignoring the idea that, like, if he were to go after people like XQC and Asmon for the kind of react that they do, that absolutely would have a chilling effect.
It
would.
Cared about.
Yeah, they are ripping Nick Diorio. We do have the Nick Diorio and Dan Saltman clip on the bonus content. I don't know if we'll get anywhere at 82% right now. We get 18% further, we'll do one topic, but it looks like the topic that's winning right now is the Vanguard, going over the Destiny versus Kyle Kalinske situation. So, yeah, I'm not sure. I wonder where that's. I would love to see Queeman tear into Nicholas Diorio. I would love to see Queeman debate, Diorio. I don't think that Nick is looking for that smoke, though. I think that Queeman's actually pretty decent at debating. Again, dude's got a heart of coal, right? But he's a decent debater.
If he cared about enforcing good standards, why wouldn't he just? He doesn't have to sue XQC. Why doesn't he just DMCA XQC?
Because I think he's specifically targeting this malicious behavior. And by targeting the malicious behavior, I think he thinks he can incidentally incentivize better behavior for
XQC?
It's like a bank shot. Yeah. Like Ethan's a pool shark, and he's doing a bank shot. Like to you can't directly sue XQC or Asmongold, but if you do this, then you're gonna socially engineer XQC and Asmongold into having better reactions. That's what he's doing. Thank you, Hutch. You're such a genius.
Yes, yeah.
Why would he say I will never sue XQC? So how is he trying?
No, but you keep
change XQC's behavior when he says I would never sue him.
You keep saying he would never sue XQC. He was saying he would never sue XQC for what XQC is doing because that would have a chilling effect. No, but there's a difference though. Like if XQC took it to the extent that like Denims did, then I could see him suing XQC.
Wait.
Again, you can't say that shit, Hutch. Where's your 9-hour reaction to Denims? No, I'm sorry, 10-hour reaction to Denims' 5-hour reaction. Where's that? Which VOD is that on, Hutch? When was the time that you went over Denims' entire reaction? Like, you're talking about this shit like you know what you're talking about, and I very much doubt that you do. Like Pisco, like myself, I will bet you that Hutch has not actually done has not watched the content that he's talking about, right? And again, because it's like 5 hours. And that in and of itself, chat, the fact that Denims did a 5-hour react to 1 hour and 40 minutes of content should tell you everything you need to know about whether it's actually transformative. It sounds like it is. It sounds like it is. Again, I haven't watched it, so Pisco might be right, but I love these assholes that have not seen the content they're talking about, characterizing it just based on, well, we know it's because it's Denims. It's Denims. Denims isn't very smart, She's fucking smarter than you. Chilling effect? Why? It's chilling when he goes after blind stooges, but not when he goes after people who criticize him, right? That's what the chilling effect would be. That's what a chilling effect. When we talk about a chilling effect, chat, it's like if you if you led a pro-Palestinian protest and then you got your green card pulled and you got deported from the United States, that would create a chilling effect. Now, other people that want to protest about Palestine are wondering if they're going to have, retribution from the Trump administration, right? That's what a chilling effect is. That's what that describes. So, yeah, it's absolutely about Ethan's critics, and it is in no way about Ethan's about Ethan's dick riders, right? Like, why would he, why he doesn't sue them? Because he benefits from them fucking sane washing his unhinged content, right? He needs XQC. He needs Asmongold. He needs team sports players that are up his ass, because otherwise he just looks like a crazy man yelling at clouds.
So XQC has a lot less transformative stuff than what Denims did.
But there wasn't that malicious element.
Yeah, but that's not an element. That's not an element of the underlying infringement. But let's just be clear about something, right? He says that he would never sue XQC. So do you agree with me that he's not trying to change XQC's behavior?
I don't agree with you. No, I don't agree with you. I think he is. I think he is trying to change the.
Well, if he's trying to change behavior, why doesn't he condemn what XQC did? Why doesn't he condemn?
Well, he did in the video, but he said he wouldn't. He wouldn't sue them.
Chat. If I become hotter, if I wear makeup, if I dress nice, will I become stupider too? Is that how this works? Will my intelligence go down? Is that what logic we're operating on here? These fucking incels are intimidated by Denims, and so they're she must be not very smart, right? Like, seriously, in this sort of mindset, like, I just put on a little makeup and I lose 20 IQ points. I wear, better clothes and I go down 50 IQ points. Like, what the fuck? What kind of logic is this? This is madness.
Because it would chill people.
but wouldn't that be like, if he was trying to change XQC's behavior, why would he say, I would never sue him? In fact, I want to promote what they do. He says the following. He says,
your framing is just so incorrect here. He's not saying literally he would never sue.
His framing is incorrect. Wonderful, Hutch.
He was saying he would never sue XQC for doing what XQC was doing. If XQC did what Denims did, then he probably would have sued XQC.
oh my God.
And what did Denims do? The answer is you don't know because you didn't watch it. You didn't watch it. What did Denims do? Be female on the internet. There we go.
I understand. I really don't want you to bring up the difference between XQC and Denims again in the sense of.
But it's so crucial to this conversation, though.
It's not crucial.
You don't know the difference. That's the point. That's the crucial point. You don't know the difference because you haven't watched the content. I doubt you've even watched XQC's react.
I am saying, all right, I'm not.
Which was probably a lot shorter than Denims.
I acknowledge that he could say, I go after the worst of the worst. What doesn't make sense is I'm trying to go after the worst of the worst to protect the bad. That is what doesn't make sense.
He's not protecting the bad, though. That's not what he's doing.
You don't understand. They're not bad because they agree with him. They're good. They're on the right team, whereas Denims is on the wrong team. The team that calls CPS, the team that sends skulls to your house, the team that oh my God, it's Skulls Unlimited. God damn it, chat. God damn it, chat. That keeps on coming up. Oh my God. Okay.
I don't want to. This is what he says. I don't want to chill the reaction community into fear. Sorry, I'm going back. He says, I could use sue a lot more creators and rake in millions of dollars. But the purpose of this, that is the lawsuit, is not financial gain. People like XQC and Asmongold may have watched the entire thing. They infringed, definitely infringed, right? But I would never sue them. Sue them for what? Infringement that they absolutely did, just for infringing, right? I don't want to chill the reaction community into fear, actually. Well, why would suing infringing content chill the reaction community of non-infringers into fear? He's trying to protect infringers, isn't he?
No, I don't agree with you at all. I think this framing is, I'm not going to call you dishonest. I just think you have the wrong framing here. Like, first of all, do we even agree that if he were to sue Asmon and XQC for what they did, which is not malicious in the sense that they said that they wanted to steal views, but it was just, I can't speak to Asmon.
According to Hutch, framing means like your bias, like looking at the world in a jaundiced way, right? That's like the framing. You don't have the right framing. You are not singing with the choir of Ethan dick riders. You're not singing with the choir of Ethan supporters, right? You are not DGG'd up like me. Get with the program, bud. Get with the program, Pisco. What are you doing? Don't you understand? Don't you have any gratitude for the teat that fed you? The whole reason that you're even here in the first place, right? The whole reason that
For XQC, like there was basically no effort whatsoever to be transformative. And this is kind of like a regular thing. Like, do you agree that suing them for that would actually chill the React community?
It would chill infringement. It would chill bad infringement. It would do what Ethan has said he stood up for this whole time and was arguing against, that he called an injustice. He started the video by saying that kind of thing, that specific thing that you just referenced, what XQC did, he called that theft and an injustice. So yeah, I think it would chill injustice, which is what he says he wants to, that's why he was arguing with XQC that entire time.
No, when we say chilled, what we mean is people might be less inclined to do any kind of React content, even if their work was way more transformative than XQC's, for fear of like, well, I don't know the implications of where this is going, and I just don't want to expose myself to any kind of legal liability.
You don't think that, okay, so if that's what he's trying to say, you think that that's true of his current lawsuit, that people won't overcorrect based on the current lawsuit?
Not nearly to the extent that I think they would if he went after the XQC type. Because he laid out like really specific elements for what he thinks is like malicious.
First of all, who the fuck is he? Who the fuck is he to impose that standard of infringement on the broader community? So are you telling me that he would criticize someone who sued? So let's say someone's in a similar position and someone, this is the question, right, Hutch? So imagine that XQC does that reaction of another content creator and someone sued XQC for doing that reaction, not malicious reaction, but like full on what he did, right? Would he condemn that person for suing XQC for infringement?
I have no idea.
The thing is, if to be consistent, right, he would have to say, yeah, he would condemn it. Why would he condemn it? Because suing XQC for doing what XQC does would chill the reaction community, right? So if someone else sued XQC, in order to be consistent on his rationale, he'd have to say, why are you suing XQC? Don't you know that suing XQC will improperly chill the reaction community?
I mean, I think it's conceivable.
To be consistent.
I think it's conceivable that he would have that position. Like if he were to talk about it on his podcast, for example, I think it's conceivable that he would be like, yeah, this could potentially really scare a lot of people from doing any React content.
So you think it's conceivable that after Ethan spent so much time in the past critiquing the XQC, saying he's courting disaster, saying what he's doing is an injustice, saying that what he's doing is theft, that when someone tries to remedy the injustice, you think it's conceivable that past Ethan would say, this is wrong, I disagree with the lawsuit against XQC, which is obviously injustice, which is obviously theft, because even though you're suing to prevent an injustice, it will improperly impermissibly chill the rest of the fair use reaction community.
Yeah, I think it's
actually condemn a lawsuit of someone, ratifying their rights, and preventing the theft of XUC. That he would actually condemn them as being corrosive to the reaction community. You think he would possibly do that?
I do think it's conceivable, because even if you're going after something that you perceive to be an injustice, you could also make an internal calculation that by going after that thing, you could do more harm than good. Like this is not really a difficult thing to reconcile.
I'm not saying that it's logically impossible to hold those beliefs, I guess, that you could say that what's going on is bad, but remedying it is worse. I think it's preposterous to think that, so for example, let's say that XQC did what he did, and some rights holders, let's say that he watched the full episode of the Bulwark or something, or one of these political.
Oh yeah, Norwegian 76, bring up the, oh god, the Bulwark. XQC watching the Bulwark, oh my god, chat. If you don't know, Bulwark is like resistance. Wait, what are the Never Trumper Republicans, right? That's what that is. It's not exactly an intellectual platform, but it would go straight over XQC's head.
And then the Bulwark sues XQC. Do you think that he would but all XQC did was literally look at the stream and be like, wow, that's crazy, man. Wow, that's crazy, man.
Yeah.
And the Bulwark sues XQC.
Yeah.
Do you think he would say, why is the Bulwark doing this? What the fuck?
Well, I don't know about
the reaction community.
Well, I don't know about that specific language, but it's entirely conceivable to me that he would, like, let's say he's talking about it on his podcast, like the next day or whatever. I think it's entirely conceivable that he could say something to the effect of like, I think what XQC is doing is wrong, but by going after him in this way, it could.
But no action should be taken against him, is what you're saying.
No, I think like you can try to devise an outcome through other means besides like directly confronting the thing that you're trying to challenge. And so you could engineer an outcome.
Why? Why can't you directly challenge it? Tell me, Hutch, what's the reason? The reason that he's a fucking coward. He doesn't want to challenge anybody with power.
Where people adopt better standards for React content by doing a more targeted approach. Let me ask you like a different question then. Like,
Hutch, that's cope. That's fucking cope. You are making up what Ethan's thought process is because he looks disingenuous as fuck, instead of just accepting the Occam's razor explanation that he actually is that disingenuous, right?
Do you have examples of Ethan being disingenuous about things that like you think it's like a part of his character? Like, yeah, like what? I mean, if you're going to accuse someone of being disingenuous, there should be some sort of like something that you can point to say like in the past, like they did this one thing.
So I vaguely recall he was a little bit disingenuous about the Washington Post article at one point in his career. I recall there were some aspects of what he said to Hassan in their debate that I thought were disingenuous. I don't recall them precisely, but I'm not saying that he has a character for disingenuousness. I'm saying he is being disingenuous in this specific thing. And I need not support a broader statement on his character to support this specific act of disingenuousness. And so, no, as I sit here, I'm not able to provide you specific moments in the past unrelated to this incident that show he's being disingenuous. I'm only talking about one thing.
Here's the thing, like I just want to say, you could be right about
Hutch, can people be disingenuous and it not be a pattern? Or are all people without a pattern of disingenuousness, like are they always, on the up and up, right? It's just
of this, just to be clear, like I don't know Ethan basically at all, and so all the things that you're saying might be true. I'm offering an alternative perspective that there is a universe where he could care about both of these things at the same time, where he's pissed at Denims for what she did about the CPS thing and all these other creators for piling.
So isn't this interesting? Denims and company are stuck in a situation where their case is getting decided on strict liability. Hutch has got no problem with that, right? And yet Ethan is, you got to prove that he's guilty beyond the shadow of the doubt. Could it be possible that Ethan is not being disingenuous here, right? Absolute scumbags. And I'm so sick of dealing with these people. I'm so sick of dealing with their double standards. Chat, I have made it my mission to make doing content on the internet harder for people like this. And at first we were only able to, do a little prodding here and there. But as this community grows, so grows the awareness of how disgusting this space is and how little respect you should have for these people.
Family got called on CPS, and maybe that's the primary thing that's driving this thing. But I don't think that necessarily means, and I don't know if this is what you're saying, but I don't think this necessarily means that he's not genuine in his hopes to sort of foster a better cultural set of standards for React content. They're not incompatible.
You have to believe. This is, and I'm trying to represent the position that you're saying is conceivable. That Ethan does condemn what XQC and Asmongold do. He thinks it is wrong.
Yeah.
But he thinks that remedying what they do by either issuing a DMCA takedown or doing some kind of lawsuit against them, that would be really bad because it would impermissibly chill the fair use of the reaction community in a way that's different than what would be chilled for his lawsuit, and that the precedent produced by his lawsuit has a much higher chance of being more tailored and specific to malicious intent style infringement and not non-malicious intent style infringement, even though the vast majority of infringement doesn't have explicit malicious intent in it. And that he thinks that Sony and Disney are more likely to, or less likely to come and intervene in the reaction community if the standard of not having explicit malicious intent is enforced by him. That to me is such a preposterous set of beliefs that all of them, right? The notion that Sony and Disney would give a whether the stated intention is to siphon or not siphon, as opposed to what they care about, which is their bottom line. The notion that he thinks and would have a problem with people DMCAing clear, blatant infringement or suing people for clear, blatant infringement, when in the past he has said that's he's been a supporter of this kind of very balanced approach. And then the notion that he thought about this all in advance and this was all part of his plan. I mean, all of that to me is so preposterous, and it's not plausible if this is what he's thinking.
But you're suggesting that his original plan was that he was going to go after anybody who reacted to the content in a sort of XQC manner, and that he changed his mind after the fact to go after. I thought that's what you were saying before.
The plausible scenario is he was setting a trap, not for anyone who infringes, but for his enemies who infringe. That's the plausible scenario. That he didn't.
But what's wrong with that, though? Hold on. What's wrong with that, though?
I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that.
What's wrong with that is you're pretending that you're a good guy, standing up against harmful conduct out of the goodness of your heart, when in actuality you are a thin-skinned worm who is unwilling to have to brook any criticism, right? You are silencing your critics with your money and with your lawyers and with our fucked up copyright law. That's the point. That's the point. Look, do you see where he's moving the goalpost here? He just basically said, and if he is doing it out of vengeance, then what of it? What of it? Like, he's allowed to do that. Yes, he's allowed to do that. That's not what anybody's arguing, Hutch. That's not what this conversation is about. The conversation is the point that Pisco brought up. That's a very obvious point that is utterly imperceptible to anybody in your content sphere. Any of these DGGers that are Team Ethan. Is that this is a scumbag thing to do, and the fact that you don't even recognize, you don't see anything wrong with that, you don't see any problem with that, right? Shows that you're scum too.
Oh, okay.
Again, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. What I'm saying is, don't tell us that this is about protecting us from Disney and Sony. That's all I'm saying. And so when he was making that plan, he never was like, well, if XQC says, yeah, give me money, I want the money, watch it on my stream. And this is the question I'll ask you. If XQC said, watch it on my stream, I want the money, I want the clicks.
I think he would have sued him. Yeah, I do.
Oh, no way. Oh,
I think he would have sued him. Yeah.
I think that's completely naive to think that if XQC said, I love Ethan, really mean it, but I want the money, I want his money, and so watch it on my stream. If he said that, then I think there's a 0% chance he would go after XQC.
I think
he doesn't really care about the infringement.
In order to have your position,
Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Wrecked Angel, you just got weaseled. I haven't said that in a long time. Mox Josie, you just got weaseled. Robot Glock, you just got weaseled. Bloody Teeth, you just got weaseled. And Egomaniac 87, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing.
you'd have to have like a really low opinion of Ethan's character, and I just don't have that opinion.
No. I don't think it requires me having
Of course it does.
read on his opinion. No,
Of course.
In fact, I like Ethan Klein. I have been a big fan of H3, and I watched Vape Nation. I was a big.
that was essentially what Hutch was suggesting, right? Well, maybe you don't like Ethan Klein. So all of a sudden we turn around from Ethan's motivations, which we're not allowed to look at, right? We're not allowed to consider, right? To now it's about Pisco's motivations, right? Well, maybe you were a Hassan fan. Maybe you're a snarker. Are you a snarker, Hutch? Are you a snarker, Pisco? Did you send that man skulls from Skulls Unlimited? Oh my God, no, Chad, I sent the skulls. Oh.
A humongous.
I actually sent more skulls, but they haven't gotten there yet. They're still on their way. Chad, it's I sent when you send skulls from Thailand, sometimes it takes a long time for them to. My skulls haven't reached Ethan. Haven't reached the H3 studio yet.
I watched him all throughout his early.
No, but you think he's lost his way now, right? Like that's kind of the gist of it.
I'm not saying I probably agree more politically with him than Hassan Piker in terms of lost his way. I don't know in terms of what that would even refer to. I think he has been a victim of a lot of unfair shit. I certainly don't support the kind of meandering statements of where people were accusing him of being this or that, or sending him skulls or whatever. So I don't think that he's quote unquote lost his way. I think that's whatever that means. All I'm saying is that here he is trying to sell a narrative that doesn't.
Yeah. That's right. The skull import tariff. That's what's stopping me. God damn it, Trump with his tariffs.
Muster. The notion that this is all about protecting from a particular kind of infringement, but at the same time, we want to not chill the broader reaction community. And that means not ever taking action against people like XQC or Asmongold, even though what they do is blatant infringement. And that this is about setting a precedent before Sony and Disney do, even though there's absolutely no evidence that the kind of precedent that would be produced by this lawsuit, and he knows this, would be limited to this non-element, which is the intentional siphoning rationale. I think it's so bizarre, so beyond the pale. It's not what's going on, and he couldn't have known in advance when he was making this plan that these kinds of incriminating statements, these admissions were going to be made. He couldn't have known that, and I think that the evidence suggests that he was planning to sue people initially. He was setting a trap, but it wasn't a trap for this kind of specific subset of infringement. It was a trap for people who infringed who he didn't like. That's what he was trying to do.
But okay, so you are calling him disingenuous here. You're basically saying that he's lying, but like.
Yes,
to me, there's like a couple things that I look at where it's entirely plausible that Ethan is being genuine with this, which is the fact that number one, there was a history of people doing this very specific thing that passes this other threshold of like going into actual malice. Like there was a history of this happening. It was targeted at Ethan, particularly with the snark community. Here's what I think is the most likely situation. Like
you keep on changing the goalpost. First, it's like they called CPS on him. Now it's that the snarkers are stealing his content. Hutch, do you understand what this whole liability is about? It's about damages. It's about monetary damages to Ethan Klein. This isn't about like, I don't like people uploading the fucked up shit that I said clipped out so that it's easy for people to see and it's easy for people to spread, right? The whole purpose of copyright law like this is that if you are financially damaged by somebody creating a market substitute for your product, and you can estimate in some way the amount of damage that you received, you can receive, you could be made whole and have your lawyer's fees covered as well. And in this case, get statutory damages, right? That's what do you think that the snarkers are stealing views, that they would have watched the H3 podcast to see Ethan's, despicable shit? And instead now they're looking at an unmonetized channel, a tiny little channel that some fucking Redditor made on YouTube. No. Come on.
I think he was going after the snark subreddit before he thought about going after the creators. And it was after the fact when maybe he didn't expect that the creators themselves would just come out and say, let's take a view from Ethan. But I do think he's already targeted people within the snark subreddit with litigation. And so there's so
guys aren't.
Wait, hold on. So
they're not.
No.
Wait, what if Dan Saltman is the Epstein of the internet? The Epstein of the internet? And I'm including the spy part? Wait. Like, you think that Dan Saltman has compromat on people? Is that the idea? Wait, who's a homunculus? Pisco should be able to keep this on track and keep homunculus from moving the goalpost.
No,
You,
but they-
yeah, you know what? Yeah, you're right. I don't know. You know, maybe he feels bad for. I mean, look, he's doing a lot for Hutch here, right? He's a more interested, more dynamic content creator that gets into fairly mainstream spaces and has a lot of motion at the moment, right? He's growing, and he's actually. It almost feels like he's treating Hutch with kid gloves. Anybody else getting that? Because you're right. Pisco's definitely got baby gloves on for his live and learn That's what it is. Okay. Thank you, MF Doom Scroll. There's the answer. I didn't realize that. He's on a podcast with him, so he is definitely going easy with this guy. Yeah, he's also letting Hutch, kind of, monetize at this point. This is Hutch, talking to a larger content creator, right? And he's kind of doing Hutch a solid here. And yeah, letting him play hero for DGG too. Like, right, there's a little bit of farming going on.
You're not listening.
And Pisco's fine with that, right? Pisco didn't upload the video. He's not competing. Like all the videos of anybody that wants to watch Hutch versus Pisco are going to be from Hutch's channel.
Like the Snark subreddit for the Leftovers H3 or whatever, that subreddit has been over the last year regularly posting. So like any kind of content for him, they go out of their way to take views from him. He's already targeting somebody in the Snark subreddit with a lawsuit from like 2 or 3 months ago, because this person posted a post in the Snark that was like an alternative post so that it didn't give Ethan a view, and then Ethan issued a DMCA, and the person who did this post counterclaimed the DMCA, which is a huge. That's like textbook DMCA. If you're doing fraudulent counterclaims, that's like a textbook DMCA situation right there. So he already has this history of like going after the Snark for this like very thing that he's going after these creators for. And then on top of that, he has an established history
it's belied by his own words. He says that he not that he was going after the Snark, he was going after the reactors. He says very clearly, I want to make the most delicious.
But he said in the video himself, but he said in the video, I couldn't have possibly dreamed that the creators would be stupid enough to just come out and say, I'm going to take your content. So to me, that...
And you took him as his word, like a fucking dope.
Wait a second. So I actually forgot about that. So when he say he couldn't have dreamed that they were going to do this, right?
Yeah,
that's saying I couldn't have expected them to make these admissions.
No, but you're not. But you're not listening. You're not listening though. I'm saying
you're the one that's not listening, Hutch.
I think it's more plausible that his initial
everything is going over that bald head of yours.
Goal was to trap the Snark subreddit. And then specifically the Snark subreddit, he has an intense beef with these people because they're filled with some of the most psychotic, parasocial individuals you could possibly imagine.
Oh, wow. WB, you're bringing up some interesting stuff. Saltman only has power because Epstein allows him. Redact is definitely dirty and has his blackmail too. Hasn't he? Yeah, he's talked about that. Like, I mean, that would just be a random allegation, but I think he has he's at least... Yeah, I mean, he could say that he was kidding about it or something, right? But he has at least like talked about that, I think. Tons of behind the scenes money from the stakes gambling, the internet gambling site that is behind Kick to go after Hassan and other Twitch streamers. And yeah, there is a a beef. There is a blood feud between Twitch and State and Kick. It also explains Ethan's weird button sponsorships like Dan. Oh, yeah. No, he does get... I thought I saw a React.dev. Did he get sponsored by React.dev at some point? Oh, his button moments. Yeah, him pushing the button. But yeah, that's wild, chat. Because so React.dev is Dan Saltman's company. I don't know a lot about it, but my limited understanding of React.dev is that it is a tool to take all of your, what does it do? Mass delete your social media posts or something? Like it tries to bury your online history for you in case you said some things that you weren't proud of. But in doing so, there is the potential, right? Since you're giving redact.dev access to your social media accounts, I would assume to do this, third party permissions and everything. If they were dirty, then they could hold on to some of these things and then, use them for whatever. I don't know that they're doing that, but it is, I guess, a possibility. It's gross to see creators who Ethan has dangled the carrot Bonerbox, Hutch, Contra. Wait, ContraPoints? Sorry, Contra. Do you mean ContraPoints? Is there a connection between Ethan and ContraPoints that I'm missing?
That obsess about him and his wife, that celebrated the CPS stuff, that regularly do this malicious like theft of his content. I think it's way more plausible that he was specifically targeting them, and then people like Denims were stupid enough to come out and say, let's steal the thing. And so he's like,
I've seen Damn drop some of those deleted. So some of the DGG orbiters used React.dev, and Dan hit them with their posts, their deleted posts. Damn.
throw them on the pile.
No,
He does an ad read for React.dev. Damn. Contra is the current new prospect for Ethan? Wait, what do you mean? What's going on with Contra? I mean, I know she... Oh, yeah, she did have a little bit of a back and forth on Twitter with Hassan. That's true.
No, but he registered his work, right? He registered his work to sue a reactor, right? He wanted to sue a reactor. Agreed?
I think he wanted to sue the snark.
I mean, chat, I could see that. I could see him trying to court Contra. And you know, she's done content with Hillary and Chelsea, so I have no doubt that she'd be silly enough to do it with Ethan. But have we seen any evidence? Has she spoken about Ethan or anything? Is it just based on the blow up with Hassan?
What I'm saying, I keep saying that. I think he was.
You would need to have underlying copyright to sue the snark. Like for example, in the clip example you said, I'm assuming the snark guys are copying, right? So they're hosting the clip somewhere and they're putting it on the server somewhere, and so they're infringing on his copyright.
That's some good coffee, I gotta say. Yo. Welcome streamers, welcome raiders. Good to have you with us. Why is Hutch on the screen? Good question. Chat, so I've been having a little trouble making ends meet, and well, I've had to become a Destiny orbiter, I guess. And now this is our best friend forever over here. No, we're watching Hutch debate Pisco, and he's just a hapless stan here, just getting dismantled by an actual attorney, and doing some pretty impressive mental gymnastics to try to reinterpret Ethan's motivations for the lawsuit along the lines of what you'd expect from a MAGA person to, when you ask them about something that Trump said and their response is like, well, he didn't really mean that. Well, no, he wasn't going to deport all of the immigrants. He's just going to deport the violent criminals out there, right? But don't worry, like, all the immigrants that we know and love, right? They're going to be fine because they're hardworking people, and Trump respects hard work. He never said any of that. You're just you're sweeping for Trump, just like Hutch is sweeping in this case for Ethan. So yeah, it's pretty pathetic. But yeah, good to see you, Bill Bonus. Just can't help but dunk on Hutch when I see him. I mean, it's he does have a very dunkable face, let's just say, and we've been enjoying that. But yeah, thank you for raiding in. Good to have you. Hey, chat, if you have not already followed Bill Boneless, how about if I do a little shout out here to make it easy for you to do so? You can correct that, right? You can correct your sends. Shout out. That's what I'm trying to type. Oh no, it didn't type it. Let's try shout out Bill Boneless. There's the link that you can go and you can follow Bill Boneless and catch some pretty interesting content over there. How was your stream tonight, Bill? Did you what were you doing? What were you up to tonight?
Right. So yeah, if you wanted to go after the snark people, but the snark people aren't putting their faces out to react to stuff. Yeah, you can. Maybe he was intending to go after the snark people as well, to the extent that they were copywriting.
I think he was specifically targeting them. I think he did not think that other creators would be so dumb to do what Denims did.
Well, if you think that he could not have thought that people like Denims would make admissions, then it's clear that his strategy at the start of it which was to go after reactors, right? He says, I want to make a piece that's so that they have to react to it, right? That we should actually get to. I'm gonna watch just the first 2 minutes on 2 times speed. Can you just give me? Can we put a pause just for 2 minutes? Is that okay?
Here. Yeah, we can do it like a pause right here. Let me get my shit together, and I'm like, oh no, it's Skulls Unlimited again. Oh my god, chat. It keeps on happening. It keeps on happening, chat. I swear I didn't send the skulls, okay? And if I did, they haven't gotten there yet because skulls take a long time to ship from Thailand, okay? Long ass time to ship from Thailand. If I sent skulls to the H3 studio, you know, they're probably still on their way. There's probably an exorbitant tariff that I've got to pay thanks to Trump. God damn you, Trump, making it so hard to send a content creator skulls.
He literally suggests and says that he was trying specifically to go after these streamers. So that's number one. Okay.
Right.
So it's not just going after the snark. He set the trap specifically for the streamers. And he says, hey, where's the
okay, so WB's apprising me of 2 banger videos on the DGG realm. Queeman and J-Stalk reacting to Saltman and Ori. Interesting. And 2, Queeman and J-Stalk reacting to Saltman losing his shit on wait, whoa. Did Pisco debate Saltman on this? You search for Bill Boneless on YouTube and got boneless wings. That's your problem, Crotchy. You got to search for Bill Boneless on Twitch. Boneless wings. Okay. Wait. Tell me more about the second option, WB. I've got the Saltman Oreo stream, and that's actually on the bonus. That's actually an option for bonus content today. But I was not aware of the. God, Queeman just has got the line on some of this shit. I gotta say his content, like, you know, as much as I disagree with the guy about his content has been on point lately. I wasn't even aware of the shit going on. God, where do I plug in, chat? I need to. Forgot I saw it was a tweet. Maybe we did see this. I think okay. If it is it Pisco or sorry, is it Queeman himself? Wait, you said Queeman and J-Stalk reacting to Saltman losing his shit on Pisco. So I saw Queeman reacting to some back and forth on Twitter between Pisco and Saltman. Is that what you're talking about? Or was there actually a Saltman versus Pisco debate? Because that's what we should have been watching that. If that I would take Pisco v Saltman over Pisco v Hutch in an instant. Saltman and Epstein reacting to Pisco, and Dan is wrong on everything. Oh wait, this was on the podcast, right? Was this on anything else? But what about the was there a debate between Pisco and Saltman? Like, that's what I want to see, because Saltman's shitty debater. He's very opinionated, okay? And in fact, he gets mad. He gets madder than Ethan, right? I mean Saltman, if he had, you know, the kind of platform that Ethan has, we'd be talking about his crash out, not Ethan's today, right? Saltman and Destiny reacted to the video from yesterday, no debate. So that's what we got. So there's no debate between. Oh God, that would be so good. I've been you know, maybe I'll suggest. Look, I got DMs with Pisco. Maybe I'll suggest that he scare up Dan for a debate. Not a debate between the two, but anything else. Looking at Pisco's take, yeah. I mean, I saw Destiny reacting to Pisco. Destiny's so depressed. He's depressed now. I don't think Destiny's okay, right? Look, after the whole Pixie thing, you know, I reported on that. We talked about that, but after that, I have just like abandoned even looking at that side of the internet. And when I looked at Destiny again recently, I think it was his reaction to Pisco's Pisco reacting to Ethan's thing. He does not look good. He does not look healthy. He does not sound healthy. He does not seem okay. Destiny feels like he's on death's door. Deathstiny is what I was looking at, chat. Saltman will not debate Pisco. He would get rent so hard. Nicholas deodorant was making Dan look stupid too. Oh yeah. No, that's on our bonus content. That's available if you so choose. Chat. Let me check right now. We're at 97%, so we're not that far away from getting bonus content. And the top vote getter right now is Vanguard going over Destiny versus Kyle Kalinske. So it is involved with Destiny. Second place is a tie between Nicholas Deodorant and Dan Saltman and the kneecap Bob Villain incident on BBC. So that's second place. And then fourth place, we got the new Taylor Lorenz video. Oh, that's right. Yeah, thanks for reminding me, Doom. Yeah, Fantano is actually the one ratioing Destiny in that video. So that should be pretty interesting.
He knew would happen is that they would steal his video without putting much commentary on it. There was instantly no time to give an opinion, and it worked even better than I imagined it would. We captured pretty much every large streamer reacting to it in its entirety immediately after it was published. So it would work better even than he imagined it would. So he wasn't planning, right? His plan was to capture large streamers who played the video in its entirety without
But yeah, the Nick Deodorant, I forgot. Yeah, versus Dan, it is almost a debate, right? They do have slightly different takes. Obviously, they're both, they're both scumbags, right? They're both very much on Team Ethan and in these team sports and everything. But I feel like Saltman goes too far even for Diorio, which is quite a feat in and of itself. Epstein's breakdown of his lawsuits are so unhinged. His lawyers must hate him. Why does everyone in DGG universe think they are smarter than all lawyers about the law? Well, they're going to fuck around and find out, especially Destiny.
Transforming it. His plan wasn't to capture these admissions, and he was specifically going after these individuals, not because of the admissions, but because of what he said at the start of the video, which is what XQC starts to do, not because of the malicious and admissions. And so I totally disagree that we can say that his plan at the start was to get these admissions. His plan at the start was to make a piece of content so delectable.
Wow. That's Hutch's sub alert, by the way, chat. We want to let's viddy this again.
Admissions. And so I totally disagree that we can say that his plan at the start was to get these admissions. His plan at the start.
What is that shit? What is that shit, Hutch?
Was to make a piece of content so
do you realize this is like a reverse glow up? Maybe redo your notifications. I don't know.
Delectable that it would attract streamers.
Who's that handsome man back? Oh, that was you.
To watch it in its entirety and to not give much commentary on it. And so his plan was to go after such people, and that the admissions part is totally post hoc. He was planning to sue regardless of whether or not the specific admissions were made.
Yeah, but that's not incompatible with what I've said. I've said my whole thing the whole time. I mean, maybe it's incompatible with me theorizing that he was specifically targeting Snark, because it does sound like it's been a minute since I watched that video, that he had plans for specific creators. But that doesn't mean that it can't be both of these things. Like you can have a plan to fuck with individual creators in their communities for things like having CPS called on his house and then cracking jokes about it and piling on, blah blah blah. I totally
agree with that.
And then at the same time,
yeah, collective punishment is really fucking cool, right? CPS, which ostensibly one person called after Ethan's extended, like, unhinged clip about his children eating dog shit off the floor, right, is that's grounds to go after whole communities, multiple creators, even though ostensibly only one person called CPS, and we still don't know who that was or why they called CPS. We still don't know if this was somebody that, they could have just been like, I hate Ethan, here's a chance to call CPS on them, even though I don't think his kids are really in danger. Or it could have been somebody that saw the tape and was like, kids getting Giardia from the dog with Giardia. This rich guy won't even clean up his house, and his his whole family is getting affected. Yeah, that sounds dangerous. We don't know. We don't know who did it. We don't know why they did it. But according to Hutch, it's fucking open season on all of his critics. So chat, if you ever have CPS called on you, you can silence your critics. It's okay, right? Not all of them called CPS, but somebody called CPS, which makes it okay for you to punish them as a group. This is literal by the way, this is the kind of logic that makes sense maybe to the IDF, you know, group punishment. Like all of the people in Gaza should suffer for, you know, what happened on October 7th. That's the kind of logic that we're dealing with. This guy's got Hasbara brainworms, and they're even affecting his takes about, you know, fucking H3. It was Cav. It was definitely Cav. No, Cav did the skulls, right? It was
time. Like, you're confronted with, okay, so now we have the material that we need. What do we want to do from now on? Or like, how do we, what do we want to go? Where do we want to go from here?
CPS employee could have watched the clip in their free time and reported that. I'm not sure how CPS works. Maybe.
And then to me, it's totally conceivable that he would think like, okay, well, if
somebody calls CPS on me, I'm suing Hutch. Yeah.
If I sue people like
Chat, I got fucking death threats. Like, would it have been right for me to, like, I don't know, take it out on like every Dylan Burns fan out there just because it was in the midst of a conflict with Dylan? Like, that thought never fucking crossed my mind. I was well aware that it was one unhinged fan of Dylan doing it, right? Not something that the entirety of his community was responsible for, right? And those were death and R-word threats that I was dealing with, right?
Gasman Golden and XQC, then this would lead to like a lot of people just not doing React content. I don't want to do that, so let's like narrow it to a more specific subsect of people.
Wait a second. So I agree about the first part of what you said with respect that he had his targets found out, and that the CPS thing probably played a role in it, and I even think that that's a justifiable way to distinguish it. But let's just be 100 trillion% clear here. What he was planning for and expecting was for the streamers that he was going to go after, for them to do the whole video, do it very close in time to when it was dropped, and to not offer much transformative nature in their content, to just basically watch it, the whole thing. That, to me, suggests, and I hope you would agree, that if they had not made those admissions, what his expectations would have been fulfilled. That is to say, the expectation he planned for was that they would infringe his content. And regardless of those admissions, they infringed on his content. And so the plan was to sue for infringement regardless of admissions.
Right.
Right. So then this whole thing about
it's going right over that bald head, like everything else Pisco has said. It's impossible to talk sense to this guy, chat. He's on Team Ethan, and he's not even hearing what you're saying. He's not even entertaining your argument, right? He's just spouting back the same fucking shit. But what about CPS? But what about the skulls?
Well, we're only suing after because of the specific malicious infringement and intentional siphoning. That's all bullshit. He acknowledges and knows that even without the intentional siphoning rationale, this shit is toxic. He, in the start of his video, talks about how Hassan the chair reacts are really, really bad. And XQC does that kind of shit too. And that doesn't include language about intentional siphoning. And he even starts by saying what Hassan and XQC does in general is horrible, an injustice, theft. He says it's egregious. So there is no world in which his original plan was to solicit damning admissions to set a line to protect from Disney and Sony, because we really want to, punish infringement, but just one type of infringement, the ones involving malice, which is not an element to any of the causes of action.
Okay, you're trying to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay, so we got a jury here. Is it possible that Ethan had this?
We're not. You're only extending Ethan an insane benefit of the doubt. You would do this with no other streamer. If this was a woman with a allegation against Destiny, right? The burden of proof. In fact, it would be, she would have to, any kind of accusation could be leveled against them. And if she can't disprove that she did the death threats to herself, well, I guess she did death threats to herself, right? This is the kind of logic that these people use, right? It's motivated reasoning to the extreme. It is a veneer of logical and moral consistency that only extends to the in-group, to the small little suffocating echo chamber where Destiny is somehow not a sex pest, right? Those people get the benefit of the doubt, get an obscene benefit of the doubt. Everybody else, guilty until proven innocent.
Original plan to use this trap to go after specific creators that he had personal grievance with. And then once he was presented with...
Ooh, he's going to cave at Discovery? Interesting idea, Sundry. I hadn't thought of that. I don't know what's going to happen, chat. Like I said, there's every chance that Ethan's, wins the court case, right? That doesn't make him right if that's what happens, right? That doesn't mean he's right. And that doesn't mean that he's not a scumbag for using copyright law to silence his critics, not XQC, not Asmongold, because they are on Team Ethan. They are in the in group. No, only people that criticize Ethan, get essentially their life ruined, right? And I don't know what the legal outcome of this is gonna be. I would say it's 50-50. Pisco thinks it's a slam dunk for Ethan to be able to get these cases through. I think that Pisco is making assumptions about the nature of the reactions that he himself has not verified. He is, as much as, he's been good about calling the likes of Dom Fockery and other people that he's debated on them taking Ethan's word for it. Pisco's taken Ethan's word for it a little bit too much as well. And that's what I told him when I DM'd him, right? Talk about the allegations. That's right, Tony Santos. God, that I missed that meme. Wait, do I have that somewhere? I think I have it on Discord.
Their reactions, like what they did, he decided that he would be more narrow in his targeting because he came to the conclusion that if he would have gone after XQC and Asmon, it would have caused a lot of people to just stop reacting, which was not his intent. Like, is that possible?
So if then what you're saying is going after XQC, the reason he's not going after them is because it'll have more of a
chilling effect, which it would, though.
Why?
Which it would. Why? Hold on. You don't need this explained.
No, I know why it's less chilling or to not go after XQC.
Okay.
The reason isn't what you're saying it is. The reason it would be less chilling to go after Denims and then XQC is because everyone knows what his real intent is they know that if you give positive coverage, you're not at risk. That's what people know. That the reason
if you
going
give
after XQC
positive coverage, you think that's what this is?
Yes, 100%.
You think? Okay, hold on. So now I feel.
Does that blow your mind? That maybe that's the difference. Does that fucking blow your mind? That's the difference between the nature of the reactions of Denims and company versus Asmongold and XQC. That's just completely out of left field here, chat. Let me do this for old time's sake, chat. We gotta
talk about the allegations.
That's right.
Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
All the homo, because it's, well, okay, I guess no homo because it's no longer Pride Month, but
I feel like we're at a different conclusion here. Now you seem to be saying that not only is the idea that he is trying to protect or improve and protect and thereby protect the React community, not only is that bullshit, his real intention is simply just to like silence anyone who critique.
Okay, I don't know why it doesn't like your super chat, Narwhal. Why does it? It was reading Davi's out. Why is it not reading yours? It's like it's certain amounts or something. I think it's a Stream Elements problem, honestly, if I'm gonna guess. I think that's what's going on. But yeah, it didn't fucking notify me once again. Did Hutch realize that he's making Ethan's biggest Karen? He's making Ethan the biggest Karen on the internet since Drake. I assume it was this woman that bothered me, so I got legal precedent written. Yeah, a very negative legal precedent, which I think they're about to start talking about that now. And Hutch is under the impression that no precedent can be set if Ethan sues. Like he's like reverse engineering Ethan being a decent guy. These are the kinds of like mental gymnastics that you do when you're, part of this team sports shit. Did Ethan claim the skulls were real or replica? I think they were real. They were sent from a company. Let's see. They were sent from a company called Skulls Unlimited, right? It's a real company, and it mostly, I think, furnishes skulls for for educational purposes. Like if you're taking an anatomy course and you want to learn about the bony landmarks of the skull, all the bones that form the human skull. Oh my god, chat, I'm like sweaty. I'm sweaty here. What's up with that? It's back to no homo month. That's right. But yeah, Skulls Unlimited is a real thing. You know, I don't know. I mean, like he's got a picture of like his crew unboxing the skulls, I guess. And yeah, they're real skulls, and Skulls Unlimited, that's what they furnish, right? The question is who sent the skulls, and some people think, some of the more conspiracy minded people think that maybe Ethan sent himself skulls, but again, it's like an unknown. It's an unknown, you know, where the skulls actually came from, and like he's trying to project like essentially group guilt. Like anybody that criticized me, you're responsible. You sent the skulls to my house. So yeah, Chad, it might as well be me. I did you know, critical content of Ethan Klein, so I guess I'm responsible for those skulls. I'm responsible for the CPS. I'm responsible for giving his dog Giardia.
Teaks him?
No, I think that infringement is a necessary condition. So in order to go after people to silence them, or to start to go after people in general, that infringement is a but for necessary condition. But there's another necessary condition, which is he needs to have a vendetta or not like you in some way. And one of the ways in which you can not like you is if you have negative coverage.
What's even,
you, for example,
but it goes beyond negative coverage though. We're so beyond negative coverage when we're talking about CPS calls.
I agree, but I'm not disputing the notion that the individuals he targeted, he could have some legitimate basis to target them based on things that happened before. I am not disputing that. I'm not saying at any point that that is not a potential, even justifiable reason to go after some people.
Bad Empanadas has a video proving that they ordered the skulls. How did he prove that? Ordered the skulls themselves. So it was part of a sponsorship. They were doing a sponsorship for Skulls Unlimited?
And not others. I don't know how many times I need to stress that. All I am saying is that rationale is understandable. The rationale that's not understandable is...
Yeah, Chad, I can neither confirm nor deny.
Well, I was planning all along to enforce this standard, which isn't present in the copyright statute, to, you know, have some level of judicial precedent, but the judicial precedent that isn't...
But yeah, Narwhal, thank you. Nonetheless, Narwhal, thank you for the super chat.
All chilling of the broader reaction community. And I don't want to chill XQC and people like him, even though I say that they're pervading an injustice and they're egregious and what they're doing is theft. I don't want to chill that. I want to protect that. That to me doesn't make any sense, even though he's previously said that that kind of shit is egregious and wrong. And he couldn't have planned in advance for the distinction line that he's now pushing for those admissions to have come. He couldn't have known that when he was setting up this whole scenario, when he was registering the copyright at the Copyright Office, when he was preparing for litigation, that they were going to have this damn admissions. In fact, he says, I couldn't have imagined, right, that it would be as good as it was. He wasn't expecting them to say such obvious...
Is Hutch stupid or deliberately obtuse? Why can't it be both?
Obviously bad things. And so it can't have been his design initially to just go after them for admissions that he didn't perceive were going to happen.
Yeah, I think what I'm saying is you can set out on some action or whatever with a certain set of expectations or intentions, and then your thinking about what to do moving forward can change in the moment based on other considerations. So like
mental gymnastics. Like if I can find a possibility of how Ethan isn't a bad faith scumbag, then I'm just gonna believe that, right? I'm gonna give him the lowest bar imaginable.
Okay, you're Ethan. You've set these.
He is kind of the Theo Vaughn of the libs. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Theo Vaughn's a lot more charismatic, I think, than Hutch.
Perhaps you have this personal vendetta against these creators for CPS stuff and a bunch of other stuff, and then you know everybody else reacts, and then you have these.
So wait, we're saying that what the skulls cost $500, and they sent them multiple skulls, right? Wait, what is this? Replicas are $129. Oh. But the real skulls are $500. I think it was a real skull. So multiple skulls got sent to H3, right? So we got two options, right? Two options. Because the person didn't get their money back, whoever it was, right? So either multi-millionaire Ethan Klein sent himself the skulls, or somebody blew $1,000 to troll Ethan. You know, you make the call.
creators that take it to a whole nother level. You can, it's, to me, it's conceivable that Ethan would be like,
How was he going to have a sponsorship deal with Skulls Unlimited though? Do they do like replicas for Halloween or something?
what do I do from here? And like, maybe he thought about, suing like a larger swath of creators, and then maybe he came to a conclusion of like, wait, hang on a second, I don't want to necessarily cause some kind of chain reaction that's going to completely like stifle.
I don't want to deal with XQC and Asmongold's fans, right? I don't want, they're part, look, chat, that's who he's trying to get in his chat. With this anti-Hassan content, Ethan is courting these exact people, the exact kind of people that would watch XQC, the exact kind of people that would watch Asmongold. Crusty ass incels is Ethan's new market, right? It wouldn't make sense for him to make himself hated by fans of those content creators, right?
Or to discontinue altogether React content.
It was Kaya. Kaya sent the skulls. Yeah, I mean, where do you think she got the chicken? Oh no, chat, maybe it wasn't chicken. That's why Hassan's getting those sick gains. He's eating bioidentical meat. Chat. Hassanable. He's a cannibal. He's getting gains from eating people. Kaya's cooking him up.
I'm going to try to do this other thing. Like, that's conceivable to me. I don't know Ethan's thinking. You could be right, but that's conceivable.
It's conceivable to you that
Wait,
Ethan.
What is this? Teddy Fresh did a collab with the artist who does skull artwork and follows the museum. The skulls were rented, not purchased, and the receipt was in the box to be able to return them.
Could say that what XQC does is theft, but saying that preventing XQC from committing theft, that has such bad secondary effects.
Yes,
I wouldn't want to punish XQC.
$1,000 skull sounds like a title of a documentary. I mean, chat, like you'd think that it would cost more than $1,000. Like, I don't know. Maybe I guess a skeleton would cost more than $1,000.
No, you wouldn't want to punish the React community for going
after XQC.
Yeah, yes, that's what I'm saying. Yes.
Hassanable Lecter.
Oh my God. I think that is. I think, for example, if some rights holder, let's say that if XQC started reacting to The Little Mermaid and Disney sued him, I think that, and all XQC did was like, yeah, bro, that's crazy. Yeah, bro, crazy. Whatever. Yeah, crazy. And he just did a Little Mermaid react and Disney sued him. I think that Ethan would say, yeah, around, find out. I think Ethan would say, yeah, they're well within their rights. Yeah, what XQC did was wrong. And I'm okay with Disney suing to enforce their copyright.
God, chat knows all this. Chat's got all the tea. Teddy Fresh had a skull-heavy content in their last drop. The human skulls were suspected to be for a promo shoot, which they either missed the deadline for or the artist dropped out. This is starting to sound like some Balenciaga shit, right? This is getting weird. Like, why does he want skulls with his toddler core clothing brand, right? That doesn't make sense.
Right, you don't think he would say that?
Well, I mean, it's just pure speculation. I have no idea. I mean, I think it's total. Like I said, I think it's totally conceivable.
What is this? Taylor Lorenz has proof that Ethan knew there were skulls in the boxes because Hila sent a photo of them on her hallway table? What? I mean, I'm kind of surprised at the degree to which Ethan tries to deny the story that he told about the Giardia. He tries to act like just out of the blue. Why they're sending CPS over, right? And people who haven't seen that clip of H3, they kind of like don't believe it, right? They're more likely people will, normies will more likely believe that a malevolent hater like called CPS on Ethan rather than Ethan got CPS called on himself. But we've seen the proof. So as wild as this skull trutherism sounds, I can't entirely put it by the wayside. It is possible. It's a skullspiracy. Yeah, we should make a documentary on this. Put it on Netflix. Hila specifically is crying about the two skulls, hammering home two skulls. Yeah, Teddy Fresh's last drop had a tote of two skulls. Wait, what? Had a tote. Okay, the tote had two skulls. That was our skull arc. We're over that now. That's true. The entire thing has been deeply debunked. I recommend the Bad Empanada video. Look, I mean, I try not to get too close to, Bad Empanada or Snark or, like I want to make sure that my content is viewed as an independent analysis rather than coming from, one corner of the internet or the other. But yeah, so a lot of times Bad Empanada does have the receipts. A lot of times he does.
Could talk about it on his podcast where it's like, I think what XQC did was wrong, but I could see this causing a chilling effect. Like that to me is not out of the realm. You don't.
How weird is that too? For them to do a drop with skulls, like assuming chat that they were victimized by somebody trying to intimidate. This is the claim, right? Somebody sent us skulls to scare us as a statement of you better watch out because you're gonna end up like this. You're gonna be poor Uric if you don't fly right, Ethan. Right? That was the claim that they made, right? Why would they do like a Teddy Fresh drop like with a skull theme, right? If they were really like traumatized by, some creep out there sending them skulls to try to, scare them, right? Wouldn't that be wouldn't they maybe change the drop? Do like literally any other theme for their drop? It was bad enough when it was just one skull. Wait, what? Manufactured outrage. It's all kind of Bad Empanada and Taylor Lorenz together. Interesting. Seen videos before about websites and Instagram pages that sell bones legally by buying them from colleges and stuff. Could still be fake though. I mean, it's Skulls Unlimited is a real company. And I think their number one, the most of their business I think is like educational. It's literally like anatomy, like an anatomy course, right? Where you go over the different bones that make up the skull, as well as the bony landmarks and the obviously the insertions and terminations of the muscles of the face and the head.
Entertain that possibility at all, but it does.
I think that is such an implausible possibility that what he's saying is what's really important.
Origins and insertions.
He is trying to assert a standard, right? So he is saying, I am trying to chill some stuff, right? It wouldn't make sense that he's painting himself as protecting the reaction community if he weren't trying to set at least some kind of standard, right? So if he's trying to set some kind of standard, right? Agreed, right? He's trying to set a standard, an internal standard for the insiders to adhere to. Fair?
Yes, and in doing so, would you acknowledge that you can protect a community like the React community by imposing better standards to reduce the risk of something bigger happening later down the line?
You could. I'm not saying that it's incomprehensible that you could protect the community by imposing.
Then you must vote to acquit.
That's possible.
Then you must vote to acquit.
No. But here, what the standard that he's proposing, which is, in order to protect from Disney and Sony, the standard.
Let's watch that again, chat. Do you see what Hutch just did? Now, like I've heard Hutch and his community talking about Vadim, calling Vadim cringe. You want to see what cringe is, chat? Check this out.
The community by imposing.
Then you must vote to acquit.
That's possible.
Then you must vote to acquit.
No. But here, what the standard that he's proposing, which is.
Everybody see that?
In order to protect from Disney and Sony, the standard that will protect that
Dude thought he ate. No, that was a mic drop. That was like I won. You're celebrating a little too early, Hutch. And you're getting fucking rinsed. To anybody with two brain cells to rub together, you are getting fucking wrecked here. He just did a mic drop. Yeah.
I think will protect from Disney and Sony is the standard of stated intentional malice. You think that that's what he's thinking? That what will protect us from Disney and Sony is imposing a standard on the community of intentional stated malice?
I think it's more just.
This is what a level of like lack of awareness this community has, right? That they look at Vadim and they're like, cringe. Look at what is he wearing, right? And Hutch is out here being like, oh yeah, well, if the glove doesn't fit, you must have quit. Oh, mic drop. Oh my God, this guy is goofy. This guy, look, I'm sorry, I'm insulting Goofy. I know people like Goofy. I shouldn't associate. Goofy did nothing wrong, chat. Goofy did nothing wrong. He just made an awesome movie. Yeah, you know.
I think it's more just the idea that he could I think part of the problem, tell me you agree. I think part of the problem is that with the Twitch lefty streamers specifically, there's been a sort of level of impunity that has been going on for like a year and a half. Would you agree that
level of impunity? I don't know what that means. Level of impunity.
Did you just wink at us? Because that would be appropriate. I think he probably just had something in his eye, right? I don't think he's trying to signal that he's lying there, but this is some major fucking bullshit that he's throwing our way. Right? The impunity. You want to talk about impunity? You want to talk about the impunity that the fucking Destiny community has lived with? The amount of people that they have harassed off the internet? The amount of lies that they've gotten? You want to talk about impunity? How fucking long did it take to get for Destiny to get banned? Right? The fact that he still has a YouTube channel? You want to talk about impunity, Hutch?
Would you agree that there has been a double standard in the enforcement of TOS, and that it is very likely that that's what I'm talking about. Maybe not necessarily total impunity, but like the mere fact that people like Frenums, we'll just call them Frenums. We'll combine the names. The mere fact.
Frenulums. Karen Reed just ended. It's a dog didn't bit. Alexis didn't hit. You must acquit.
Frenums. The mere fact that Frenums just said this openly, I think, indicates a level of impunity. They didn't even entertain the possibility that they would get in trouble.
Yeah. Not to mention Israel. Not to mention the overall issue behind the whole Hassan Ethan drama
for this. And so I think. Where was I going with this? I kind of lost my train of thought.
So that's because I don't think that's responsive to what I'm saying. So I agree that he could feel very hard done. I agree that there's a double standard at Twitch. I agree that they're impermissibly, being unfair and all that shit. And I'm not disputing anything you're saying. I've said it in the past. I'm saying, do you think it's conceivable that in Ethan's mind, when he was dividing his video or when he was deciding to sue some people versus the others, that in his mind was, I'm going to set an internal standard that protects against Sony and Disney, and that internal standard is stated intentional malice. That's the kind of internal standard that will protect us from Disney and Sony. You think that was
no? I'm not
going through his mind.
No, I'm not saying that he originally set out with that intention. I'm saying it's not.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Karen Reed. I didn't get that at first. I was thinking you were talking about a Karen because Reed was not capitalized. Yeah, wrongful prosecution case in Massachusetts, and she was acquitted, right?
Even after the reactions happened, and when he was devising his strategy on who to sue, so this is after his trap has been sprung. That after, when he decided how to do the litigation, he thought to himself, I really want to protect the content community from people like Sony and Disney, and the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to define a standard, an internal compliance standard, and that standard will be to protect us from Sony and Disney. No stated intentional malice. But
I think it goes beyond that. I think he's not necessarily just trying to set a standard where outright malice would be completely off the table. I think he's sort of just generally or at the very least, I should say, I think it's plausible to me that
he was thinking that.
How many times, chat, does somebody want to go over the script and count for me the number of times Hutch says "I think"? Because what he's doing there almost every time is he's reinterpreting Ethan's thoughts from Ethan's words, because Ethan's words that Pisco is quoting are extremely inconvenient. You have to be like, no. I mean, like, sure, he said that, but what he really meant was I think that Ethan thought, right? We don't fucking know. We'll never know what's in Ethan's dark little heart, all right? All we have to go by are his words. And his words are massively inconvenient for him.
No. That he wasn't necessarily thinking in specifics of like, okay, I want to engineer a very specific outcome where this specific standard is set and this specific standard and this specific, but just generally, just to like.
I can't tell, Chad. Is Hutch dual streaming on Twitch and Twitter? Is this Twitch and YouTube? I've never seen like some of these. Obviously some of these chats are from Twitch. Some of them have ats on them, which like I don't think YouTube does that, do they?
Send the message that like some actions can be taken. like that legal actions can be taken. I mean, this is just speculation, but I'm just saying, like, it's possible that he didn't have like
the standard. No, but because Ethan's very specific. He says that he wants to enforce this line being the malicious.
Oh my God. One of the chatters is saying, are people not allowed to disagree with Pisco? The better question is Pisco not allowed to disagree with DG? Well, with all these brain dead Diddy Gers.
That's the line he wants to enforce. And the reason he wants to enforce that is to protect Sony and Disney. He can't be that naive, right?
He could. I mean, first of all, I don't know if it's naivete.
Yeah, definitely lots of people dual stream. But what is the what platforms like put an @ by your name, right? The only one I can think of is Twitter.
Well, he could be. I don't know. You don't know. It's possible.
We have to agree that that's naivete. That this line of a self-enforced line of no stated intentional malice, where you just put in your comments, "Hey, no copyright infringement intended. Make sure to go sign up for Disney Plus." That line will at all protect from Sony and Disney. That is naivete and complete delusion, right? I mean,
no. What I think is not sense. But what I'm saying is, what I think is not naivete is that a lawsuit like this that is more targeted in its approach could send a message to React streamers that there need to be standards, but without taking
could potentially, yeah. Again, this is fucking mental gymnastics here.
To the extent where if you go after someone like XQC and Asmongold, it could cause a lot of people to just stop doing reacts altogether. Just like the mere act of him trying to impose any standards at all could be enough to incentivize like an organic, natural reform.
Then why not do the direct route? And you know the reason why not. It's because Ethan's a fucking coward. He doesn't want the smoke from XQC's community or from Asmongold's community. He's courting those viewers. He wants those viewers to also watch him. They can all agree Hassan bad, right? This is why. And because they agree with him. It's really fucking simple. Hutch, you do not have to do fucking backflips on it. You do not have to do tricks on it, my dude. You are an embarrassment to all of your ancestors today. Yeah, that's right.
People might start
all your fucking ancestors. They're up in heaven face palming right now, right? This is what's
adopting stricter standards for themselves because of this lawsuit. But if you went as far as taking it to
trying to do that, wouldn't you issue a statement and say, hey, I'm not going to do this, but people like XQC and Asmongold, they need to stop.
Yeah, Ethan is a benevolent actor protecting the kind-hearted commentary community, as we all know, from those nasty women who pick on those with wealth and power. It's a big problem. Big problem. Privileged people getting picked on, getting canceled. It's unfair. You just don't get it. Yeah, exactly.
Why wouldn't you just say that? XQC and Asmongold need to stop, and I'm going to DMCA what they're doing right now because this is so wrong. But he refrains, even though at the start he kind of hints that what they're doing is an injustice, he says what they're doing is an injustice. Why wouldn't he be more insistent if really what his plan was to say that
dual streaming from Twitter would be some love of the game brain rot?
And Asmongold need to reform if that were really his intent here, as opposed to trying to produce some kind of post hoc rationale for why he's suing some people versus another.
It seems why did
more insistent? Why wouldn't he be more clear and say, hey, even though I'm suing these people, I want to be clear, and this is a message out to XQC. What you're doing is wrong.
Isn't that the point of the video, though?
Oh, but no. Because
isn't that the point of the video? Because he spent a good deal amount of time talking about XQC.
Oh, you think that was him insulting? Dude, XQC watched the video and had no problem. I'm sorry. I'm assuming that XQC watched the video and had no problem with what anything that was being said, right? No, nobody's fucking upset. Like this was not XQC. XQC was given a clean bill of health, right?
But he's doing that, and then the rationale he's dying on to say, yeah, it's wrong. I'm not going to enforce against them because the real line that matters is because he has all those past statements, right? He has all those past statements that are critical. He's aware of that. Ethan's conscious of that, and so he needs to find a way to explain it and tidy it up. And the post hoc rationale that he's come up with, where he can still try to maintain what I think is an untenable position, is it's this malice thing. That's what he's trying to explain away. But the problem is, if he were actually trying to change XQC and Asmongold's behavior, he wouldn't let them off the hook and be like, don't worry, I'll never sue you guys. I'll never go after you guys. I don't care. However, you can literally copy whatever you want to do. As long as you don't say out loud, I want to steal money from you.
Literally Asmongold and XQC are not the problem, is what Ethan said.
I'm not going to go after you.
Well, he didn't necessarily
go after you.
He didn't necessarily let XQC off the hook. I mean, he did in terms of litigation, but he, devoted 5-7 minutes specifically to XQC and that type of.
Oh my God, what the fuck?
Broadly about non-transformative React stuff.
Do you not notice the difference between how Ethan talked about XQC and Asmongold and how he talked about Denims, Frogan, etc. Do you really think that showing somebody doing the worm in a debate, like basically what he did, chat? Because listen, during Reactgate Part 2, I think it was, right, when XQC's head was on the chopping block, that's when Ethan had XQC debate him, and he went hard on him. He was trying to say, yeah, what you're doing is wrong, right? Because XQC was unpopular at the moment. There was a lot of people hating XQC at that moment. His actual debate with XQC was confrontational. I mean, there was a little bit of silliness and stuff, but you know, he was going after XQC. This you know, where he brings up XQC in the very beginning is him laundering all of his criticism against the guy and say, hey, you know, it's all fun and games. I mean, XQC, you know, he might have done some silly stuff, some non-reacts, but it's okay. It's not malicious, not like these Vmoids. Not like these Vmoids. These Vmoids are bad and they need to be punished. They did CPS, they mailed me the skulls, they killed my dog Shredder, chat. All these Vmoids, they need to be punished. Death by cheese gradings. That's the
like, if he wasn't concentrated on this at all, like, why did he devote like a third of the video talking about that type? It wasn't just about Denims and Frogan. I mean, he was calling attention to, I think, a larger problem.
Because I think he has those past statements, and it's an obvious hypocrisy, and so he pretends to address it, but and the only rationale is not a plausible one, and it's not plausible because no one, not Ethan is not that naive. Ethan does not think that enforcing an internal compliance standard at the point of intentional stated siphoning malice, that would in any way protect against Sony or Disney issuing a lawsuit. You must agree with that.
Not necessarily, but listen, I don't necessarily agree with that, but I think I have done my job and instilled enough reasonable doubt where you have to acquit. Because
you're gonna declare victory. Fucking mission accomplished, jackass. Look at that fight. We're gonna hang a mission accomplished banner over the aircraft carrier here.
You're saying it's implausible. We'll let the chats decide. I think it's totally plausible that Ethan, after the fact, decided, okay, like, I have all this stuff.
What an asshole. What an asshole, right? No standard or whatsoever for anybody in the in group. All kinds of requirements for anybody in the out group. You got to prove your innocence if you're Frogan, Denims, etc. You got to prove Ethan's absolute guilt beyond the shadow of reasonable doubt. If it's Ethan. Anyway, chat, that's about as much as I can take. I don't think there's anything else. Well,
what do I do with it? And then, yes, after the,
is Pisco going to come back on at this?
Yes, exactly. And
after the fact, he's like, okay, this person has malice. Oh, I know what I'll say. Well, I at this moment, I'm just serendipitously out of the head of Zeus, I'm struck that I really need to protect the content React community, and I don't want to go after XQC because that will hurt the community. Because in my mind, I think that going after like one of the worst injustice, one of the prime suspects, that will impermissibly chill people in a way that going after these people won't impermissibly chill people. And what will protect us against Sony and Disney is if we make sure that this is the particular line. And it just so happens, very lucky, that the line that will protect us from Sony and Disney happens to be the people I all hate. That it happens to be my determination. Okay, I'm so naive and implausible to think that would ever protect from Sony or from Disney. It's just, I think it's ludicrous.
Okay, I'm going to make my closing argument, and the jury can do what they do. The reason why I think...
Oh yeah, no, he also gets a second closing argument. Dude, you already mic dropped. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You're not a lawyer. You just got fucking rinsed by one, and you're too daft to even perceive that. Everything that Pisco said, all the knowledge that he dropped right over that bald head.
I think it's plausible is because Ethan has been on the other end of this. Ethan was,
so because Ethan, look, here's the whole thing. He's being a hypocrite, right? But Hutch is trying to use the idea that he could never be such a hypocrite, right? If Ethan was on the other side of this, if he defended fair use, he would never, take advantage of copyright law to silence his critics, right? That doesn't make sense. So we're starting from the premise that Ethan is a good guy. There's your problem, Hutch. I don't want to listen to anything else your bald head has to say. Chat, let's get to the bonus content that you have earned. We hit the bonus goal. I give you bonus content, right? If we hit 100, I do the top, the top vote getter, the top topic that you're voting for and everything. If we get to 200, I do the two top topics. So right now we're at 100. That tells me that I owe you a react to the Vanguard. The Vanguard will be there, sir. The Vanguard will be there, sir. The Vanguard will... Okay, I'm trying to make a theme song for the Vanguard, chat. You can call Silly and Billy. I've got their song. All right, so here we go. Destiny calls out Kyle Kalinske and smears him as anti-Semitic and gets ratioed in the process for his trouble by Anthony Fantano. Oh my God, what the fuck? Chat, you're not supposed to see how I date? Come on, what is this? Why are they showing me on a date? God damn it. All right, stop it. This is too personal.
This was a CIA Mossad op, and it's a fake humanitarian agency. And what they do is they lure Palestinians from all over Gaza to come to a specific area in Gaza and say, hey, we're promising you food, we're promising you medicine. Then they show up, and in many instances, the IDF opens fire and murders them.
Why? This is anti-Semitism, and this is retarded anti-Semitism. Like, how
what?
Would you have to be to
the fuck? I'm sorry, what? The actual fuck? What is...
And in many instances, the IDF opens fire and murders them.
Why? This is anti-Semitism.
That's the truth! Oh my God! Bro is telling us the truth is anti-Semitic, okay? And
this is retarded anti-Semitism. Like, how
well, you have to bring up chud logic, come on.
How stupid or would you have to be to believe this and then report it? You have planes, like you waste all that money bombing all these buildings, telling people to evacuate everything first, and you fuck up so.
This is the same kind of argument. Why would Israel do that? Why would they bring people in with promises of food and then fucking massacre them all? That doesn't make sense. Yeah, no, you're right. It's a fucked up thing to do.
Much, right? Because it could have killed so many more people. You evacuate people from different halves of the country over and over and all this. You do all of that just to lure people to food stations and open fire in the places that are probably gonna have the most amount of people reporting, recording, and observing. Like, this is so
it's
stupid.
almost like it's a fucking genocide and they're proud of it. It's all
I love the stock footage of a camera.
almost like it's a genocide and they're fucking proud of it, bro.
Bro, I watched a clip of Destiny the other day in Israel. Okay, it could have been shot at any time over the last 6 months. I don't know when it happened.
Oh, we got to play that video. I know which one you're talking about.
Yes, and he comes out and he's like, basically, do your war crimes in private. Gavin.
Yeah, he's trying to tell the IDF. He's literally talking to the IDF, and he's trying to say like, "Hey, I love you guys. Good work. You know, big fan, right? But just some advice, right, for winning the PR war. Maybe don't take your camera with you. Maybe stop doing this TikTok content where you're dressing up in the fucking clothes of your victims in Gaza. Maybe it's just not, it's not a good look, Sweaty.
We can play that at the end if you want. I'll keep playing this so we can hear the rest.
What do you think you're even saying? It's so dumb. Like, come on. Why wouldn't they have just blown them all up at the beginning? No, that would be so obvious. Okay, so what's the plan instead? To set up food stations over the Gaza Strip and then tell them to come for food. And then when they come, we're actually just going to fucking kill them there. Like,
Yup, that is exactly what happened. That's literally exactly what happened. And we got in there pretty early, Gavin. We got in there pretty early with a banger. We were able to screenshot Haaretz, an Israeli newspaper. Okay, it came out June 27th, 2 fucking days ago. This is what Kyle Kalinske was reporting on his show because he knows how to read. Okay, and 1.5 thousand motherfuckers agreed with us. It says,
you didn't know that Haaretz is considered deeply anti-Semitic, Zach? That's obvious. Everyone knows that.
Fucking crazy, man. IDF officers and soldiers told Haaretz they were ordered to fire at unarmed crowds near food distribution sites in Gaza, even when no threat was present. Hundreds of Palestinians have been killed.
And by the way, guess what the Israeli spin on this is? I shit you not. Guess what it is?
What?
That it was actually Hamas shooting those people.
Oh my God.
I'm not even kidding, bro. Look at any comment section of one of these articles.
It was Hamas. Hamas was the one that Hamas sent the skulls, chat. Hamas. It was Hamas.
Being posted, and you'll see a bunch of deranged Zionists saying this is fake news. It was Hamas shooting at the Palestinians. Genuinely fucking crazy, bro. But yeah, let's take a look over here real quick too, and we can take a look at that video that you were mentioning, Zach, because yeah, this is 100% real footage of Israel, of Destiny in Israel.
I think Israel has unique issues. Here's the one piece of advice I'll give you, okay? If you're joining the IDF, okay?
Chat, I want this to be a historical document, right? I want somebody, when they're studying history, to be like, oh yeah, this was during the genocide. This was the army, the armed forces doing the genocide. Who's this guy? He was a live streamer.
leave your fucking
His name was Destiny.
cell phone at home and stop taking stupid fucking videos, okay? Because everybody's fucking you with them, okay? And if you see a soldier, okay, go into a fucking drawer and listen, if you want
And his son was that shooter from a couple months ago, right?
to fucking wear a dress and you think it's funny, just don't fucking take a fucking video picture of it, okay? Jesus. Okay, yeah.
So that's kind of the gist of it. But
Yeah, and if you guys aren't, if you couldn't hear the fucking audio, he was literally telling these future.
Yeah, his son was in the video of that last insurrection.
If you're gonna do war crimes, just don't film it because it's gonna, be a bad look. It's gonna make you look kind of bad to the rest of the world when they see the war crimes, but still do them. I have no issue with the war crimes. Just, don't expose yourself doing the crime. Just do the crime and get away with it, essentially. Which is genuinely crazy. I'm like, he has to be getting paid by someone. I'm not trying to be conspiratorial, but if you're in Israel, if you're laundering this sort of outrageous propagandistic pro-Israeli talking point, some sort of transaction is occurring, right?
Well, they do that. They do that thing where they'll fly you out first class to Israel. Bobby Lee talked about it.
It's speculation, but it really doesn't matter. Even if he paid for all of it by himself, he's still a scumbag, and he should go down in history as such, right? Like the woman that filmed like Hitler, what is that called, chat? The famous filmmaker that filmed the.
He was like, "Oh, I feel bad because I did this one time," and he was like, "They fly you out to Israel, first class, sometimes private, depending on the kind of celebrity you are.
Sure,
you probably have to fly coach if you're Michael Rappaport at this point, but you go out there and it's a 5-star thing. They take you to all these weird shit and they just want you to post pictures of yourself having a good time. The Brianna Wu treatment, right? I guarantee you, he's like, I can get my audience of liberals to cheerlead for you and tell you everything that any criticism that comes your way is anti-Semitism. And he was with Lonerbox, who's a crazy guy. Lonerbox hit us up through Dylan Burns one time, and he was like, I have concerns that these guys are anti-Semitic. And I was like, here's my fucking phone number. Call me up.
Wait, show me DMs with Dylan Burns? What's that about?
And we will chat about how you think I'm anti-Semitic. Never got that phone call. Okay.
Yeah, Lonerbox is a fucking psychopath, pro-Israeli propagandist. He was literally denying the forensic evidence, which
for the record, Chad, I don't think that the Vanguard have positive I've never heard them express positive sentiments towards Dylan Burns.
Undeniably points to the reality on the ground in Israel, being that fucking children are being, shot in the head by snipers, which is truly crazy. But Mr. Anthony Fantano of the Needle Drop, he chimed in here and ratioed the fuck out of Destiny. So let's go up to Destiny.
And that's how easy it is, chat. Any Destiny thread could probably do this. You could probably ratio Destiny with that exact tweet.
What? So he says painting the IDF as this cartoonishly evil or whatever. He has 3.7K likes on that tweet. Anthony comes in with 12K typical sex pest opinion, which is a great point, and people should never let Destiny live down those allegations because they are truly insane. It's wild the degree to which Destiny has bounced back as far as his viewership and the fact that his audience doesn't seem to care at all about those horrific crimes. But yeah, Fantano jumps in there with a great response. I found Destiny's response to be, however, completely.
Was it Leni Riefenstahl? I'm just trying to remember the name of the. It was like a documentary or something. It was like a film of the, like a Hitler rally.
He came back with this. Imagine trusting a guy who hates My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy to have a coherent opinion on Israel Palestine. LOL. And to be honest, I've never been a huge Kanye West fan. I've never been as big of a Kanye fan as Zach was back in Kanye's heyday. But I think that Anthony Fantano's review of My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy has aged like fucking wine, personally. And again, I defend some of Kanye's discography. Even at the time, I totally agreed with that review.
Yeah, no, I completely disagree with the review, but that's okay. I think it's hilarious that this is the one thing about the internet lore that Destiny seems to know. It's like you clearly are totally unfamiliar with the Needle Drop. You have no musical opinions. You can't talk about any single one of Anthony's bad takes from the last 12, 15 fucking years. Okay, literally that album I'm pretty sure came out 16 and a half.
Yeah, didn't he give a bad review to Maury Calliope's initial rap album? Like, how could you? How could you, chat? With bars like I'm the #1 masturbator, and like you don't have to be. Wait, what was it? Wait, I gotta dig this up, chat. This is some
17 years ago. Okay, so it's totally irrelevant at this time to the discourse. And he's like, remember that one time you triggered the internet and made your entire career basically by sticking to your guns? Like, LOL. So I thought the at least you tried analogy was pretty fucking funny too.
Yeah, 100%. So yeah, a terrible, pathetic, attempt at a dunk. Zach, do we think we should make any announcements regarding any future potential guests on the Vanguard, or should we wait?
Probably wait a little bit.
Okay, yeah, no problem. But hopefully we can continue a conversation about, My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy at some point. That would be cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, very funny to see, Destiny totally totally fucking destroyed, not just by Anthony, but by the Vanguard on Twitter. Zach had a great response as we showed you guys. And also, again, to call fucking Kyle Kalinske anti-Semitic is so fucking stupid. So fucking stupid. I remember Vosh tried the same thing, and Vosh, is obviously, he learned all of his tricks from Destiny. He came from Destiny's community. And at one point, he also tried to call Kyle Kalinske anti-Semitic because I think Kyle was like saying that, what was it? Something about Hezbollah or something like that. I don't even fucking know. He was like, Hezbollah is correct or something.
Yeah, it was because this is what it's crazy that this is what Vosh said. Because the Houthis were doing a successful blockade to prevent goods from traveling to Israel, right? Vosh was like, well, do you guys not know this is going to have dramatic impact on the entire global economy? This is going to have reverberations in the, and pointing to like different spots on the map and doing what shit libs do, which is talking about like shit you aren't familiar with.
He was like, the maritime commerce will be really irrevocably screwed up, but everything seems fine. Honestly, now that there's been a few years since all of that, it seems like there was no irrevocable destruction wrought by the Houthis. And Kyle was right. The Houthis were 100% correct to do what they were doing, at least for the reasons that they were stating, not because of everything they've ever said. Kyle was not defending every statement that the Houthis has ever made. Obviously, they have said some anti-Semitic shit. That's not what Kyle was defending.
Yep.
Either way, yeah, I thought that was wild. And again, it's one thing to disagree with someone like Kyle on a position like that, but to just immediately go to fucking anti-Semitism, are you fucking kidding me, bro? Are you fucking kidding me? It's like we were talking about with Matt Leck and how finally, for the first time, that smear failed against Zoran, right? And they put all of this effort into smearing him as an anti-Semite, and everyone was like, yeah, he doesn't seem terribly anti-Semitic to me. This man that you're trying to convince me is a hateful bigot, he doesn't seem that hateful. He doesn't seem that much like a bigot. He kind of seems like a chill dude, right? And I'm really glad we're finally entering that era, that people are seeing through this bullshit line, which obviously it is an issue. Like, there are anti-Semitic people. We talk about them. We call them out.
Also, not to cut you off, but yeah, Vosh 100% called Kyle anti-Semitic. I'll go ahead and throw up the video right.
Oh yeah, he did. He did.
You fucking liars. A bunch of Vosh simps over here. Go watch some.
Vosh also tried to deny.
Sometimes they have to take a different, much longer route to get to Israel. Oh man, the horror.
Like one of the things that kind of upsets me is that the idea of people not understanding the importance of free international maritime trade is something like very, very frustrating. Like, this
is exactly how we recited it back to you, motherfuckers.
This isn't even like,
you fucking nerd. Do you not understand the importance of stopping a genocide? Like, do you not know how easily you could turn that around on you moron?
Somebody linked her.
Either way, it's in this video.
It definitely is. I didn't just fucking. I remember making that headline. I wouldn't just fucking put that in quotes for no reason. Like, Vosh 100% said it was an anti-Semitic thing to say.
Yup.
And then we had Kyle on to defend himself or to respond, and he was like, "Yeah, Vosh is a fucking idiot. He knows I'm not an anti-Semitic."
Yeah, Vosh also called Crystal Ball like a bunch of like crazy names and tried to slander her and smear her and accuse her of stealing money. Vosh is a crazy person.
Everything. Fuck me. What the fuck, chat? I'm here looking for I'm trying to find the lyrics for you. And I can't. Maury Calliope had a rap album before she was a VTuber, and it was like cringe and racist and fucked up and like a little too Vosh is so hit or miss. His base instincts are often good. Yeah, he's the left flank of Destiny's community. Does that make sense? I need you to understand this, all right? He is the furthest left that you can get as a DGGer, but he is still a DGGer, and he is still fucking scum, right? And he's a creep, and he's a lolicon enjoyer, right? I think we've heard enough about Vosh, right? Nobody needs to I don't need to re-explain like what's wrong with Vosh. And the thing that's so bad about him is that, yeah, he does have some good takes, and people can see those and be like, oh yeah, no, he seems all right. No, he made a really good argument about this. Oh yeah, no, he debated this right winger that was, right. So he must be good, right? And you're missing all the fucking people he's harassed. You're missing, what a force of anti-leftism Vosh was for years and years and years within the left. Now he is thankfully quarantined behind the wall of horses and lollies, and we can forget that he existed. That's okay. I am all for rehabilitation. I hope Maury Calliope has grown from her solo music. Yeah, was it like before she was like a VTuber, right? She had this album, and it was so. Did Anthony Fantano review that? Or I'm probably thinking Brad Taste. I think Brad Taste reviewed that one. Why is Kyle so hot like always? I don't know. Ask Crystal. Kyle is the most normie coded guy. Senate dropped the 5-year moratorium on states regulating AI. Oh, it got down to 5. Last time I checked, it was a 10-year moratorium. Cruz targeted China, Mamdani, trans people, and other provisions. Others for the provision failing. Wait, what? For the AI moratorium? It's a moratorium on states regulating AI for anybody that's not following. Fantana was on Bad Hasbro recently. That sounds like some good bonus content, maybe. I don't know. Was it good, George Jackson? Should we watch it? Should I throw it up there? Chat, what was Maury Calliope's name before she was Maury Calliope? I can't remember. Right? She did really cringe rap and no, it's probably a good thing, chat, that we don't have Maury Calliope knowers here. I don't have a lot of 4chan in my chat, thankfully. That's they mostly talk. Oh, that's right. They were talking about yeah, it was called like exit music for a fandom, meaning like all the Radiohead fans leaving. I like the word spicy ba a lot. It's enjoyable to say for spicy ba. I need to say that more often. Like, right? I'm all on the Katmun Ka, tip. Sorry, Katmun Ka. Gotta get that tonality in there. Katmun Ka. Wait, fucking shit. I feel like I'm mispronouncing that.
Kopkun.
Kopkun? Yeah, Kopkun Ka. Anyway, chat. Spasiba. I keep hearing corn cob. Yeah, Kopkun. I feel like most of the time people say Katmun Ka. Or like if you're a guy, it would be Katmun Kra. Chat, I fear that I am way too tired to make any sense at this moment. Oh my god. Twitch is doing that stupid thing too. Fucking load, Twitch. Fucking load. Am I just on at the weirdest time of night? It seems like I am. We've got more chatters than irrelevant though. Good for you, chat. Okay. I'm gonna raid a small streamer tonight. That's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do, because I am not making a lot of sense right now. I'm at 20 hours because the Senate is still voter rommering. Have you been watching that whole thing, Muning Star? Is it like worth it? Is it interesting? Is it weird? Been doing long streams this week? Yeah, I have. Look, I just what happened was that like earlier in the month, I just went through this phase where like I didn't like the content that I had for you, so I would just like end up not streaming. So I missed a number of days, and then I had to take that trip to Malaysia to get my to get my like visa renewed. And then after that I was like tired, right? So I missed a lot of time this month. I've been trying to make up for it. I haven't quite made up for it, unfortunately. But you know, we made a little bit of ground up in the last few days. So yeah, I have been streaming hard. I've been going hard because I gotta make sure that I'm doing okay financially, and you know, it's not great, but I guess I did what I could, and we can try harder next month, I guess. So yeah, I'm rating you into 5th generation IW right now. Go and give them my love. They are playing, I believe, Cyberpunk for the first time. There you go. But I gotta get to sleep. Thank you, mods. Thank you. Oh my god, I'm supposed to thank the Patreons. I appreciate people who support me on Patreon. It is probably the best way to support me, as it you know, most of your money actually goes to me rather than to the platform, and it also you know, is up, it's separate from any of the from Twitch and YouTube. So you know, it can't be taken away from me via like getting banned or getting demonetized as Twitch and YouTube often do for no reason, right? So massive thanks for giving me that little bit of island to try to survive on, should worse come to worse. So massive appreciation. I'm gonna shout you out now. Everybody at the $5 level or above gets a shout out. Shouts out to Orals Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Animus, and a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. I don't know if I'm going to take some time off now. I probably should. I may or may not. Like I said, I really do want to do the. I should have done this earlier. Like a do a like the numbers on Twitch are starting to go down again, so I'm going to try to do a subathon to get the subs back up, and so look for that. If we do, we'll be going over the stuff that we can't do on YouTube, which is like the Jubilee stuff, right? Jubilee surrounded. The latest one is Candace Owens, apparently. That sounds pretty cursed, but I definitely want to watch the Sam Cedar one because I heard that one is good. There's a Jordan Peterson one where Jordan Peterson just gets dunked on. And then there's the guy, Ethan's Palestinian friend, also gets dunked on. So I'll try to do that. You know, that'll be a subathon. That'll be on Twitch. If I do it, I'll probably start off streaming on YouTube and try to just encourage people from YouTube to go over to Twitch. Then we'll shut down the YouTube stream, because if I can't stream Jubilee on YouTube, every time I've tried, they shut me down. Like, I don't know if they hate me personally or if they're just going hard on everybody for copyright, but I get shut down. I get in trouble with YouTube every time I try to stream Jubilee. So we will be doing it over on Twitch, where anything goes apparently. So anyway, chat, much love. Have a good, I guess it is for you, night or morning or whatever time it is in your time zone. And I will see you soon, okay? I'll be trying to hopefully, this month I'll be able to get finally do some editing and pump out that content, grow the audience, and all the rest. So but yeah, keep sending me stuff on Discord if you want to. I'll try to I'll try. I realized I hadn't looked at stream suggestions in a long time, and there was actually some really interesting stuff in there that we didn't end up getting to, so I might look at that as well. Anyway, I'm too tired. I don't think I'm making sense, but you know that I love you, you know that I care, and I will be back as soon as I can. All right, talk to you then. Until then, bye-bye.